Futures pointing to a higher start here to kick off a brand new week this morning as we head towards, Jackson Hole coming up later in the week on the 24th. We'll get comments from Fed Chair Powell at the annual Economic Forum event. We'll talk about that coming up this morning. Nvidia on deck as well on Wednesday after the close, the big earnings event of the week. I'll show you why here in a sec. This Jackson Hole meeting could be significant because of what happened last year. But overall, the market looking for some sort of stability as we head into the final couple of weeks here of August, typically a slow time of the year. Lots happening as far as inflation and lots happening as far as interest rates are concerned. New highs this morning for the 10-year, recent highs anyways, 2-year back to the upside ever so slightly, but not as significant as the 10-year, signaling that, the market might be thinking that these higher rates continue to be here for longer. A ton of things moving around to kick things off this morning, including, we'll talk about the overall market here, but PanW earnings after the close on Friday, a rare Friday evening report that was better than expected. So Palo Alto to the upside in a big way. Tesla back on the move. Nvidia pretty active here pre-market as well, ahead of their earnings coming up later in the week. It is Monday, August 21st, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. I wanted to point out on this chart, so this is the SPY, S&P 500 ETF. If you go back to August, I looked it up this morning, August 26th, Friday, August 26th was that day. That was the day that Fed Chair Powell made some comments at Jackson Hole last year that kicked off that latest move to the downside for the overall market. Obviously, a lot has changed since then, but that day right there was the last time we heard from Fed Chair Powell. Again, we're not saying that it's going to be the same result or it's going to be the same kind of event. Maybe it'll be the entire opposite and we'll go higher this year. But a lot of analysts, a lot of market participants looking forward to what has come later in the week. Sharif here, as always, going to be an interesting one coming up later on in the week. I
was listening to a couple of podcasts this morning, and they were positing that it's not going to be as important as it was last year. Last year, this time, we had inflation around 8%. It's nowhere near there now. So now we're going to be listening for how long are we going to stay this high for? That's been the question. Now, we're talking about rate cuts into 2024. Interesting event, but I don't know if it's as important as last year.
We'll see. Coming up on the 24th as well. As I mentioned, the 10-year, recent highs here this morning. So there are some indications that overall the market kind of pricing in higher rates for longer. As we've been hearing, that is the theme, or has been the theme for the past couple of weeks and months here. It's more a question of what level of support here on the overall market ends up being. The line in the sand, that high looks pretty interesting right now. Good Monday morning, guys.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, if you feel like the market's up, then you should be happy today, at least as we said so far. It's a big week. Why? Because I don't know about Jackson Hole, but certain companies reporting this week, that's going to be massive. May or may not be Nvidia. That should be a big story, obviously. Even AMC, you'll be interested in that reverse split and the conversion that's going to take place this week. So that should be a move around the week. The story is how big a bounce we got at the end of the week on Friday. So I see a lot of continuation setups. Square made a huge bottom, so that should be in play for us as well. Locks and loaded, ready to go. Everyone's like, Neil never wears a green shirt. I told my wife, and she's like, okay, we'll get you a green shirt. So this is green. It's about all I can do for you guys. Now, the market has to do the rest of the work here. Let's see what can happen. But you got to love the start, especially how strong things were. I mean, it would rip your face off the bottoms on Friday. So to continue this gapping up, not a bad little start to a Monday here.
Yeah, we'll see. We're up now 0.62, but we are starting to get below the 50-period moving average. And we've always talked about this 14.8 here on the NASDAQ. So this should be something interesting to see what we do right now. We're right there right now. That's that spot jumped up 14.8. We're a little bit above that. I like to see us fade through 14.8. It should be what will be a good day. I feel like it's going to be a positive day. We got to hold that 14.8 there. We had some great results from PanW, obviously, as they sort of fooled everybody and came out with A great report here to start off the week. Obviously, it started on Friday, but we can start to talk about it today. Just trying to get back into some of this area here, up to 250, 260. We'll see if we can take that out. But yes, it is another Monday. We're ready to rock and roll. We've got everything all locked here. We got Michael Noss coming up. We got Jackson Hole this week. And yeah, we're here, man. Some key levels, which I wrote down on the sticky note. I think Google's at some, Tesla, Microsoft. They're all right here. XPEV moving around. So yeah, it should be a good one. Beyond Meat moving? Nah, not really. But anyways, a couple of different names there. Check out the chat, guys. Make sure you like, subscribe to stream. You got to be in a subscription. Just to subscribe. It's completely free to get into that chat. So make sure that you get in there right now, because I see some people talking about it right here. Renata likes the light green. Renata likes all the shirts around here, I think. What's up to Bia Wally? What's up to Aldrin? What's up to Neil? What's up to Bears vs. Bulls? What's up to MK Raiden right now? Raiden, yeah, Mortal Kombat. Good game, good game. Haven't played video games in a minute, though. Been way too busy for video games these days. But shout out to everybody that plays Mortal Kombat. I'm more of a Street Fighter guy. I think Neil's more of a Mortal Kombat guy.
I was always Mortal Kombat. I'm a Sub-Zero dude. But you know what? I played Street Fighter when there was the arcade machine that was, I don't know, close to our.
I'm pretty dangerous at Sub-Zero as well, man.
They're classic. Like, I was never really into using the other characters. You get good at one, and then that's how I roll.
Whenever we get this Trader TV Live meetup happening, whenever the hell this is going to go down, I feel like there's a lot of video game places now, like down at the ballroom and stuff like that we could rent out, and then we could start dealing with people on.
I want Mario Kart, though, just because I feel like Mario Kart's the one that like everybody kind of is at least
everybody knows a little bit.
Everybody knows a bit, so it'll be more competitive. Whereas like the fighting games, like you have
someone against me in Street Fighter is not going to be competitive. I do agree. I do agree with that.
Rainbow Road, baby.
Yeah, man, too busy for video games. What's up, Dan Rodify? I don't know if anybody else is too busy for video games. Let me go ask the desk over there. What about you guys?
I'm pretty good at Street Fighter. I could hold my own in Street Fighter.
Never touched it.
No more. He asked me if I play video games.
No, definitely not. Let's talk about a few things of note here to kick off the week. First off, I wanted to recap what happened last week. If you were maybe on vacation, good week to be on vacation. Here's the overall look. NASDAQ 2.6% downside, S&P 2.1 Dow 2.2%, 3% for small caps. Russell 2000 specifically took it on the chin a little bit there. It was the worst off by quite some margin there, better part of full percent. And change, that's how things were setting up in the pre-market. We are, as Sean was mentioning, coming back in a little bit, but still green across the entire board. Yeah, we'll talk about Pan W. We'll talk about Tesla here with some Model 3, revamped Model 3 headlines possibly coming sooner than expected over in China. Nordstrom's going to report as well, so still some retail names floating around here as well coming up this week. That, though, is going to be a sticking point. We'll have Frank Caberna coming up tomorrow afternoon, not this afternoon, but get his take on why this 10-year continues to march higher. Again, as we were saying, it seems to be a little bit of an indication that, the market's pricing in higher rates for longer. That is the ongoing theme here.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to put pressure on the consumer. We know that they've been shifting their spending into experiences like concerts and traveling. I'm definitely interested to see what these retailers have to offer, especially because they're more high-end retailers, definitely discretionary stuff. Macy's, Dick's Sporting Goods. Definitely want to see if the consumer's got anything left.
It was a negative week, as we just saw, to the tune of 2%. But remember, back on Friday, we had that nice reversal candle. So we had the gap to the downside, comes into significant levels here on the SPY anyways. And then we just went, it was kind of a grind to the upside all day long. We end the day basically where, things ended on Thursday. And now we're getting this gap higher, guys. So, I mean, for the most part, this, for now anyways, the market seems to be holding.
Yeah, I mean, for now, it's definitely holding. I was, interestingly enough, about to pull up the Qs there, and then you mentioned the SPY. That's fine. I actually like to go to the Qs here because you did, and there's a lot of names that will have done this individually. You can look at a bunch that would have maybe pulled back into previous breakout levels, but the Qs did exactly the same thing off of 57. And this, you come back to the June bottom where we broke out from, and then kind of made a bottom here in June, and you like to find your way to resistance or support in this particular case to find a little bit of a bounce. Now it's a continuation day, so there's a couple of things to look for. Obviously, we like the big names. Nvidia is going to be a big bellwether today. Pan W, because it may have led the march on Friday, will be a bellwether. But when you get down into where we closed, that'll be key, because you had support. We resisted there all afternoon. It was not much. Despite how strong things were throughout the day, it really wasn't exactly flying around at the end on Friday. So I do feel as if you get back to these prices and individual names as well, that you're going to want to look for some support down there and a little bit of chop. And if we do have any kind of a pullback, I'm going to be looking at that previous Friday close for a wealth of names. That's where the setup is. I'm looking at that for Square for a dip buy, Block for a dip buy, and if the futures get down to that level on the Qs, that'd be 358. If you're watching the Nasdaq, it's more like 1475. Not really paying attention to the ES. Like, that would be like an initial buy zone for me. And if you can't hold on to it, unfortunately, I don't think you want to fight anything underneath that price too much. Just because we've started up doesn't mean we have to end there, but you play the long as it sets up until proven otherwise.
Okay, so I'm just going to show you guys here from Friday. This is Friday's sticky note, okay? So thank you so much. Over 10,000 views right now. So you see what it says right here? NQ 14.8 short sell, right? So we wrote this down here. This is Friday's note, right? And so now let's go back and look at what Friday's top was right there, 14,003 or so. And then it faded down from there, 50 or 60 handles. So if you guys, whoopsies, there it goes. If you can see that, hold on, I have to get that back. But the point about what I was going to get at right there is that this 14.8, came into play there on Friday. We wrote that down, so we're going to still try to respect that level. So if anybody hit that, then congratulations, although my stream deck is probably not loaded up. I'll have to do that. But I think that that's another level that we're going to have to watch out for today, is this 14.8. Makes sense to me that we sit there and look at it. So that's going to be something that we hit. Let's see. There it is, yes. So we gave that level to everybody on Friday, gave you 60 or 70 handles right back down. So we'll see if that can hold out today. That's, to me, going to be the key. If it does, we start to go long some trades, and it's just very, very simple. We be patient, we wait for our levels, and there's a reason why we're giving you guys that sticky note. Go get it. Sticky note is at Trader TV, Sean. And then we also have watchlist.tradertv.live, which we're about to run down after we go to Mr. Michael Noss. But I definitely like those levels right there at 14,800. That's why we gave it to you on Friday. And I am no CMT, but that level was pretty good to me.
All right. Yeah, we'll get Michael Noss coming in here in a second, just setting up with him quickly. Kenvue and J&J. This thing did a ton of volume on Friday. Didn't really have a lot of movement, but the closing print specifically was absolutely massive. Nearly 10 million shares traded right at the end of the day. Already very active here once again. Remember the J&J deal, or the spinoff, officially closing as of the close on Friday. And apparently, according to this note, was oversubscribed. So they couldn't get enough of these Kenvue shares. If you missed it, going back a few months ago anyways, they first announced this. It's the consumer division, essentially, of J&J that they're spinning off. So now we're waiting to hear from the S&P 500, remember, who is going to come out to be replaced by Kenvue, and also when that is going to happen. So that was the next date that we were looking for after this was completed on Friday.
Yeah, investors, like you said, were buying hand over fist. 802 million J&J shares to be swapped for Kenvue at a 7% discount. I don't think that's really reflecting the sentiment here, as the sentiment is very strong. We'll see what the rest of the day brings for this one.
All right, let's bring in Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas, for a early look this week on a few ideas to watch out for maybe over the next few coming days. Eventually. There he is. Good morning.
Hey.
Michael Noss, how are you?
How's it going? Good, how are you?
Good. Let's jump right into things here, because we are heading into the end of August, obviously a little bit quieter time of year, as we've been saying over the past couple of weeks. However, you found an interesting idea here that I'm curious to hear about. Stocks that are basically still trending to the upside, with the overall market obviously not.
Yeah, so we built a new scan in Trade Ideas, and as always, you can hit me up on Twitter and I can send it to you, or you can go to info@trade-ideas.com and they can point it to you as well. But The reason for building this scan was just as you were talking about, Brendan, where the market's been downtrending for the last couple of weeks and volatility's been increasing. Those are the first two charts we'll go over here. So the first chart here is just of the SPY. Again, if you were, I don't know, under a rock or you weren't paying attention, we have been pulling back pretty significant. I think we're down 6% or so over the last few weeks, but we are inside this kind of a range from where we broke out of around, 430-ish on the SPY. And what I want to look at is I want to look at stocks that are always bucking the trend. Either if we're going up, I want to see stocks that are not going up because when we reverse, they're good shorts, and vice versa. If the market's going down, I want to find stocks that are not going down because I think they're going to be good longs. If and when we reverse, I know we're gapping up a little bit today, so maybe. Next chart here is just of the VXX. This is just an ETF version of the VIX. Basically just showing it because we do have some elevated volatility. So with the market going down and a little bit of increased volatility, nothing crazy, what the idea of the scan here is to find what some people out there in technical analysis call volatility contraction patterns. So we're not necessarily looking for a bull flag or a bear flag or anything like this. We're basically just saying, I want this stock to be in a strong trend, and I want the volatility of that stock contracting. Now, for the nerds out there, I'll just say we use Bollinger Bands to make sure that this was happening as our way of a proxy for volatility. But it came up with some really interesting results, doing kind of a top-down analysis, showing me what's out there without having to look at the ETFs, so saying what's strong and what's holding on. And I will say, as someone who's not a big option person, these are probably pretty good option stocks if they're optionable, because with volatility decreasing, the options are probably relatively cheap to what they were before. So again, the idea behind these, and this is a perfect example, we'll start with ILPT. The idea, and with all of these stocks, is I'm looking for, and the system is looking for, stocks that have been in an uptrend for a period of time and are now putting in this volatility contraction. They're condensing in price, because we know that volatility is generally mean reverting. High periods of volatility generally begets periods of low volatility, and low volatility periods generally begets period of high volatility. So the idea is, you can call them a flag or a channel or a pennant or whatever you want, but the idea is that trends persist and volatility mean reverts. So these things are in a good trend with low volatility. So the hope is that the trend will persist and we will enter a period of high volatility that we can get into. So IPLT, I think $4 is a pretty good round number here. This one's a logistics partner, so I think they just move oil around. It is the theme that I found when I went through all of these. There is no low volatility high-tech names in it or anything like that right now. Now that will change as the market changes. So the next one here, for example, CF is another industrial stock. And you can see the massive trend we've got. We went from about $60 to $80. So it's a pretty good 50%-ish uptrend. And then all of a sudden we're resting here, and we're resting right at the area that we broke out of. So CF, if it can get over $80 or so, I'm interested in this name. Next is cocoa. This is coconut water. I guess some people actually enjoy this. So been in a really strong trend. If you look at the weekly chart in the bottom corner, it's gone from $10 to $30 in like the last year. So really, really strong stock. You can see the volatility contraction, especially if you just look at the last handful of days there. A lot of the candles are overlapping, just showing that, yes, there's action in the stock and there's people trading it, but it's not really going anywhere. So if we can get a breakout of around 28, 29 bucks, I think cocoa is an interesting one. Two more here. This one is Power, PWR. Same kind of thing, right? This is the beauty of trade ideas and the beauty of scanning. If you like this setup, this scan will just spit this out for you all day. And they all kind of have the same type of look of a massive up move. This is a power distribution company, I believe, and then a sideways consolidation after that. So for this one, if I can break out over 210 or so, I'm interested in this name. And last but not least, I know this is one that me and Sean have talked about, I think, a few times on the evening show, is Nucor. So we talked about last week the relative strength in the steel and the metal industry, and you can see it here in the chart. Even after earnings on Nucor, we had this big push up, and then again, the volatility is getting tighter and tighter and tighter. So a break of this range would probably be 170. You're definitely wrong if it ever gets to back under 165. But the kind of point I wanted to put across this is that this is a real-time scan that's just pumping out all day long, and it will from now on, now that it's built. And it's interesting to see the names that are coming in it, because it's going to be different all the time. But right now, it's pretty much all industrial, showing that maybe that's the place to look going forward. Now, and lastly, we have this now for weekly charts, daily charts, 30-minute charts, and 5-minute charts. So the same setup, regardless of your time frame. We got something for you here with the new volatility contraction scan.
Interesting concept. A lot of people tend to be a little bit hesitant because of the weakness in the overall market, putting on, huge, massive positions on the long side. How much are you paying attention to the overall market move in this type of idea? Like, are you waiting for a clear update in the overall market and seeing these individual names breaking out, as you said?
Ideally, it doesn't have to be an update, but I do want to see the market stop going down, right? So, even if we rest here for a number of days and we don't move higher, then I think these names could be relatively strong. So the analogy I like to use is basically holding like a ball underwater, right? So right now, if, the stock that you're in is just selling with the market, it's probably not a good name. But if it's holding up like this, excuse me, the market is basically that force that's pushing the ball underwater. And if it ever lets go, these stocks haven't participated in that down move. So it means there is at least a lack of selling, or there's enough buying to overcome the kind of headwinds of this market. So I'm looking for those to dissipate in some way, and then hopefully there's going to be a move higher in at least some of these names that we can participate in.
Busy week to come. Lots to look forward to. Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas. We'll speak again later in the week. Thanks.
Talk to you soon.
Thanks as always, Michael, doing a fantastic job there. And like that's another way to sort of put that last point. It's like, relative strength, relative weakness, right? Like we'll talk about that oftentimes. Like if you see the market at the open, let's just say we pull back at the open. It's easier to think of it that way. NASDAQ goes to, I don't know, close to green, and you find a stock which is holding highs, holding VWAP, holding some kind of an upward trend, or holding its gap to the upside while the market's testing lower. And if the pressure gets released, so you might be in a downtrending day, but if the pressure gets released, you want to look for that long. You're able to sort of sniff out these moves at 10:30, 11, maybe 12, and then have that second half day play where, okay, well, instead of fighting the market, if the market bounces, I've got a good long. If the market shorts, vice versa. So I think that's one of the things that I always try to keep in mind. There was I think I saw a couple of people asking about Palantir, and I just sort of had this one up because look, Palantir off of last year, off of that level, was a pretty big support. There's a lot of stocks that are going to look like this, and I kind of wanted to jump to this one just to answer a quick question, like thoughts on Palantir today. Like 13.5 was a godsend, that double bottom. It was great. If you got the long off the open, then fantastic. It was this in square we're pointing out the support to. And if you look for a continuation play here, it's worth keeping in mind how big a deal 15 was on the flat bottom break to the downside. So I think it needs to reclaim that price. It's a little bit tricky for this downtrend to reverse. You got a big level that has to chew through 15, then there's room to get up to that 1580 area that it had some trouble with before. But if you can clear out 15 at the opening range, then I think there's continuation. That's going to set Palantir up for a potential fade at 15. If it gets there, gets above, can't break past, I'm thinking that that's a level that can be like 98, 99 shorted, and then you're willing to give it up for a couple of cents. So not everything to me is an automatic long just because it was super strong on Friday or hit a big level. This would be an example of one where, at that 15 level, I'd probably be looking short first. But if it clears out, maybe gets through that 10, lots of room to the upside. So we had stage one, which was Friday, making some actual lows. Stage two would be some continuation here. But there's a few names like Palantir that are going to run into some resistance before we get there. And those even dollars on Palantir have been quite spicy on the offer anyways.
I think today's going to set up for a long day, but I mean, the market is coming back down right now. Thank you to everybody who's acknowledging my LA Chargers polo right now. Of course it's not, but it's the same kind of color. Okay, so I like Nucor. We've been talking about that, like Michael said, on the after show. Make sure you join me every day at 4 o'clock for that. I've liked the setup here. It looks like it is trying to break out. I mean, if he likes it, I like it as well. We've been talking about it riding this 50-period moving average. We have U.S. Steel being bought for the name or the symbol. 165 right down here. I like Nucor. We'll see if that can continue to hold out highs right now, but it needs to break through this 175 area, but I do like that name. And then for me, I wrote down on the sticky note Palantir, and there's been some people asking me about this. I'm not touching this thing until 1580, so we're going to have to wait to see if Palantir can get back up to 1580, which it's been here before. I mean, it wasn't even that long ago. It was literally 2 days ago, 2 days ago that we were up here at this 1580 mark. So I'm going to wait to see about 1580. The one thing that I've been noticing, we've been talking about this with my trading, is that if I'm going to use more shares, I have to be very specific on the price, and I've been getting stopped out early because things get run. So I'm going to start my bidding and offering at some of these key levels that we've talked about here on the sticky note, and then just look to see which way the market wants to go. I mean, it looks like it is trying to fade back into that 14,800 mark. We're 20 handles away from that right now on the NASDAQ. So if we're going to, call that as the top on Friday, then we have to make sure that we watch out for it right now, and it's going to hit right off the open. So let's stay sort of dry and flat here into the open, save some of that powder to see what does happen off of any of these imbalances or what happens here for the first couple minutes. Right now, we don't have any NASDAQ names showing up on here, so it's going to be Nucor, or not Nucor, we just talked about Nucor, New Holdings there off their earnings last week is a small little buy. Farfetch here as well after getting clobbered last week. We'll have to see if there's anything on Farfetch. There's Palantir that we talked about. There's WeWork there as well, announcing that split. We'll see where that can go. And then XPEV is the long that I like as well. But again, has to break through some key levels. So we'll get over all of this in just a couple seconds. It's only 8:56, so make sure you grab our watch list on tradertv.live that we're going to start running down in a couple seconds.
Yeah, let's get some analyst moves here for you this morning. Not a lot of significant names on this board, but noteworthy. We'll touch on Xpeng with a really positive note from B of A this morning coming out. Everything else, yeah, take your pick here, guys.
Let's see it.
It's always there and then gone too fast.
There it is.
I mean, Xpeng's pretty much the only one on that board that we're going to care too much about. I actually don't know what is the Liberty.
Let's just be honest, we don't know any of those names.
Medical property, Alpha, no. FMC, no. Cog, yeah, okay, no.
Yep.
It's just Xpeng.
Yep, pretty easy one.
Sometimes it's like that. I swear in the morning.
Everyone's nervous, man. Everyone's nervous. No one wants to put their neck out except for us, apparently.
It's interesting like that. Well, there were a few last week I found. Like it was, I think it was really gutsy that you had a couple of Nvidia. Like if you're gonna put an upgrade on Nvidia into the rally that it's had before the earnings come out. That seems like really, really, yeah, you're staking your claim out there. I mean, Xpeng after earnings, we'll get deliveries in 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks, right? Week and a half. Yeah, 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks in the next month, week and a half, whatever. It doesn't really matter. But this is one that I feel like is going to be pretty volatile today. It's 5% gapping now. It was gapping 6 or 7% the last 3 days, and I think in a row. You pretty much are always gapping around the levels, but look at this sucker. It's just, 1550 sort of sits out here as an obvious flat bottom. You have the previous close at 15. You'll probably see where I'm getting with this. I think 17 almost has to be a short if it gets up to that particular price. But this is a name where, we did a short video talking about how this broke out from this area, and that would be the perfect bounce zone. If it can find a bid there and some stabilization, then things make a heck of a lot of sense here to find some longs for Xpeng, because you were in such a downward spill that, you didn't want to be fighting this kind of a trend that was in all of the Chinese EVs. It's not just Xpeng. And it gets to the 50 period on the daily. It gets right into that 1350 to 1550 zone. And we didn't really last there very long. We spent 1 day down there and now back above it. And 15.5 was the top of that zone previously. Suddenly it can set up to be a little bit of support. But if it starts filling that gap, and I don't think you want to fight that. I think if it cannot hold 1550 at the open, like all Chinese ADRs, if you're looking long, let it settle down. Because it could be at 15, and then that could be the bounce on the other one, which I think gets just as spicy as NEO. And that's just because it's right at $11. So if it gets to 10 this week, I'm on the bid at 10. If we hold above 11, I probably try like an 11 defense or something along those lines. But this one, not nearly as strong. If one of them hits rock bottom today, My guess is it would be Neo, not Xpeng.
Yeah, we hit that great Neo trade, I think it was Thursday, where it popped up out of nowhere, and then we just sat there and shorted it, and that was one of the better trades of the week, just so simple, in and out, real quick. Look, this is the thing about Nvidia. Obviously, they're going to be coming out in 2 days, Wednesday night, the 23rd, the night of the 23rd. Look, they got, let's just listen to this. They got upgraded here at $400, right? When Morgan Stanley said too far, too fast. It went from 480 down to 400. So when they're upgrading a stock and it's down here and then they get the bump because they did that, now they can say that they've just made their clients 10 or 15%. Now, whether or not, you know, they're in here at whatever prices they're in, I think Nvidia is going to set up for a huge move to the downside coming up. I mean, if they, this is the thing, even if they make that 11 billion, I just wonder, is that going to be enough? It's already up here on that 11 billion guide. Then if they don't guide forward more than that, I feel like that's going to be a problem. And let's just say they make 13 or 14 billion, like they blow that 11 billion out of the water. I think it'll get an initial bump, but then you'll hear people come back and say, well, yeah, it's because of this ban. It's because of what's happening in China. People had to buy early. What's it going to look like moving forward? I just think it's a house of cards being built right now for Nvidia. I don't think they're going to be able to win come Wednesday. And if the market disagrees with that, or agrees with that, sorry, then it's going to fall pretty nicely back down in to the downside, and then no upgrades or downgrades are going to affect this stock at some point. Once you take this 400, then you take 380, then you're all the way back down here to 320. I'm nervous for this quarter. I think the market's very, very jittery as well, so I expect a little bit of patience here to pay off when you're trading this NASDAQ here today and a lot of these big cap tech names. I just think the stock is just built up, man. They got down to 400. They wanted to support that level. They come out with a bullshit upgrade, and then boom, now you're going to have to wait to see what happens with Nvidia. And I'm a huge shareholder, not huge, but it's a huge percentage of my portfolio. I hope they hit, and I hope they continue to outperform. I just feel like the market's very, very skittish right now, waiting for these Nvidia numbers, and I just, you know, hope it goes. But, you know, Nvidia and the NASDAQ did all of the lifting to get here. Now, the funny part about it is most of these names, like Microsoft, Tesla, Apple, all these names that did the big lifting are now down 12+% each on the back, and the S&P is only down 5%. So there's a lot of strength in this market. You just got to go out there and find it. And I'm just worried that if this drops down, man, there's going to be I feel like there's going to be a huge change, maybe from some of these high growth names into, well, I guess at this point, I guess they're high growth, but I don't know what they are anymore. These Magnificent Seven could switch over into some industrials, into some healthcare and things like that, especially if Nvidia does falter here come a couple days.
All right, so a few people mentioning this one as well. VMW up here nicely, 5.3%. The UK giving the Broadcom deal the thumbs up. So that's the reason for that jump this morning for VMW. Let's get into everything else you need to know this morning. Sharif's going to kick things off with a look at the futures. Yeah, the downtrend still continues, guys. When we look at the trend line here that we've had on for a while, still hasn't been broken, but we held a key area of support. We talked about this June 5th to June 10th area that we consolidated between 43.12 to the low side and 43.50 to the high side. Look where we dipped in, right to that 43.50. So it holds. Now, are we going to stay above 4,400? We're below it right now. If we get up and stay above 4,400, it may be an interesting long. It's interesting to see that we're actually coming back into some of the levels that we broke out of after last year's Jackson Hole meeting and the sell-off that followed that. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Use that QR code. You can scan it or go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and then you get the watch list for free every single day. Has everything you need to know on it that is moving around in the pre-market. Let's talk. Yeah, you saw a preview there. Palo Alto with earnings after the close on Friday. Huge move up to 230 in the aftermarket. And then we get another extra little bump here this morning to the tune of 12.5%. Top and bottom line beat. They raised their forecast. Nothing to say negatively here, including 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Can we get a 12? Probably somewhere. At least 10 or 11 upgrades this morning. Yeah, maybe later in the day we'll get that 12th one. But yeah, they tricked all of us essentially because you don't report Friday afternoon, especially tech companies, which report latest by Thursday to allow people to digest the information and then trade it on Friday. And everybody thought this was going to tank. Sean was here in the closing show, and it absolutely skyrocketed, guys.
up over 12% today. But hey, there is a bit of a down beat look here because we are in a bit of an earnings recession. Year over year on the quarter, they are down 1.8 billion they reported, 1.9 something from last year. So it's something that is not uncommon for some of these NASDAQ S&P stocks.
Yeah, still. I mean, revenue as well was the same thing, 8.15 to 8.2. That was the forecast versus 8.38 was the earlier estimate. So, I mean, not much difference there, but still, guys, this is huge for Palo Alto.
Yeah, the stock action is absolutely ridiculous, like to see this bounce. But you got to remember kind of the bigger picture here. Like, how can something which is priced as expensive as this is from a PE basis, how could they guide revenue lower and be up a tremendous amount like they are? Well, some of that has to do with the fact that they got shellacked. I mean, it's easy enough to say when they announced they're going to have the earnings early that it was falling, but then the market was falling at that point. Like, the bigger move was when Fortinet reported, and that was right here, and then the stock gapped down. So you had a competitor essentially not tank the stock, but bring all of the space to the downside, and you're right back into these levels. It's going to be difficult. When you look at where it was, okay, yeah, the 50 period sitting up here at 238, which was already that day the first like consolidation resistance, and then 235 in there. You get that same little channel, 235 to 238 that it hung up on, and then today you're pretty much at these same prices. So if we don't get through, like, my fear is that you can fill this gap, or at least a good portion of this gap in. If you can't break out the 38, which is that resistance where this whole thing started, then I think there's going to be some profit takers here. The guide was not. It wasn't that great. I feel like a lot of this was relief rally because people were caught off guard, betting that this was going to be the worst. And then when the bottom line came out well, they were again caught off guard. The gap up, some of that has to do with the market as well today. So if 35 doesn't hold on, I think this could fill in the gap. 226. I was looking at the higher time frame. 226 looks like a decent enough level. 225, 226, if you look at where previous resistance was on the daily, that's a decent place to look for a bit of a bounce. But yeah, I'm not as confident with this one holding up today if the market has any kind of a pullback, just given the dynamic here, because it was not traditionally the type of quarter that a high PE name is going to have a 12% upday in this environment. But stranger things have happened. It's not a stock I'd ever fight the trend on. I think that's a little bit crazy because when it does want to go, it's a flyer. And there's always people that want to buy this stock on a dip. Candidly, I was one of them.
Yeah, we've been buying I mean, I've talked about Palo Alto for a long time. I just think you want to stay with the story, and I think that cybersecurity continues to be obviously a major thing here, heading into what is going to be a turbulent year, obviously with, you know, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that we're going to be talking about cybersecurity a lot here and what's been posted on social media and things like that heading into an election year. So I feel like there's going to be something there for a lot of these names. And then the one name that I feel like has been a good performer, I'm only in Palo Alto, so let's just remember that. But this is setting up actually really nice too. I mean, look at CrowdStrike right here. I mean, this is, you know, definitely developing into a nice little area of support at 140. So you did get that dip down there for CrowdStrike into 140 again. This name has a lot of room to go to the upside. I'm not sure when or if. I mean, I'm assuming that because Palo Alto was so late that CRWD has already reported. And I just messaged eSignal. I got to use trade ideas more often because the earnings marker is not showing up. But I am wrong. It's August 30th right now, post-market. So that's when CrowdStrike comes out. So if you actually, now I'm even more excited about this name because, you know, if this has been a good report there for Palo Alto, and obviously it's spiking up here, and you're seeing 12% or whatever it's going to be. Let's see if CrowdStrike can't get going as well through some of these levels. So I would say you buy this bottom of 140. We are concerned about what Sharif said there about the revenues and everything like that, but I still like the story. So I think we'll have to wait. I don't want to buy anything pre-earnings, but CrowdStrike down here into 130, 140, something like that. The 200 periods down here to 130. If you're already in Palo Alto and you want to get another name here, I think CrowdStrike is probably number 2. Or you saw Cisco the other day as well, CSCO, come through with their report, which I think it went down initially and then back up. right there. Yeah, so a little bit of a dip down. Now we're starting to break even higher now on Cisco as well off their report. So seems like we're doing okay in this area. Cisco's been a nice little beast here since May, and this is a big move for Cisco. This is not going to, you're going to look at this as a Carvana holder or something like that and say, well, Carvana makes, can go up $10 in one day. But this has been a nice little move upside here for Cisco. As many of the other tech names, continue to sort of head to the downside. Apple almost looks reverse of this since their report. Cisco, starting to head back up. So I think there's something about cybersecurity. And like I said, I like the story. I like the pace. And I think that if PanW can hold, there's a few other winners you could look at as well.
All right, let's go on to Tesla here. Back to the upside finally. It's been officially 6 days in a row here, downside. We ended. It was a bit of a choppy kind of basing type of session on Friday. Didn't really do much. Held on to 215, 216. Still ends the day downside versus where it was on Thursday. Here we are up. I mean, it was up more than 3% at one point this morning, 2.5%. There's a couple of minor headlines, including one on the Model 3, revamped Model 3 coming to China a little bit sooner than expected. Overall, I mean, 6 days in a row for Tesla downside here.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what that new Model 3 is going to look like. I'm not a big fan of the current one, but here, there's more headlines, Brendo, here. Apparently, they may make their foray in Malaysia. We know that they started selling Model Ys in July, but the Prime Minister of Malaysia saying that he is interested in having a Tesla Gigafactory built there, and he's having discussions with Elon. On a less positive note, there was an employee data leak over the weekend with respect to full self-driving. That's been rectified somewhat, but interesting how there's still some dissent coming up from that company.
Yeah, 75,000 affected with this data breach, apparently. Here, this chart gives you a little bit better look at the downtrend that we've been in, guys. But, I mean, the move up was just so massive. Much needed here for Tesla on the pullback.
Yeah, it wasn't the strongest of names in terms of the afternoon. Well, everything was sort of grinding higher. This one, it was unable to break out. So if it gets back down into this is like 217 area, like that feels as if there's going to be a bit of weight on it to that price on Tesla. Good news for them in terms of that full self-driving is that Cruise hit a bit of a setback in California. So Tesla kind of remains. They remain like this, like the king of the ship for a lot of reasons, but you don't necessarily want to be fighting this trend. It showed some signs of a base. I'm just a little bit off put by how it wasn't quite strong enough. There wasn't a lot of buying in the afternoon. So many names were floating to the upside, and this was not necessarily one of them at that end of the day. So 226 was just showing on the 15-minute chart, like that bottom there at 17. But you go to Thursday's 226, it's where it flushed at the open, held it all lunchtime, most of the early afternoon until things took a turn on Thursday. I think it's a short in front of that level, and if it wants to prove that it's breaking out, that's a much different story for us here on Tesla. So I'm a little bit skeptical about this one, just the way that was not bought up pretty much all afternoon when the market was grinding higher. Maybe it's got catch up to do, but I'll be waiting around for that 217. If it catches a bit off that level, fair enough. That's those highs. Other than that, I'm probably still thinking fade underneath 226 here.
All right. Yeah, we wrote it down here on our sticky note again about Tesla. So we can have a quick look. If you go over to it, you'll be able to find this Tesla right now. 215, 217 is what I like right here. We talked about that, and we've been really doing quite well. I think Tesla was the #1 name here on Friday to trade. So I think we'll be back into this again here today. Unfortunately, it is coming back pretty good right now. It was up to 223, 224. This is a name that I'm trying to buy on all the dips. So if it continues to dip in, I still like this name. I like the story moving forward. I think this Highland remodel there of the Model 3 is probably a good thing, just to change it up a little bit. They've had the same style forever, so we'll see if that can get going. I still like all of the levers that can be pulled with smaller vehicles, an e-bike possibility. Now you get this Indonesia news. I like Tesla, but I don't love the action. I mean, you can be part of the both stories here, and that is Tesla coming down? Yes. Are we getting ready to buy it? Yes. But do we think that it's a buy right now? Nah, not really. It doesn't look great, man. You get one green day here over the last 10, or I guess there's all these little green days, but you could see though the flushes are here, right? So you don't necessarily want to buy. I bought some here at 240. We talked about that. It went $10 in the money. We didn't take it, obviously. We're trying to build this up for a longer term position. I like the autonomous driving. I like what they're going to be doing with Uber. I like the freight aspect of this as well, with some of their trucks going to be released soon. And then you have the Cybertruck as well. So, I mean, Tesla does have holes in its armor per se, I guess. So we'll have to see if that, continues to sort of show its face. People worried about Elon not being in it as much anymore. So there is some rhetoric here about Tesla, and then, people mad about the EV stations now being shared by, I think it was 9 different companies right now coming through. So I think as that develops, they're going to need to address that. And then, of course, you have the grid is always going to be a problem as well. Can we even withstand all these cars? But is that even really Tesla's problem? I mean, if everyone's going to buy electric vehicles, it still floats down to Tesla's bottom line. So I think that's a good thing. Moving forward, though, they are going to have to address the grid and, just to see if EV is, I was with a trader there when we were celebrating Greg's departure, I guess. And they were calling EVs like sort of not a Ponzi scheme, but like some of these names have really flown off the radar lately, like a VinFast come right back down. But I think Tesla's a completely different beast altogether, with a lot of bright future sort of ahead for this company. But you may have to go through, obviously, this downturn that we're doing right now. I mean, $300 down to 210 in a month isn't ideal. So that's actually, congratulations. It's about a month right now from that high. So that high right here is $300 literally on July 19th. So yeah, welcome to a 1-month anniversary of down now. 300 down to 220. So chop $80 off that name. Wow, you're down 20% there on Tesla in a month. So if you like the name, it's probably worth dip buying at some point.
All right, let's talk some semiconductors here. Nvidia specifically coming up on Wednesday. As we mentioned, after the close, we'll get earnings finally. HSBC here maintaining their buy, raised their price target. KeyBank maintaining overweight, also raising their price target. So the March higher continues here. I think the high last week was around $600 or something like that. We're at 780 now for HSBC.
Not a small target, price target upgrade, by the way. But here are my thoughts about Nvidia. Now, we knew that the Chinese, we just actually got this data point earlier, they were buying hand over fist some of these A800 chips in anticipation of Biden's block, that they wouldn't be allowed to buy them anymore. Now we heard the Saudis started getting into that. They want to expand their AI base as well. Will the Chinese continue to be able to fuel Nvidia's gross up? I mean, this is the question here. So I want to see what Q4 or Q3, I believe, for Nvidia looks.
Worth keeping an eye on volume, I think, over the next couple of days as well, today and tomorrow going into earnings, to see if there's as much participation here. You can see over the past couple of weeks, it's maintained, where it's been over the past month or two to the upside. So it's not like there's, lessening interest overall in the stock, but we'll see going into earnings how that holds up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you only have to look so far as like an SMCI and how far that's pulled back to get an idea. Everyone knows the story about Nvidia and how well it's done on the year. But Supermicro was pretty much just as let's just say it was just as impressive move up on the year. But look what it made its turn. It did the earnings and it's been flummoxed. Right? Like, we just showed Tesla 20% to the downside. Basically this one was cut in third. And where's your bounce? Like, that's your little Friday bounce. Like, that's your consolidation. So when everyone talks about Nvidia getting a correction or a pullback, you look at something like this, and that's what happens if you don't have the growth that everyone's expecting. It gets pretty nasty. Now today, because we're day trading here, so we're looking at the opportunities for today, you've had consecutive closes at 433 essentially. And 433 was previously support at the top end of this range with a 450 top. So if we do flush today, 433 is, I don't want to call it the Alamo, but that's like the dip zone. I think if you get into 448, 450, that's probably a good sell zone in there. If it tries to pop and cannot break the opening range, I think I'm looking for a 448 short. It's a little far up there. And again, when I look at Supermicro and how that is pulled back, you wouldn't even need a small fraction of that for this to be good off the top. So I think you're going to have a little bit of profit taking going into it this week. One other chip name just to get to because it's at a big level. We only like to trade things at big levels, right? So a lot of times, I don't necessarily look at it every single day, but this was really good last week. 33 and 34 were great levels to short on Intel. It's trying to get back above. There's a couple of things. They have their hosting an event for the next couple of days, an AI event for the next couple of days, and they announced some job cuts. So, but this is not nearly as strong as the rest of the market. A 0.2 here. If it can't hold above 33, I think it's probably like an easy short into that 32 level, which the even dollars have been generally a good place to find just bases for scalp trades on this particular name. But I'm going to be shorting pops on Nvidia this morning, if there is one, I should say. I shouldn't assume that Nvidia is going to get up to 448, but if it does, that's where I'd start looking short.
All right. I'll just talk about Intel because I like Intel at this level. I do have an offer for AMD. I think this $33 mark is pretty obvious there right now for Intel. So, this has been sort of a support area, then it broke down. So now we're just going to use this as resistance. I probably won't trade Nvidia until we get earnings, and even when we get them, we'll probably let it trade around itself. I do have a coffee request in for Randy, so he'll be out here in just a minute. So if you want to see Randy's handsome face, stay tuned for the next couple minutes. $33 as a top there for Intel is an absolutely no-brainer. Let's see if it gives it to us. I'd rather it float up there than hang out. Market takes a turn, then we can short the living what out of this one. I do have a pending offer right now on AMD as well. Offer near 108.50. So I don't may come into play, may not right now, but just into here. Here's 109. So this is really the level of concern for me on AMD. If it wants to get going, great. But, we have 109 there, 109, 109. On Friday, we said we'd have to wait for 105. We did that, and we were able to make money because we were very, very patient and waited for it. We called 105, and we were down here like at 102 and change. So when it came back up to 105, it did give us some good opportunities in there, but just briefly. So, you're going to have to watch out. When AMD gets going, man, sure, it does get going. Here's the 105 level that we called. You could see it gave us some nice moves down early, and then once it started to go back up, we let it go. But it still ended the day at 105.20. So it's not like our levels were that bad. We did have to hold that to 106. So that's what we don't want to do. We don't want to hold things for too far against us unless, somehow we don't have very many shares. But we're going to wait to see what happens there at 108.50, 109 for advanced micro devices.
3 years like here. Oh, man. Just looking at the yield curve chart, still very ugly overall as we continue to make highs here. Let's go on to Meta here. If you missed it this morning, Wall Street Journal with this. It was actually late yesterday that this initially was circling around. But get ready for a web version of Threads, finally. To date, you've only been able to use Threads on a mobile device or tablet or something along those lines. We're going to get a web version this week, which is great to see.
It's good for us. I mean, I know we use it. I just don't know what kind of market there is for that. Now, on a negative headline here, it looks like Meta has raised the ire of Thai regulators. Yes, the Thailand digital minister, which is Southeast Asia's second largest economy, according to this article, has been scamming, or the advertisers on Meta have been scamming over 200,000 of its citizens. So they're looking to ask a court to shut down Facebook in the country. Now, anecdotally, of course, I was telling you off camera, I got gun advertisements on the weekend from Meta, which is very interesting.
In
this country.
As far as the overall chart is, this 275, 280 area, which is definitely significant, but I mean, one of the hesitations, I guess, people have had with this Threads thing has been, the fact that it's only on mobile device. For the application, like Sharif was saying, like we use it here as far as the show is concerned, much easier to actually do that on a computer when you're sitting in front of a computer all day than on your phone, guys. So good to see finally from that front.
See him.
Yeah, thanks for grabbing that.
We just talked about seeing Randy. He'll be back.
I was almost gonna have to make a run before we open there for the coffee.
Yeah, I got that.
That was a very interesting random note there, about the advertising for Sharif there. But look, I actually think when you look at where what Meta did on the weekly here, sometimes it's just like keep it simple. If you go all the way back to where everything sort of started on Meta, which is like the first earnings miss in 2022, when everyone was like, this is the best, and then they got flummoxed, it went right back up to that same 328 top. If you look at that gap, it went from there all the way down to, it bounced and then got back into 235, 236, essentially right in here. If we're pulling back on Meta, to me, it's like, okay, well, you're probably at some point getting to there. It's been all red on a weekly basis, obviously. It kind of goes without saying. You guys can read that chart. So if you are trending back that far, this is nowhere near. Like Nvidia recovered the 50 period on the daily, on the bounce. Like it just did it immediately. This is well beneath and consolidating underneath it. So there's a lot of room for it to get back. Forget about the 50 period to 300. If it does want to break out today, you got a lot of room back to 286. But this is one where if it gets back underneath Friday's close and goes red on the day, if the opening range cannot hold 283, this feels like it should be a short to me. And I don't necessarily think the thread, look, the web version of Threads, I don't think that's a story that's going to move the stock whatsoever. I think you just want to play the trend, and the trend for this has been pretty big in terms of it filling in this gap. So, I'll be looking short underneath 283 on this. If it is breaking 286, I wouldn't fight the trend. I don't think you get to 300 today, but certainly if you get to it this week, that is a level that I just believe should be shorted. But cross that bridge when you get there. First things first will be that previous close, which we're pretty much at it right now. Like the Nasdaq's up 0.4, Meta's exactly flat. That's why we're showing Intel. That's another flat name into this somewhat strong market. Like you can pretty much early separate the names that are gapping up like 2 to 3%, like Nvidia's and Tesla's, and then the rest, which are pretty much flat into this up market. And Meta is the latter here. So I want to show that weakness and play that weakness until it proves otherwise.
Yeah, I actually have, that's a good one. I actually have a weaker name right now than that, and that's going to be Google, which is actually red right now. So I was looking at this 128, and again, man, don't mess around. Just come over to one area. Get this, we have it written down here, Google for 128, something that no one's talking about other than us, so I think that's going to be good. Wait out for this 128 level. We'll see if it can hit or not. I think you can get up to 129 really early here. If we do bump up to that area, I think that's going to be worth it. And the reason why I'm looking at shorting Google is, again, you have to have a bias one way or the other on names before you even start to look at them. Chart. And for me, I just feel like until we break back above this 130, it's the same thing that I had on AMD, right? We've been going short on AMD since 130. It went to 102 the other day. So Google, again, a huge holding of mine. I like the name. It's just, if we're going to be negative on the NASDAQ at some point today, then there's definitely Google will be red. And if you're only down 0.16 right now, I feel like there is more to come for Google. I don't really see any great stories hovering around for them right now. I like the name, and I think that if it gets into this 120 area, it's probably going to be a buy for me as well. But for right now, I want to play this chart pattern, and it's just bumping off. Like, we had a decent day on Friday, right? And I mean, even at the end of the day, it didn't really get going. And when it did, it went up like 50 cents up into 128 before closing at 128.30, which is where we're at right now. So I like this short. I think on any bump, I'm going to be looking for Google in just a couple minutes. And then right now, but I want to be patient, but you guys know how that works out for me. I'm like, I want to be patient. Oh, it's 9:32, boom. All right, so Intel right there as a sell. We talked about this one being my favorite chip name right now to sell. XPEV there as a buy. We gave you my levels of 1675 on that one. Nvidia is going to be a buy pretty much until earnings report. Don't buy it is my advice, but do what you guys want. And then that's about it on the ones and twos over here. So with only 2 minutes to go, let's get ready to rock and roll. I see Randy's refilled everybody around here.
Well, hangouts too, right? Let's go. Yeah, Xpeng back to the upside here to the tune of what is it now? 5.25%. Trying to get higher right now. In fact, $16 was this level going back to Thursday of last week. Kind of paused there briefly on the way to the downside. This was really it this morning. I mean, Bank of America with a really nice positive note on Xpeng going to 22 for their price target as well.
Yeah, analyst Ming Lee likes this stock. I guess BOVESPA analyst Ming Lee citing the investment of $700 million from VW, as well as their self-driving technology. We'll see how it does. You know, chart-wise, it hasn't done very well. We'll see what the rest of the day brings.
Remember, their earnings report that we recently got as well was also not very good. So yeah, I mean, interesting look for B of A, but 5.25% here, guys.
Gaps up and down on this are very, very normal. You pretty much are always seeing this gap in the last week, like 5 or 6%. 15.5 was previous support, so if it gets there and can hold this level, I think it can be long above that price. Once you get underneath it, I would be a little bit cautious with Xpeng. And when I say 15.5, you also see on the daily, this is where it broke out from back in July, broke this level pretty cleanly, and went to $24. So now that it's getting back in here, it makes sense that that would turn into some support for Xpeng. I just want to get to one other name because it really didn't get mentioned. Nikola is down 14%. You know, obviously, when you dilute, it's never really a good thing. If it gets up to if it gets above 210, it has a chance to be able to squeeze. But have a look at this local bottom here at 155. Until it gets there, I want to have a look at least trying to short some pops. It's way too close to it to short at the open. So I'm kind of looking back to the 180, 185 level. If this does start to get going, I'm looking to short some pops. But oh, the countdown is on. Remain is on the bell. It's Monday. It's a big week for earnings. We got Jackson Hole. But first, we got to get things started in what is early a green day here in 2 and 1. Ring it.
All right, thank you, Ramin.
Okay,
yeah, the casino is always open, and we will kick the door open in just a couple seconds here. All right, so watching out for Google, bouncing upside a little bit here into 128, like we sort of thought could be some sort of an area there. The market's starting to go upside as well right now, so we'll have to watch out for this NASDAQ. Starting to just to make, you know, trying to get through some of these highs actually right now. Taking out 14,830. Maybe that 14,8 was that bottom that we were all looking for again. We'll wait.
Forgot to get to something.
We'll wait to see. Yeah, let's go over.
We probably should have mentioned, remember our Bitcoin last week with the big flush, Coinbase 75. If you're watching the show on Friday, then I think you know that Coinbase at 75 was a bit of a thing. If Coinbase gets to 75, I think it's a short. If it gets over 75.5, I probably would give it up and then look for a bigger level. But currently $2 beneath it, but just wanted to make sure we got that one out here. The market is, I mean, it's not really doing a heck of a lot. We're still at that 0.5%. Nvidia never really got to that top for the short. I guess it got close enough. Nah, not really. I liked 448. It got to 445 there. That's probably not close enough, but Nvidia already starting to come in, and Intel's already tanked.
All right, let's give this.
Intel's going to be at 32 in a second.
Is it? Yeah, shoot. Well, we called that 33 right on the nose there. It sucks because we don't have it, but we'll go new position alert, the first one, and we said we'd be patient. So, yeah, it's 9:31. Patience over. We'll wait to see here if it goes upside down. I'm just playing around. This is not a big, huge position. We'll wait to see if 59 can come in, but we'll play some strength off PayPal. So an early position here in PYPL to the long side. You know, we saw them sort of bounce off some of those bottoms on Friday. Let's see if it can work out right now. We'll see if we can take, there it is right now. Your first banger of the day. Hopefully it gets a little bit more. That's 25 cents right there on PayPal. Now it's 30 cents. See if we can go a little bit higher on that one. And all we're trying to do is really just buy some of this. Like that was 59 there on Friday. So if it breaks back down below that, then I think we can easily get out of the way here. 59, you know, down into here, 59.60, 59.70, something like that. So we'll look to average in if it does come down, but it's an early position here for PayPal. And it looks like we were almost right on the knot again with Google, because Google's high right there touches 127.60 and now it's trying to dump down. But I don't want to throw in any towels on anything yet, because no waving of any white flags. The market is still above VWAP and looking to go a little bit higher right now. So let's be patient.
Go ahead.
I think we're doing okay. We'll go to, we can talk about PanW, or do you want to go to Brandon?
Well, just very quickly, PanW broke 240 and just went almost like, not parabolic, but almost parabolic off the open, starting to pull back in here. It looks like it did want through that 238 level. Let's go to Brendo.
I saw this was active pre-market this morning and didn't really see anything or a reason why, but 15% here, guys. Ton of volume on Tupperware brands again.
Remember, that's a bit of a squeeze play on Tupperware. I don't know if there's any news there. We do get a big squeeze name that has a catalyst, and that'll be that reverse split for AMC this week. But that 238 got taken out by PanW. I'm going to try the long. I didn't take the breakout. I actually thought it would try to fill the gap in the other direction, so it was kind of geared that would be the case, and instead it takes out the 38 top. That was after the Fortinet Huadunk or whatever you want to call it. So there's the 238 bounce. It just got to 240. This is absolutely flying. I'm on the wrong page. We'll use this one because that's the first one I get hit. So you're now through 240. I didn't have any levels up there. It was 238 and then even at 40. You got to start thinking about, yeah, there's not a heck of a lot till you get to 250 on PanW. Well, I guess I'm not getting that stink bid today. That's all good, but let's see where this one does go. That is a huge breakout for PanW here. Intel, I don't know what to tell you. Except for the fact that it's already tanking. I'm going to just cancel the offer. There's no point having an order sitting out there because if it gets there, you probably don't want it again. So 32 is the support level. You're already going to be there in like a couple of minutes if we continue falling. So I'd probably try the long at least once there. But yeah, not a good look for Intel to start.
No, Intel downside here. What AMD going the other way. We're waiting to see what happens here. Yeah, AMD's heading upside. Remember, Intel's a little bit of a problem. AMD's up nicely, man. AMD's up huge, actually. Nicely, AMD's up huge. Right now, up almost 2% now for this name. So let's see if it wants to continue to work itself out here. But yeah, big, huge name here today. AMD continues to rip up. We're trying to be, frugal with our entries and waiting for it. So I am actually at this 108.50 area that we talked about with AMD. So it doesn't look like anything on the daily chart, but it's right into here 109. So that's kind of what we wanted to wait for. So if it does get to 108.50, let's just do that. But if you're rocking with me, then you got some of this because here goes PayPal. Nicely done to the upside right now. Let's see what it can do at 60 bucks. Let's just put an offer in front of that. I mean, if it runs, it runs. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Pretty simple stuff. I know. That's crazy math, right? If it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I'm excited for it. Let's see if it does want to make some sense here to the upside for PayPal. I just like the long here. We've talked about this a few times. Coming off that bottom, there's been some nice little takes here on PayPal, and I just think it can continue to make that move higher. So we'll wait off that 59 bottom right there. Hopefully it does come into play at some point. But for right now, well, hopefully it doesn't come into play, but we are waiting for some more shares down there, and you can see it's had some problems with 60 bucks all morning. So if we can get a nice move upside, we'll take that on PayPal.
Nvidia 450 is about to become a thing in, I'd say, like any minute now. But also, remember I was mentioning Meta, if it could hold beneath like 283, it did not. It wicked underneath that bottom, and now it's strong above that price. So I like the short underneath that previous close. You've just held that close price and are ranging toward that top. But there comes Nvidia. 450 incoming. It broke that 448. If you remember last week, I guess I could show you a 15-minute in a sec. But if you get above 450, I think you don't fight it. But that's a pretty big candle. I'm looking for the short off the 50 level right now. I'm just sitting at 449.70. I don't think I'm getting that. Maybe I try to wet the beak at like 60s. Because Nvidia, that can pull back. Even a small pullback gets you like a dollar half. So I'm going to get out if it breaks 450. But this was the zone we're waiting for. And maybe we'll feel like we were a bit early. We'll see. I didn't think you'd get to this price at 936, but that's how Nvidia rolls sometimes. Still into that PanW. I'm going to trail it to 240 at this point, but I'm looking for a little bit of a pullback here on Nvidia at that 450 level. So we're in. I grabbed some 65s. Let's see if it gets back underneath that 449, and I can get something out for the first buck.
Yeah, I was still looking at PayPal here. It's not really doing a whole heck of a lot, so hopefully we can get something else going. And then Google did go to that top. It's right here, right now. So I don't know. I mean, we don't think it's a wise decision here to fade this NASDAQ. We talked about 14.8 possibly being as the bottom right here. So something to look at on Google coming through here. 128, as we can see that right there. Let's check out Palantir. I mean, that was a name that we wanted to look at as well to see if there was any love to push through on this name. So far, no, it doesn't look like there's much here on Palantir, although it does go up to this 1460 area, a little bit of a possible area for resistance right there. 1415 maybe if it gets going, but right now, yeah, it's not looking like it wants to do anything there. So that's that level there. What else do you want to look at? Let's see what's happening on Tesla right now early. Hopefully something we can, Tesla NQ. Let's see if that gets going. 222. So again, nice little take here on Tesla trying to move around. So good look there. Come on, Tesla.
There's a lot of buying on Nvidia right now.
223. I said we knew that. I mean, I sort of think, Neil, that we knew there would be some buying heading into earnings on this name. So yeah, it's at the top. Well, there, my charts are a little.
You come to my chart for a second.
450.
Yeah, like it just pulled back. It was looking really good. I got that 448. I got the first dollar rang register. Then it gets underneath 448, and then the buying just steps right back into it. Every time it gets down underneath there, this is a 3-minute chart, by the way. Every time it gets down into there, it's just bought up at that 48 level. So the next time it sneaks under, I think maybe I just take it because you don't want to get caught too far in the wrong way. If you're doing a mean reversion trade or a pullback, sometimes you have to accept what the market wants to give you. Again, I'm not letting this get past the 450 level. The way the market is coming to the upside here, it's hard not to at least think about, okay, is Intel going to bounce somewhere? Because I'm seeing the ridiculous strength everywhere else, and you're getting pretty darn close to that 32 level. So if you get to 32, I got no issues taking a shot at this one, which is insane. I got to move my trail on PanW because that is absolutely flying now. On the daily chart, like there's nothing out here until you maybe get to the 250. So I'm just going to move my trail every couple of dollars to the upside. So with 40, 41, now my trail is at 42 if you're keeping score. But Nvidia is absolutely flying. I said I would take a look at shorting Nikola. It's getting to that 180 level, so just to alert everybody, it's getting to that place where this is where I'd start to look for that first short for myself of the day on Nikola.
And Nikola, all right, what else is going on? They're talking about some skills. I think there was a buyback there today on skills. Brendo, if you want to look at that, there's some people talking about this up 12% right now. Again, nice bottom here at $8, so there could be some sort of flow through with 65 million share repurchase, says the Pharaoh. So it's a nice move back there from $7 up to $8. We'll have to watch out for skills. Some good levels to look at. I mean, you're coming right back into $9.70, $10. I mean, so if it gets up to there, I mean, congratulations to anybody that's got the skills to pay those bills, because this is a nice one right now, back up to the upside here for skills. All right, so that's what that is right now. Yeah, Nvidia's just ripping upside. Tesla's ripping upside. So it's been a good day for sure for any of those that have been long. Unfortunately, our PayPal is still 15 cents in the money as Tesla right back to 225. Man, we called some of those bottoms, but it just didn't get there. The lowest we got to was 220 off the jump right there for Tesla. So good day for anybody that's long that name. We're going to have to find some more trades. What is Google doing? It's right at this 128 and struggling a little bit. So we could go short here, but the market's off right now. So I don't
come to my chart for a second.
We want the short here.
Like I was sitting there saying that maybe we just take that 448 if it gets down there again. Nvidia never did. It just ran right through the 450. That's where my stop was placed. I didn't get a reversal on it. I'm real close to just maybe taking some teens on Intel here, just for a risk to reward style trade. I keep moving the trail on PanW, and it just keeps on going. And then you reminded me of the fact that I liked Square at yesterday's close. Yes, Friday's close, I should say. Forget about yesterday's close. Underneath Friday's close, into the 56.5 support. That's another name that made a big bottom, but it's not flowing the way the rest of the market is. So I want to let it challenge that 56.5 again, and then see how if it can bounce off, I'll go for it. It's really tricky wanting to pick up a bid when the market's flying through these highs and you're playing on a weak name. So you want to make sure of it. Those levels. I am into Nikola now at 77 with that 180 stop. And if you're following along, AMC, like I said, they're doing that reverse split. It's already tanking. I actually thought that AMC might do a bit of a rally. I think the split's on Wednesday or Thursday. It doesn't really matter. I thought maybe they'd have a day or two where maybe people buy the stock and then you could short it. It looks like they're just shorting it already. AMC from 4 to 370. I'm not catching that falling knife.
All right, I'm going to start to dance with the devil here. I mean, we're at the level that we want to be at here. You could see here 128.50 or 128.25. So let's just put this stop in right now. We'll get stopped out of 75% of it if we're wrong to the upside. We're just starting a position now on Google. I mean, like I said, if the market falls down here, great. Obviously great, but if it doesn't, then we do have our outs there on Google. It is a bit early, but we've been waiting for this to happen. So let's see if there is a bump up in this market, then a fade again. I did want to look at Microsoft, MSFT 270 level there as well. And again, thank you for all the love on the sticky note today and everything like that. Make sure you do follow that, and you'll be able to see hopefully some bangers on there. We just talked about 28 as the short that we are looking for, right? So let's go over to Microsoft. We're looking for a 320 on this name as well. So this is getting up there. There's 320 right into play again. This could be another short for us if it does get up there. So let's park in order and see if we can get something near 320. I mean, oops, Brittany. You got that yet, Fabian? Because we're doing it again right now. So here we go. Thank you very much, Fabian. Here's another one for us. So let's see if it can continue to go down. We just took some out at the 200 period started off shorting this 128. So hopefully you're short 128 and you weren't waiting for this like I did. But here it comes, a nice little move to the downside. Let's take some 63s if we can, because there it is right now. We start to barbecue up the profits right here off the sticky note. 128 short right now coming into play for Google. Let's see how long it will last for, though. Right now, we're only 20 pennies in the money, hoping for a little bit more on this name. Google trying to battle some of those 128 demons.
Yeah, the demons are definitely out for some of these names.
Demons
it's like
out.
Intel's trying to bounce. Like I said, I would take a shot at it to the long side. You miss the short, you move on to the next trade, which in this case is a little bit further away than we're anticipating. I do have to respect the fact that PanW is reaching what seems like some resistance out here. So I've got a trail on that bad boy, and I just keep moving it to the upside, but I think it's going to come out pretty soon here. If it doesn't hold on to 243, I moved it up every single dollar. If it can't hold on to like 242 and a half, then we'll give up PanW on this breakout. It's been pretty impressive. I actually thought if it filled the gap in either direction, it was going to be good, but I thought it would fill the gap first to the downside. It did not end up happening, so trail in there. While Intel, again, bouncing off the bottom, allow it to show some strength and go long, give it to the low, start taking profit because it's a relatively weak name, which we're already starting to do. So ring register on that dip buy on Intel. Wish we had the short first, though. Brendo?
Some deal making on a Monday. A couple of people mentioned this one. First off, ESTE and PR is the other one, which is Permian Resources, teaming up in an all-stock deal. So PR and ESTE, guys.
I saw some people mentioning that one.
There's another one. Yeah, there's another one I should get to, and thank you for mentioning those, because anyone looking at a gap list today is probably going to see timber moving around. Why is it? Oh, there we go. That was weird. I couldn't even type any symbol in. TMBR, it's a weird cash deal with a CVR, contingent value rate, and it's like 17% short with a 3 million float. I was kind of in and out of it, just like a little test early in the pre-market. But just be careful with this. The implied value, I think I read in the article about 262, but that's with a contingent value rate based on some whatever drug passing whatever trial. So you got to be very, very careful with those estimates. It's really difficult to price them. But above 260, it seems like it's a decent long, and a super small float is why it's flowing around there so much. As mentioned, I threw the trail out in PanW. Yeah, there it is. That's me getting trailed out. So 38 was the break. We got 40s. We got 42 and a half. So we'll take it all day long. Ring Reggie on PanW. Intel, which we just grabbed the bid. It got into VWAP. Now it wants to try to retest those lows. So we rang register on that one. Now it's starting to pull back in here. Where are you, Meta? Wherefore art thou? Oh, you just rejected the top. If Meta holds on to VWAP, that's great. But this was the name that I felt like the trend was to the downside until proven otherwise. Waited for a chance to short it. It didn't quite get, nowhere near the levels on Thursday. But that 86 was Friday's high. If it can't hold on to that, that's a new short zone now that the level's developed.
All right, let's just keep going here, guys. Yeah, we have some good trades on board, hopefully, here, but they're going to have to still work out. We did get the bottom, of course, for PayPal there at 59. Whether or not it holds or not, this is what we're playing. This is why we play the game. Let's see if it does hold through here on Meta, that little downside tick coming through here now on that name. Or sorry, on PayPal. I know Neil's just talking about Meta. And then Google as well, trying to hold out here at this 128. So there's only two levels and two names that I'm working with right now. Let's see if they do come in. We did talk a little bit about skills there. Is there a day where you buy long pre-market and hold it till the close? Yeah, maybe sometimes, Shakib, but I don't know about that for today. I don't necessarily trust anything here. I think in these markets, it is a little bit difficult to buy and hold all day because you can get one little piece of news that comes in and hits you, and then it's up and away. Like, something could come out, little early read from Jackson Hole or something like that, and then all of a sudden the market changes up its trajectory for the day. So I do think it's a little bit risky doing some kind of buy and holds into the close, but nothing wrong with that one. Because Shakib is here right now, let's go over and look at Alibaba. I know this is a name that he's been looking at for a while. I've been fading this since 100, but you can see right now, everything's trying to take out some of these tops. Not everything, but some of these numbers here, looking at that, taking out $88 coming back through. I'd still look to short this at 90 down there, so we still have a little ways to go. So far, it's always nice when both your trades are working, especially when one is a long and one is a short. But this is very, very temporary. We'll take a 30 out there on PayPal. Hopefully, it continues to go upside. But this one is really starting to print out right now. So let's go on the bang front right now. There we go. Let's go, Google. Bring this down, baby. Hopefully we get some more fills down there. We're waiting in the 50s right now for the next one, as we've got Google right back to, I was going to say session lows, but it's just sort of where we are right now. We're starting to head to the downside. There it is again. Let's go, man. Let's start to barbecue up Google a little bit now. 30 cents in the money on that one and 15 cents in the money on PayPal. But we need, we just got a 40 fill on PayPal, so 38 fill. So that's pretty good. Hopefully we can watch this market continue to just sort of drip down. I mean, that's what I'd like to see. Obviously, we have the big banger right now, and it is Sticky Note Nation. We used to have a Sticky Note thing on here. I don't know what happened with that one, but we'll ride the Max Lambo right now and see if we can get more downside here in Google. It's always nice when we paste a level like that up for you guys, and it actually comes through, right? There it is right here, Google 128. So we have the short sell on that one. Only a couple names we're looking at. PayPal was kind of a late entry here, but I kind of like the levels that we're seeing here for PYPL. But with that being said, I'm going to take out another piece.
Yeah, new position alert for me, but it is at a price that we were kind of happy to see it get there. That's going to be Tesla, Thursday's top. That's a double top at 226, not 236, 226 on Tesla from Thursday. So when it makes this candle, if you try to be patient with it, there's all green into the level. It doesn't quite get there, but once it cracks 225.5, that's it for me. See the red, see the weakness, look for the consolidation under, short it, give it to that high. So we're in some Tesla now. I'm going to get to Intel because that's looking a little bit weak. Well, I mean, it's weak all morning. Obviously, this has been weak all morning. But it did make that first initial bounce, got to VWAP. If it can't hold on to the bottom, I get out. Even if I like a 32 long, if I take a bounce play, I'm giving it to that low. And if it breaks the low, I would wait until it got to 32 if I tried that long another time. AMC's falling like an absolute rock right now.
The rock.
I don't even know if we have low. Did I pay for shorts? I don't even think I paid for shorts. I wasn't anticipating it was going to fall this far this fast. Down 12.5%. I would suppose if it gets to $3, maybe there's some support down there. We'll cross that bridge if we get to it. But wow, it's not a good day for AMC shareholders. I guess it hasn't been a good few years for AMC shareholders, but not a good day for them. Tupperware is absolutely flying. Bit of a squeeze play here. Got enough names that I'm not really into the small caps at this particular moment. Want to acknowledge this is a big get for it back above $3. Looking at $3.50 to $3.60. I think that's where it could get to. If it can manage to hold VWAP or hold some kind of a dip into like 10.30, then that'd be a place to maybe join that trend. Just Tupperware, not going to be at the top of the radar. But I am watching it, guys. It's just already have enough fish to fry out here. Nikola, it's working so far, but it's not exactly falling off the table. Can't seem to break VWAP. Like that 180 level, it's stalled at 178, so I shorted 77. I'm looking for it to break 75, then I'll start getting out into the low of the day here on Nikola.
All right. We still have the same kind of stuff happening here, so let's go over and look at Microsoft because we haven't really done too much with that. I mean, right now, I don't know. Like, I don't know what else. Look, we've given you two so far.
Another one.
So we're going to look for
Another one.
And then after that,
Another one.
So, I mean, right now we have 30 cents in the money for PayPal. So that's 1 for 1. We have Google right now. Now it's only 20 cents in the money, but that's going to be 2 for 2. So 2 trades given to you, very clean trades as well, and both paying dirt right now. So let's hitting pay dirt, not paying dirt. Depends how many shares you have, I guess. But right now, both doing quite well on this front. So happy with the performance so far here today. Looking for some more. Let's go over to Microsoft. We want to look at that 320 level. We did not put an offer up there, but we probably should have. That's 319.50 right now, screaming at us. So maybe there's going to be a little bit of a play there coming through for this. So we'll wait to see, but right now 319.50 looking decent spot. Oh, I got to punch out there and see if we can get a 319.50 offer. That could be something that we wind up looking at right now. So that's that. PayPal, only levels really upside is $60. So right now we're going to wait for Microsoft to get up to that 320, but the market's still long. It's not that the market's a short here at all. So yeah, let's see if Brendan gives us another idea.
FRHC going again. This one made a big move on Friday, if you remember, back up to 90. Going back to, what was that, Tuesday, I think it was, of last week, there was a Hindenburg report on this. So whatever was talked about was obviously false. So here we are at 98 now this morning for FRHC.
Wow, that stock has been a bit of a banger. I got to get to Square for a quick second here because I did get VWAP on that one. We're going over that Tesla trade, which I'll get to in a second. It did bust VWAP. and is now coming back in. I do like the reload here. The market has held on to strength, and it held a support level that I liked on Square, but Tesla just took out the top. I got maybe a little bit greedy because I had a chance to grab that first buck, and it was looking pretty weak in there, but as always, I'm going to stop out at that high. If you go with a counter trend trade, I always like to have a target. I always like to have an out. I think that's where you always want to start things and then go from there. I know that Skills is moving, but there's just way too many fish to fry at this particular point. So, we'll get to some of those a little bit later. Nikola rolling over nicely here, just got underneath VWAP. Going to take some out at the low of the day as well. And I'm going to pay for locates on AMC if this continues to go as ridiculously as it is right now. This is an absolute, it's just dying. Nvidia is clear through 450. It's clear through that 453 level. You're like, what is next for Nvidia? I don't know, moon. Have a look at the NASDAQ. I think if we get to 15,000, that will be the next line. If we get up there, I think you're looking to put some shorts on if you happen to get to those prices. But wow, as strong as Nvidia is, we got one bounce to VWAP there on Intel, and then it takes out the low. I'll show you, I'll zoom out so you can see where my stop is. I'm never going to be that guy, so I'm out right when it takes out that 15 level. So if I'm willing to take 10, 15 cents, then I want to make sure I'm losing a little bit less than that if I can, which in this case about 7 cents. 32 even is about to come in play on Intel here. As the market's taking out highs, this one continues to flush to said downside.
All right, 320. I'm just putting the order in there for Softy because we know we got that play going through. Okay, and then, yeah, nothing else really doing too much. I mean, PayPal's doing well. Google's all the way back up, so we're going to wait for that one. Another play we want to talk about, of course, was if you're rocking with this, with me then today, then you're probably long on XPEV because this was another one of those names that we were bullish on, but we're not in anything because we didn't want to fade this name. We knew we didn't want to go short. We just want to go long. So it's got to break through right there, 1670. So still work to be done here with not my friend, and maybe it's yours, but it's Xpeng trying to come into play right now. So we'll see if that one gives us a little bit of feels for that. But right now, needs to get to 1625 for sure. All right, now we're 50 cents in the money. So let's just take another piece out here at 62 there and ring the register again. Spin the money there for 2 for 2 today. It's only 9.55. So if you've had 2 trades on and they're both been winners, I think you're doing pretty good, but we do want more. So Tesla, again, my bids came in, but they didn't fill. So there it is, man. Huge move up for Tesla. And again, that's exactly what we wrote down off here, that we wanted the longs. We just thought that it would dip down. No dip at all right now for TSLA as they sort of rebrand their 3 a little bit there with this Highland version. We'll see if that can get going. But there's 230. 230 looking like a very good break maybe for Tesla coming inbound right now. So there it is right there, 230. Yeah, I like that break a lot. So I think we could probably take that if we do take down 230. So let's have a quick look if that does come through. So that's something else that's now just on my radar, a 230 take on Tesla. But we do understand how spicy this market is getting right now. We're waiting for AMD to break higher so we can get some short up there. Maybe even right here, right now. 108 could be a good short on that. I'd rather wait to make sure that we're right because the other name that we have short right now, that's turning into an L because of where it is. Google, so there it is. We just take a short. No, we don't. We're waiting at O's exactly for a short. We'll punch in a little bit right there at 96 just in case we wind up missing the O's. But that's what we're looking for right now on Google. I mean, if we miss the O's, that'll be sucky because we were just right there to hit printed 99s. But we punched in a little bit there at 96 to give us some love there. I think it still goes to O's. Then we're going to watch out for this 128.50. This could be something that we get squashed on. So let's be very, very careful here with this trade exactly coming through on Google, okay? Because we do have our outs. We're right there right now looking for those outs. So if they do come in, we're ready for those, right? So let's be patient with it and make sure that it's all good on that front. 128.25 and then 50 cents right now in the money is this PayPal. That's been a good one as well. We'll have to watch out for more trouble in PayPal land. But Tesla, man, I like that break right now. I don't know if there's going to be any stopping this. It could be a short up at 230 as well. Like, I mean, it's just the market right now isn't giving your boy the feels of a short. So if it does come in, great. If it doesn't, we're still here for that trade. So let's wait to see what happens at Tesla at 230. You have to monitor it.
Yeah, it's a very, very strong upward trend in the market. I still think Nikola's the only thing I'm short, and that's not going to follow the market. I got Square. I'm looking for a re-entry into PanW now that it's sort of settled down off the pullback. You can see it's forming a new level here at 241. There's really not a lot to dig into in terms of levels because of the gap fill that this put on. So 241 is starting to look pretty good here. How do I feel about Stop Console Wars? It's been a while. I can't tell you that I've looked at Marqeta much, but this is just another one of these names that's not really doing any volume. So I hate to tell you, like, it's done 200,000 volume. It's got a nice upward trend if you're swinging it or something, but it's not a day trade. Sorry. And again, like, I have nothing against Marqeta. It's just I don't see a day trade there. Great upward trend. It's looked pretty good, but yeah, not much that I'm seeing. Nvidia's starting to pull back. I do want to be back into the PanW long at some point. Square isn't necessarily giving an opportunity just yet in terms of finding a reload zone. I tried to get a dip buy back in at the same price. It got in underneath the Friday support level and bounced there. Cannot seem to take out 57, which would be the next step to the upside. Maybe if it breaks out of 57, that would be good. I'm looking for this to be the next one that I can add to. Maybe it'll be a VWAP play in here. I'm not going to take a 57 break. You know, I feel like the market's already up 1%. Chasing tops at 10 o'clock is not usually my cup of tea. AMC, I don't know where the bottom is on this thing, but it's trying to catch one. I think I'm going to fade into this move. I paid for locates. I should have paid for them when I sat down. I knew there was a stock in play this week. So let's look at VWAP here, 370, 372. It's going to make a relief rally because that's what it does, and it's an SSR bounce as well. It's down over 10%, so the short sell restricted. So I want to get in after it makes a curl, makes an objective high here around VWAP, and then try to get into a short over on AMC. They have the reverse split coming up later this week in the conversion with APE. That's why it's getting tanked today.
Right. What does Marqeta do?
Marqeta?
Yeah, is that what you were just talking about?
It's a squeeze play. I don't know.
Oh, okay, yeah, because you were like, you didn't like it. I was like,
it's a
I don't know, we
squeeze
don't
play.
talk about it. Okay, yeah, it's a squeeze play.
It was a squeeze play like back in the day. I don't think it's that big anymore because it's short flow. It's actually, I just checked, it's like 5%, but
all right.
Again, it's a decent upward trend, but when those things break out, it gets more exciting. I guess if it took 6, but 200,000 volume, there's no day trader that's ever going to trade something with I shouldn't say ever, but you kind of know what I'm getting at. It's just way too low on the volume. Here comes this AMC. It's getting into VWAP here.
Come the hot step.
Yeah, this is where if it starts to curl, I'm going to look to try and grab the short. 72 is VWAP on my chart. It's at 69 as we speak.
All right, let's see if we can make something happen here with Microsoft. I mean, it looks like right now Google is trying to run against us a little bit, but we do have this Microsoft play, which is now 25 cents in the money. Let's just, I mean, it's hard to celebrate that on Microsoft. I mean, this market is getting huge to the upside right now, so try to be as patient with this play maybe as you can. I did put some more bids in the 30s right now. We took some out in the 60s, but we are very, very close. If this NASDAQ just keeps on going, we're at 14.9 now. So that's, okay, so right now Google's out. So there it is. Google, we will wind up flushing ourselves down the toilet on that last little reload there, as it is taking that 128. So again, not being stubborn about this play. We need to get the heck out when plays don't work. And that's exactly what we do here with Google. So we'll flush ourselves down the toilet on that last part, waiting for that 128. I mean, we wrote it down, we liked it. We said we looked to see what the market was feeling about that 128. Now is there a short that can come in? I mean, Google was relatively weak against the market, but it can't withstand every market pull here. So nice move up. I still like the short. We're going to have to wait for a higher level. And I actually, you know, I don't really see anything right now. Maybe right into here, 128. 50 or so, but I don't know. We're right there right now. So yeah, it's not looking like a good one there for Google on the short, but we still have, remember, we're only punching out at 75%. We still have a little bit. We're going to give it to that 128.50, but so far not so great on the Google short as that one's getting squashed out right there. All right, it's 10 o'clock. Let's go over to the desk with Brendan. We'll find some more names for you.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Stocks hanging on to nice gains here, guys. We were discussing a number of different angles coming up this week in the pre-market. If you were with us in the first hour of the show this morning, including, Jackson Hole coming up on the 24th. We'll hear from Fed Chair Powell. Will it or will it not be as big a deal as last year? Remains to be seen, but a lot of analysts pointing to that event coming up this week. Also, Nvidia, what a monster so far today. 452, multiple positive analyst moves once again for Nvidia this morning. We also discussed, if you're with us in the pre-market, PanW coming off a blowout earnings report on Friday. Nvidia and Meta as well. Yeah, new Threads web app coming apparently this week. There is Meta, 1.25%, 1.3% to the upside, trying to get back to session highs right now. Tesla, yeah, wow, 5.7%. Just took out highs once again for Tesla on the way back to the upside. Some Model 3 headlines floating around this morning as well. That Highland version, the revamped version of Tesla to come, but going to be an impressive week, I think, for the overall market ahead of this note. Shout out to our friends at Benzinga. Register now for a free 2-week trial or sign up today. Get 50% off their premium news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV. Capital letters, remember that, available to the first 100 who register. Scan the QR code or use the link in the description and go to checkout. Shout out to Benzinga.
Only the first 100. That's why you got to race over to it like you're Noah Lyles. Noah Lyles is now the new world's fastest man. I don't know if you were following any of that, but Mr. Jacobs, he was there.
I have no idea who that
the
is.
Italian stallion, who was the world's fastest man. He actually showed up for the first time in a while and did not take it down. And shout out to anyone who's an American track and field fan. Noah Lyles, absolute beast. I was just saying, kind of turning to Sean, I'm like, yeah, I'm sitting there staring at this upward market, looking at NEO, and I'm like, oh, if it breaks back down underneath 11, I'm going to short it under 11. Like, look at the trend of the upside, higher lows, above $11, a decent hold off the bottoms. I guess if you get to like 11.25 on the daily, it's a little bit better. But this could be a bit of a jailbreak here in NIO, and all I'm thinking about is short if it gets underneath $11. So it is my first look. If it holds on, I will open up the idea. Like if I lose, like shorting 11, or if it holds 11 and tries to take out the top, maybe I want the long in there and just join the trend. But this was the level. And I thought this, as opposed to Xpeng, was going to be a little bit more weak. But this market, like you said, it's Gonzo's super strong. I still like the notion of the short down there. But it has to show me a breakdown first. We'll let it do that. And the AMC was the new position. I don't think AMC cares what the market does. At least that's kind of what I'm hoping. But if it gets through 375, I have to give this up. I mean, on the front end here, it's wicked over VWAP a couple of times, but not enough weakness just yet to say, okay, this is definitely a curl. So I have to back off here just a little bit. Meta might take out the top here for a double top breakout. I don't know if we've mentioned Apple once today, but okay, load, there we go. Apple on the verge, double bottom, on the verge of breaking out the pre-market top. When Apple is strong, generally the market is strong. It was a very steady upside on Apple on Friday, but this is a pretty clean 175.50 level. I don't know what that looks like to you, but that looks like holding the close and then stair-stepping up into a potential breakout of 175.50. That could be the next big cap shoe to drop, but again, that's more of a breakout play. I am short a couple of squeeze-type names here, but nothing on the big cap is setting up, unless NEO can maybe creep underneath that 11 again, which it doesn't seem like it even wants to do right now.
I feel like we have Simba NEO. We have XPEV right here. We've called this long all day, and we haven't sat in it because we were waiting for a good price, and it looks like that good price may or may not have come already down there at 16 flat. So yeah, maybe what was a good price, maybe not anymore right now. So we'll have to wait to see what happens up there, up to $17 right now. So we're out of our Google. We still got PayPal. Microsoft took out the top as well. So in what was a good profitable trade early for Microsoft, winds up just getting squashed up there when we take out 320. So all good, but not really. As Microsoft continues to go higher, we're just learning our lesson, and that is to stay long and don't fade anything early. The Nasdaq's up 1.24%. Like, I didn't think that was going to be in the cards today. Fast. So, I feel pretty lucky that we've been able to get away from a lot of these names early on and not put on too much damage here to the south side. We did try Google. We talked about that. That just got squashed again. We tried a 40 out 50 right there on more shares just in case, but that didn't work out. So that's an X on that one. Do we actually want to go on AMD? I mean, that's going to be always the risk here, is that do you actually want to try to fade out AMD? Right now, it is looking pretty good up there at 108. So I think it's worth the try now. 107.70. I mean, the market's an absolute monster today, and AMD is giving us a level to short. So if the market does turn around, I feel like this is right up my alley here on what we've been trading recently and the kind of style. So, you know, Microsoft didn't really give it to us. Tesla's trying to struggle there at 230, but I still like the break on that one, up 6% today. So I think the only name that really is giving us a level to short, especially if this market falls back down, is AMD. So let's try to be a little bit patient. 104.50 or so coming through on AMD is a level that I want to look at.
So I did grab that Apple, and again, for a breakout trade, I always want it to work right away. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it wants to hold on to the initial dip support. I always, for a breakout trade, I kind of arbitrarily always pick a couple of spots here. If I can play off of what was the open, then I'll go to that. That actually happened here, or maybe just a local high, or local bottom, or local support. Instead, you know, this time it goes right back into that open price. Give it that quarter. I was offering out the first quarter for 1-to-1 and then into 176, but a bit of a curl there, unfortunately, for the Apple breakout. I do still like the notion of the long in Apple, but it's got to now be VWAP or regaining that high. Show me consolidation now that the breakout is gone. The question I just saw in the chat, Tobbs, why is AMC dropping? The conversion in the reverse split was voted up. So, you know, they had the appeal. It's now going through. It is this week that it is happening. So that's the reason there's pressure on AMC stock. APE, I'm assuming, is making some moves as well. But AMC is one I'm focused on. I just missed my chance while going into Apple to grab that wick re-entry, and not re-entry, but like the load here, like 70s or 71s. I can sit in front of VWAP and try to catch it. I'm bidding 360s, and then again, I'll be bidding down in the low 350s as well. The second you said the letter X, and I don't know, it was at the same time as someone had asked me in the chat about U.S. Steel. My thoughts are 31 would be the support level to buy off of. That's where the support was on Friday. It's already made a bottom down there. They've actually come up with news today, and that was the union is basically saying that they're cool with the Cleveland Cliffs bid, but the company has also come out saying that the union cannot block them from doing a deal with any of the other potential suitors. So take that as you will. I just want to trade price action. If you see 31s, that's the only place I want the long today on U.S. Steel, and always trade it with a stop.
Yeah, definitely on names that have actionable events. You want to make sure you have a stop because, again, news could fly around at any time. All right, we're back in. I mean, I couldn't really think of any other, I mean, I could think of lots of ideas, but nothing that I really liked as much. Tesla's ripping back upside right now, so that could definitely be something that we all have a look at here. But we did reshort Google against that 50 again. Hopefully that can work out. Watch out for this name. Here it comes right now. It is Google. So it is Tesla coming back upside right now. So this is a level that we want to watch out for 230. It's been pretty good in the past. We talked about that. Let's see if it wants to hold it one more time here. Tesla 230. I like to break the long here if we can. Upside, there's been some size. It just keeps getting filled. 33 million shares. Seems like an upside number there. But if we do fade off of it, then the market should come back again off that. I mean, here comes the market back in a little bit right now as well. So yeah, all is well as we wait to see what's happening. Unfortunately, our PayPal trade doesn't look like it really wants to work out too good here. It's just not doing much. Good thing we got some out. We still have 30% of it, so you know we are waiting and hoping for something to happen here on PayPal. But if this market fades out, man, it's a 59 out for us on PayPal, and it's a pretty easy one. What's up, Brendan?
Zoom moving around here as well. Not much participation. Earnings to come, 2.5% to the upside, though. Just right now, actually crossing 1 million shares. They're almost there anyways. 2.4 here for Zoom, trying to get higher.
Yeah, speaking of something, it is zooming higher today. That's my pun of the day. I'm trying to get back into PanW. Really, Ramin with the slow clap. I feel like I'm being mocked. Look, if he's going to talk about Zoom, that's an obvious transition, I think. PanDub up 15%. That's a 1 with a 5 after it, and it's pretty darn good if you're a shareholder of it. But it just made a bounce off VWAP, double top in here. I'm looking for the 241 long, give it to the local bottom. But if it makes a higher low 42, I could be open to that as well. This is just super strong. You want to join the trend. The trend is your friend. And if it's kind of obvious. If it breaks underneath VWAP and can't hold on to that, it's kind of an easy out. The market is feeling like it's at a turn. I just saw Apple just made a bit of a turn there. Nvidia just doesn't seem to care what anything is doing. I don't know if you've talked about Amazon just yet, but Amazon just did this at 135, wick top and reject. So there are some names that are making tops, and I'm only in Just a couple of names that don't care what the market's doing. It's squeeze names to the short side or whatever you want to call them. Feel a bit easier. I'm not as in love with the square long or block long as I was before. If it comes down and bounces off the same level, I'll go for the reload, but it never punched through 57. So I was looking to add if it could hold 57. Obviously, that's just not the case. What the heck? Weren't we just talking about U.S. Steel?
Yeah, it's
and obviously news just hit. Clearly, news just hit on. Something happened here on U.S. Steel because this was just chilling out at 31.50 and it just went $1 and pulling back in. Before I automatically try to join the dip buy here, I'll try to see what's actually happening. I'm going to ask Brendo.
All right, here we go. XPEV right now making highs and taking out that level that we like. So let's give it a little bit of room here. I don't know. It's more like Tesla is the one that we have to worry about right here because it's starting to go again up to that 230. So we'll check out XPEV and some Tesla. We're going to get broken into both of these well, we're already into Xpeng, but we're going to get broken into Tesla in just a couple seconds. So here it goes. So just watch out for that if it goes. XPEV, I want to probably give this back to like 1650 or so. So if it breaks lower through that, then fine. But it is a nice upside move there for Xpeng. Google's still downside a little bit. PayPal's still 30 cents in the money. But we're going to have to watch out for this name as it's not really going. So it took out 1675. Let's be a little patient with it. That bottom right there is 50. So I feel like we got to give it to that. So I'm going to put in my stop right now on XPEV down near that 50 marker. If it breaks it lower, it breaks it lower. I think this is worth a shot for me. Tesla just bounced again off 30s. So if it goes down, that's great. We are still short 30 cents, 25 cents, sorry, in the money right now on Google, but we're in the teens here. If this can fade back to 128 to level we like to short. Let's see if it takes it again. So there it is. Yes, sir. Here's a nice take downside for us on Google. It's trying to go. We will bid some more at basically 128 flat, and then we'll see if this market gives up the rest of this right now. I am going to kind of chicken out a little bit. Okay, there it is. I was going to say kind of chicken out a little bit on XPEV as we take an out at 73 there for a quarter of what we had, just because it's not going. This was a key level. We'd hate to be going long where I thought we could break out right there, and then it stops. But at the same time, I'd feel horrible if we get out and it then continues to rip up. So let's be as patient as we can. Microsoft, of course, we'll slap a fail on you, Microsoft, because it just came right back down in, giving us a monster winner if we just had held. But again, it goes up to 321, so we're looking at 320. What can we do on that one? I know what we can do. How about get back to the Greensville right now on Google as we fade that one to the downside?
Actually, it's funny you say that, Jamlocity. If you're talking about my posture, I have a really bad knot that I've been dealing with all weekend, so I'm kind of doing this a lot. It's right in here. So I'm kind of dancing around in my chair to get comfortable. So I don't see anything yet on U.S. Steel, but what I do see is Friday's high at 31.5, and then you broke out from there. There was just some buying. Of course, the second I'm getting into it and showing you, there was buying just now above that 31.50 level. I jumped in here in the 60s. I think I'll just go for the scalp trade into the 80s and 90s and go from there. If there is news on it, fair enough. If it can hold on to this area, great. I'll stop it out underneath 45. But yeah, U.S. still starting to fly around a bit. I did get the dip into Pan W. We talked about this one into VWAP. Oh, got to zoom back in for you guys. Ignore that wick. It never happened. This didn't break VWAP, just a little dark pool wick in there. So if it gets back in, breaks 42 and get close to that top, it's already a double top. I think taking profit into what might be a triple top would make some sense, especially with the market pulling back. So it breaks 42. I will get some out. I'm going to track back over to Apple for you. Wow. We took the break, took our out, and Apple is absolutely flushing. So you got to have yourself a stop. Even if it looks strong, it doesn't mean it's going to stay strong. It's absolutely flushing at this moment. AMC not doing a heck of a lot. As I said, U.S. Steel, more of a push off of that bounce, looking for a little something off in front of support, but there was no news story. So I'm not going to, if there was something real to this, I might be a little more aggressive, adding into it, giving it more room, but not without an actual solid story here as to why it just had a massive volume spike and ran $1. A lot of times I'm always looking for that to be firming up a deal or a higher bid, and then there's a tremendous amount of upside. But without any concrete news, I'm going to stop it out. Tried the dip buy on there, but it looks like there actually wasn't any news here.
It's too bad because of where Microsoft is, because this would be we were short off 320, didn't give it enough room there. Obviously went to 321. So our fill, we were going to be short. That's about $1, so now it's about Now it's about $1 in the money or so, probably 80 cents in the money from where we were short with an average price. And then, of course, when we get out is on a 20 break, so 25 break actually. So we wind up losing about 30 cents or so on that play, which would now be in the money 80 cents, but that is what trading's all about. All right, and we'll talk about something that's another banger right now, XPEV. There it is, man. There's the move to the upside that we finally waited out for. So, hey, man, we take a 2-cent hit, then we're trying to take 10 right now back on the upside, waiting for $17. We know XPEV can go, so this is not a trade that we're afraid to make or anything like that. It didn't go instantly, which kind of gave me a little bit of a scare. But here we go, we're starting to go back up to the upside, and we just tried to be patient with this play. I mean, we could have been long. We knew we wanted the long in Xpeng. We've seen this over and over and over again in this space. When you get some good news come out, it just flies right to the upside. It's an upgrade like crazy that this is happening, but we saw that happen with Nvidia, and now it's happening with Xpeng, straight to the north side right now, $17 incoming. When you take that out, then maybe you get to the 17.20 or 17.30 area. So far so good here as XPEV really starting to print out for me now to the up. I mean, it's 15 cents, but starting to finally go to the upside. We're waiting at 91s here for some strange reason. Hopefully we blast through 90. We'll get some 91s and then we'll take those out. But it is having a hard time right now at 90, but that doesn't really make any sense. I think it wants to run to 17. So if it can get to that level, then it's all good on that one. But now it's making me think that, okay, go. Okay, there it is. So finally, we'll go again and spin this for everybody one more time because there's XPEV. So far, you know, the Google 128 short's been pretty legit, just has to go. We've been able to make some money off that and then lose some money off that. The PayPal long, man, we've still been in this from the jump. Like you talked about Shakib, like is there ever a trade we could be in all day? I mean, if this doesn't take 59, sorry, then we will be in this all day. And then hopefully we can get some reloads happening on Google. But again, I don't really want to be into that until we get to this 128.40 again where we shorted it. So hopefully that can come in. And then XPEV is, you know what? Let's take something out at 95. I mean, if we could take 20 cents on this name, we'll be pretty happy with it. So here it comes right now. But I said 95, but obviously right there, we're talking about 94s as the cash cow continues right now here today. I hope you guys are all watching and enjoying the show. Make sure you hit the like and a subscribe.
Always. Make sure you are doing that and spreading the community. I do see, I'm just going to give something that Brendan told me. It's just chatter on U.S. Steel. So I did see in the chat when I was asking if there was news, and I wasn't sure that ArcelorMittal might be having a bid, some chatter at like 38, 39. But Brendan can't confirm that from more than one source. And that's sort of the thing. Like, we don't want to sit here and tell you, you know, if it's not firm, if it's not multiple sources, we're not going to sit here and sort of deal with speculation as if it's fact. But if there's something out there to a higher bid, I'm probably going to take a couple of shots at the long here on U.S. Steel. Again, it's just chatter. I'm willing to acknowledge that, but I like the notion of it can hold this area here. I'm just going to keep going into the dip buy. It puts in higher lows. I will scalp to the local. Give it to the local bottom and scalp to the local high, which right now is 31.80. So we'll be in and out of this probably a few times here today, and let's just take a couple more shots at it. AMC's weird. Like, it is slowing down and curling, but it's not falling. So it's in the money. I'm not getting more shares, and it's not breaking down. So not bad, but also not great. I don't mind sitting in something that's in the money, but you're looking for it to go. It does have a flat bottom at 365. Remember, it's SSR, which could be the reason why it just hasn't dropped yet. I think it's going to. Obviously, that's why I'm sitting in it. Nikola is the other name we're sitting in the short. Waited for that 180. We said like 180, get the curl. It's also bar coding. If this breaks down at 72, I got bids to the low of the day. I should have one in the mid-60s as well. But you got to be patient. This one is trend down, but also short sell restricted. And if it's SSR, it's a little bit harder for it to break that bid because people have to wait for an uptick to hit the bid to go short. So we jump right back into U.S. Steel. I just wanted there to be a reason for this, some kind of catalyst to be buying this here instead of at 31. That's what we got. I was probably in a little bit too early, got stopped out. But now it's right back into that 31.80. So we'll ring the register on that. Do not look a gift horse in the mouth. Again, this is all just speculation at this point. I'll put another offer out in front of 32 even and then see where this one can go. Clearly, it's not going to trade to 38 or 39, and then there was another offer that was at like 35. It's trading at a huge discount to both of those, but that's because they're not firm and they're not for sure going to be out there. Let's go to Brendo for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, quiet start to the week here as far as small cap names are concerned. Few of them moving around here though. Tupperware, Genius Group, to name a few, TIRX, a few as we mentioned on buyout deals of some sort. Here's Genius Group, up 16%, more than that here in the, once the market, that was pre-market, up more than that here. Once the market gets going, 25% at the highs, really no significant news on that. This was Friday on TUP. Heavy call buying into the close on Friday. So back to the upside, breaks $3 here for Tupperware this morning, but even that one on the way back down, guys, for TUP.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, that just gave up the $3 on Tupperware. So this one might be running out of the old steam, but sometimes when it pulls back, just look for the old technical levels, like a previous high. Can it hold a previous high? That would be essentially right here. Can it hold morning support? And you wait for that to show you support, and if the buying comes in and volume steps back in, then you can get your stair step up. But I don't want to catch a falling knife there. Our newest trade just hit 32. So again, if I had stuck with it, that would have been doing so in the original long. If I hold on to it underneath that support level because I really like it, I would have been doing that without knowing what the catalyst was in that situation. So knowing the catalyst, able to jump back into it, and it gets back into that high. So we are arrows up. Going to hit the old Kincaid spike. I've secured him in one of my 2 fantasy leagues, and then I'll make sure I can do that, although I'm kind of telegraphing it to everybody here that I will be buying Kincaid in the first round. Our league, it's kind of obvious at this point. I think X can definitely hold these levels and be a stair step up. Just remember, I will have a hard stop. I'm going to move it from 31.30, going to move that up to like 31.55 here, because if there's a response that comes out, oh, no, there's nothing happening with ArcelorMittal. There's no offer coming in through. That's bogus. The stock's just going to drop. So always have a stop and always take your profit. I fully expect that could happen. What is Nvidia doing? Oh, Intel I wanted to get to. Nvidia is kind of holding the top end of the channel. Remember we tried the Intel long off 32.20, got to VWAP, stopped out, and then it wicked to 32.02. I forgot to show you this fail. Here's a fail for me. That's it bouncing off 32. That's me trying to get 32.05. That's me not getting it, and it got all the way to 32.50. So that was a bit of a miss. I wanted to wait for it to make a bottom at 32 and then go long. That cost me. Sometimes that's going to happen to you, but 32 was the level. I did get in one time earlier. Unfortunately, we will have missed 2 good trades on Intel today. 33, I don't think you had a chance at 33 unless you were in the pre-market, but the 32 bounce was definitely a good one.
All right, I'm getting my
Oh, Square just came out.
ducks in order here because I'm not trying to play around anymore. All right, AMD right now to the short side. We've actually got out of some of our Xpeng, of course. I'll talk about that in a minute. But we do have a new trade position right now. And whatever, man. I mean, I feel almost sick to my stomach. Obviously, it's going to be a green day, so spend the freaking money around town. But I am a little bit upset here because, first of all, let's freaking go, Google. What's up with that? You want some of this smoke? You got it right now as we put our big profit back into Google right now on the day. So there it is right now. Huge move to the downside finally for that one. And your boy initiates a new position right there off AMD, taking down this low of 106. I'm just mad because we don't have that area right there, but we'll short it if it comes back up. And hey, man, we're already getting some out on this one. But so far, so good. And this is what I was talking about with XPEV. As you can see, we got out a lot at 90 there as it didn't go. So, I mean, let's just take out more, man. I'm here for the short, not for the long today. So if we can get some more out of XPEV right there. I'm trying to get some 77s. Oh, there it is. That would be nice. So we're just getting out and out and out on this name. Obviously, no ticks lower than this. So far, so good on that one. As here we go, man. 63 cents now in the money on Google. Let's just take out some more here in case we're wrong about this downside move. But finally, the market breaks VWAP. We're in a bunch of shorts, as you guys can see. And right now, man, barbecuing up the profits here. So far, so good. You know, like I said, if you guys want to ask us if we're red or green on any of the symbols, you can do that. Now, Google finally, I told you when we were red on it, now we're back to Greensville, obviously on this name. And then there goes AMD to the downside. We are working on our position board to show you guys red or green per stock. I think that's something that we've talked about that we've wanted to give you. So that should be really great as a new implementation very soon. But there it is, downside right now. Nice trade right there. So we'll just go, oh, Canada, for everybody watching here from, well, we're in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, but there it is right now. Nice downside movement. Canadians can trade too.
Whoever said they couldn't? I've never.
No idea, man. No idea.
Oh, shout out to Spain for winning the World Cup. I was going for England, but I also didn't watch any of it. But we're going to the downside. We talked about this being SSR on Nikola. So when it holds a barcode like this, you just want to understand that's more of a mechanical thing. It can be trending, but it will do this. If it's going down, there will be consolidations that can last 10, 15 minutes because of the nature that you cannot hit the bid unless there is an uptick to sell a position. You can always get out of a long trade in that situation. So we're getting to the low of the day. I just got that 69 bid. The low is actually at 166. If it breaks that, we'll continue downside. AMC, very, very similar story here on AMC as that continues to work to the downside. I just finally got the 62 out. So when it goes that first 10-cent move on a $3 stock, that's where I want to take it. Then we want the low of the day as well. U.S. Steel is continuing to go. So it's now, it actually wicked up to 32.20. So it just worked about 70 cents in the money. Again, forget about the deal price. None of that's actually going to matter at this point because 35 and 38 are so far away. This is really just sort of stair-stepping up. I'm going to take the bid back into VWAP here if it comes back down and start just playing dip buy every single 50 cents as a scalp zone. If it cannot hold on to 32, I think that's worthy of an out. But a US Steel on that spike. If a buyout with a bidding war has a spike to the upside, generally I'm going to look for the long because it usually means somebody is upping their bid or have a new one. In this case, there's a potential of that new bid. Let's see if I can't get something in the 30-10 range. We'll ring the register there. That's been a good one. One of these days, you're going to come in and there's going to be an actual firm bid here, and that could get absolutely spicy. But yeah, you can play in either direction, everybody, and as long as you find the right levels or the right stocks, like there's some stocks that are strong, even into a market flushing. Again, this one had a catalyst. Tupperware is definitely giving up this 3. I was looking for it to hold a breakout price, a pre-market high, not happening. I guess the next place this could find a bid would be down around 270. When the market rolls over, I usually say to myself, if you want anything long, look for a squeeze name or something with an independent catalyst. So I'm not really seeing that on Tupperware here. There's a couple of others that we could look at. But let's go to Brendo for the crypto update, and then I'll wonder why I'm not short Coinbase.
Hey guys, yeah, more negativity coming into play to start off the new week. Unfortunately, coming off that big move down late in the week, last week for BTC. Shout out once again to our friends at Benzinga, bringing you all the information you need this week. Tupperware, I just wanted to highlight real quick, the ease of use on this platform is amazing. Regardless of what you want to search for, in this case, we'll look up BTC, keyword search BTC. It shows you all the stories you need to know as far as individual names and cryptocurrencies are concerned. They have this great drop-down feature as well, so you can click on the headline and then it shows you the actual headline for each. One of those, wanted to highlight here, you can also pop out the window. Bitcoin, yeah, back to 26,000. Thorchain among the worst off today. Here's Ethereum, though, back at 1,700, 26,000 coming into play. Once again, for BTC, there it is, holding at some, what is that, June support levels coming back into play here for Bitcoin. Ugly look, 0.25% for BTC. Ethereum, 0.15 downside. There's BNB, 3%, XRP, 3%. Pretty red top to bottom here for cryptos to start the week.
All right, you guys like this? All right, so there it is right now. We have our first Dollar Club member of the day, and it's Google, and you're going to find it over here. There it is, nice move to the downside. We actually just got it filled down there, right at the low there. We got 35s, which we're short 36s, but that's not really why. But that's right there. We were just sitting there on the bid. We just looked at this coming into play right there. So we're always bidding 35s, 25s, blah, 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 as it goes. And guess what? We almost have another one. All right, let's go AMD. Man, what a good morning this has been again here. Oh yeah, and by the way, XPEV again, props up to anybody that is following on the sticky note and that took this trade as well with us, as XPEV right now making moves back up. Look at that, Phil. We got 17s. So right now we have less than 10% of this Xpeng position still on board here as we wait to see where it's going to go. And we almost got Dollar Club member on AMD, but that doesn't matter. Well, actually we could have got it. Let's just put a bid right there at 90 now to the downside for AMD. That's just where we stopped out on. Well, we didn't stop out. That's where the name stopped. The only we have pretty much no missed trades today, but the miss hold obviously was Microsoft, man. We took a 30-cent hit, which would now be $2 in the money. So we'll slap our faces around a little bit there. We said that we're trying to get a little bit more specific on our outs and our ins. So like I said, if I was trading like 50 shares or something, you know, something a little bit that was irrelevant, maybe then that would be a hold. But you got to stick to your rules regardless of the amount of shares that you have, and that's the only way that you're going to be able to scale up, right? And so, unfortunately, we've been doing that, and we've been respecting our outs. So, like I said, we're still up on the day. There's always going to be mistrades, and not mistrades, but getting out a little bit too early or whatever. So, you know, there's that. Because I battle with the demons of like, you know, we're glad that we're able to put Google obviously right back in our pocket and make that money back again. But if you just keep on using your max, we did good, man. We had close enough to the amount of shares that we wanted right there. But if you keep on doing that all the way up, at some point, you know, all of your shares, you screw up on 500 shares once and 500 shares again and then you might as well have 1,500 shares in the beginning, right? And so that's kind of what I'm looking at here when I trade. So let's wait to see if we can continue to go down. We just got that right there again. So we'll ring the register on AMD as it is well in the money now. It's actually only 90 cents in the money, but 10 more cents, and you get, once again, Neil, another Dollar Club member.
Yeah, if any of these when I'm in go $1, someone's gonna be in a world of hurt. AMC's not dropping. AMC's not dropping $1. X can move $1. It's a $31 stock, and again, everything's about R&R here. I just reloaded AMC. It was kind of a clean curl here off of that 70 level, off of VWAP. So I will go right back into it. If you were sitting in this at the open, obviously you're laughing, but that stock had no bid until it got to 350. There wasn't even a green candle on the 3-minute until you got to got right in here to like 9:40 a.m. Nikola not really doing much of anything. It's just sitting on the low of the day. Again, it was another name that we kind of patiently waited for it at the open into the 180 level. It got up there to 78. Now you're going to get the low of the day. I should be on the bid. And, you know, I'm not going to bid it. If it gets back above like 166, I think that makes sense. Otherwise, give it to the next even dollar to the downside. Couple of dogs there for obvious reasons. And, oh, wow, Target's dipping, Home Depot downtrend. So it looks like some of the retailers. I see you guys in the chat mentioning those too. I have not been looking at either one of them, but it is worth going over to those in a quick second. I just want to come back over to U.S. Steel. I said I would buy the dip on U.S. Steel. I'm looking for it to base out of VWAP. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say I know exactly where this is going to dip, but the idea is where it broke from at 31.5, I want to see it hold around that level. So the 60s are fair play on the downside. I'm not sitting on the bid or anything like that, but I am looking to buy the dip for some higher lows on U.S. Steel. Originally, it's at like 31 because that's where it closed. That's where support was on Friday, and that's where it was holding at the open. Now I like the long, where it's kind of breaking out here. And again, there is a potential of a higher bid. That is the catalyst for US Steel. SPGC, saved by grace. I just want to remind everybody what this is. That they're the golf company that makes the shafts, but it's a low float IPO that went absolutely ham on day one and is just trying to keeps on trying to bounce here. So in retrospect, these are not gigantic moves. If you're trying to catch a falling knife or go for the breakout, understand that this moving 30 or 40 cents is a big percentage, but it's not actually that big of a deal compared to where it was squeezing before. And it would have to get above $3, and maybe even like the $4 level. They have a bad wick here. You can't even see that. That's annoying. But it needs to get at least above $3. And then it's not even at the next resistance spot, which I think is about 330. So if it breaks 330, this one gets much more interesting, but this was a ridiculous high flyer if you want to go back into last week. Just trade these with absolute caution. It is for sure a halt candidate as well. So I don't really see anything over in Tupperware. That was another name I did like. US Steel dip buy should be the next trade for me.
All right, as we go there, just emailing a fan favorite. We had Natalie Brunell on to talk crypto. We're going to try to line her up for September. So some emails flying back and forth with Brendo and I there. That should be fun. Hopefully we can have her back on. I know she was a fan favorite for crypto. I just thought about that because I was looking at Coinbase there, and PayPal were in as well. So we'll see if that can come through. Coinbase right now gave you that trade, just wasn't on it. $75. I know Neil mentioned that earlier. There's $74.50 coming into play again there for Coinbase. That would have been a great short, but you got to be on the names to hit the trade.
I need to answer a question here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
man.
Dirty Jerseys asks, because you're asking about AMC, how is it profitable to short and pay for locates when cost to borrow is over 800%? There's a very large difference between borrowing shares so that you can hold overnight and what firms that do that would have to do, and then day trading, where we're just paying to borrow the shares literally for that day and you're in and out of them. So our prices are going to be cheap. I'd have to double check. I think I want to say it was less than 1 cent per share, but I would actually have to double check. I think it was about 1/8 of a cent per share for us to short AMC, if somewhere around that. So it's very cheap as a day trading firm, Day Trade the World, to short this. That's very different from what others in the market would have to do that are trying to hold it overnight. We hold no positions overnight. These are just all day trades. So just understand that it is always going to be a little bit different. Everyone has their own parameters. Those are ours. I just reloaded it. I'll get some more out in front of that 360 as it does come into the downside here on AMC.
All right, so just real quickly here. I think I got to go over and trade Adidas to pay for this. Look, I don't, politics aside, I've been wanting to get some Yeezys for a while, but $310 right there, well, it's a check mark because I'm now going to be an owner of these shoes for $310. So we'll wait to see if that goes through. You just enter a lottery. It looks like you might have won that one. So I don't know. I'm not trying to scalp those back and forth. Just heard they're comfortable. Shout out to Alan there at SneakerCon. That was like, yeah, get them. So we did that. I haven't spoiled myself in a while for that. So now I already feel bad about doing that. But both my kids right now at soccer are at hockey camp. Right here today. So we'll add to the collection there with some Yeezys there. Let me know if anybody in the chat got any of those right there. But hey, man, you know what? Like, it's kind of like when Lulu was popular there and it was, $100 and something per pants. Oh, man, you wear them forever, though. Hopefully these I don't get too many stains on them, and we'll wear them back and forth and show you guys them at the office. Okay, 59.13, sorry, is where we're long on PayPal. Maybe this can go up, and we'll be able to pay for some stuff. 59.60. I was actually waiting at 59.40 right now for PayPal, so we'll see if that one can come into play here again for that. Microsoft, Google, AMD, PayPal, Xpeng. So, yeah, we'll wait. Those are all that we have on. Two shorts. The two shorts are in the big guys right now, and we're really ringing registers on them. That's Google. And then, oh yeah, we talked about AMD. We got that fill down there, so that was a good one. But again, we only have 25% left. And if we're going to be honest about our trading, this is not a full position. It broke below there. I was waiting to get more upside. Like I said, I have to start to think about, do we want to play breaks or do we not? So that's what we're going to have to wait for now and maybe try to adjust our trading a little bit and play breakouts a little bit more than we have been. They've been sort of up and down on that front. But the one, again, a couple missed trades. Microsoft was an absolute banger to the short side. We had it. We don't anymore. That would have been $3 ITM, and instead we take a 40-cent hit. All right, and then what about Tesla? Kind of gave you two shots at 230, but that second one just went to 229.50. So that was good enough. And then there's $3 as well. So there's a couple Dollar Club members there that at least we talked about, but we don't have them on. So if you were watching out, Microsoft did go $2 in the money, but now it's back up and trying to go higher right now. Google, we got another piece out, but okay. It's 10:40 right now. Let's go back over to Brendo and see what he's up to.
Tech strength in a big way, guys, coming through as far as the S&P 500. Here's a look at individual names popping off the board. You can see all of these, essentially, the normal candidates back to the upside, including Nvidia, 4.5%, AMD, 1.25%, Broadcom there having a nice day as well. Both Meta and Microsoft in positive territory. Meta with that Threads headline this morning, new web version, if you missed it, to come apparently this week. Google, Apple, both. Apple just holding on to positive territory, but they both are. Still positive on the day, as is Amazon. You can see the rest of the retail names here. Not so much. Walmart is, but a lot of red in that group. Same story for energy. A lot of red in that group. Utility names notably weak on the day. J&J notably weak on the day. Some of the other pharmaceutical stocks back to the upside, though, offsetting that J&J move. Tesla, yeah, huge. 5.6% still. To the upside. All the other transportation-related names either flat or slightly lower on the day. So if you minus some of the big tech names today, guys, definitely much worse for the overall market.
Yeah, and as mentioned, I mean, there's a lot of weakness out there if you're looking at individual names. A lot of times we'll be sort of focused on those big tech names, and you miss the broader strokes of what's actually happening in the market. There is, as I said, this is going to happen on SSR name. You're going to get another bid here at the low of the day on Nikola. It's just a matter of shorts not being able to punch through because it is short sell restricted. I'm going to get on that bid instead of rest right underneath it. So adjusted a little bit of the action there. AMC kind of doing its thing as well. Come on, Nike, break 100 already. Wow. I know we're a little bit weak in terms of where retail is going, but I'm like, there's no chance and Nike's already at $100 because I know it was at 105, now it's at 103. It is worth mentioning this is a flat bottom break at that 100 that I don't think it's happening today, but if we do get down there, you can see it's a triple bottom on the daily, a quadruple bottom on the daily because you actually have to go all the way back to December of 22 as well. And that sits at about 103 where we are. And even if it breaks that, you got the psychological level of 100. A lot of times you get to a level like that, you're going to bounce initially. So that's the alert that I would have. I mean, if it gets underneath 103 and things get hairy today and we go red, which right now isn't happening, Nike 100, I mean, that's going to stand out like a sore thumb. So shout out in the chat for all those that are mentioning it. I'll let you dream for El Taz, but hey, it's a trading show. You mention a name like that, I'm like, oh yeah, Nike 100. Got to show that chart because you've seen some monster bounces off levels like this. If you were trading Palantir on Friday, like look at a similar like big level, pulls right back in. You got a huge bounce play off of that level. Square did the same thing at 55. These matter, especially as a day trader. If you're looking to catch those big reversals or those big bounce plays, that was a good one. So I mean, I look at that Nike and I see sort of the same thing. I mean, people like the company. That usually means there's going to be dip buyers and names like that. Just going back over to U.S. Steel, I said the next thing I would do would be buying the dips in U.S. Steel. I got some at 60, got one out at 70. It came right into that 31.50 level, so you can probably imagine what's going to happen next. Offers in the 60s, 70s, all the way up into 80. Let's just see if it can hold on to this ArcelorMittal potential higher bid volume that it's certainly getting right now. Again, potential higher bid.
Okay. Yeah, just looking to see if what else we can do here today on anything. All right, Microsoft downside, Meta, JP Morgan. Let's just go to JP Morgan. Some of the banks here off of, yeah, okay, so that was 150.
Not today.
That's okay. Well, no, it got to 150, but we didn't do anything about it. Nice downside move there for them. You know, the biggest mistake is, and we've been talking about this on the after show ever since it was created, was basically trying to short BAC up to $30. Once it finally broke it, that's what we really like. So it's 4 days in a row now. We've had red days off of calling a short every time it breaks through. Not every time it breaks through 30, but once it gets through 30, we've been wanting to go short every day and looking for bumps to do that. And then it's been now 4 days in a row, downside pressure there on BAC. So yeah, that's too bad because that was a missed opportunity for sure. Upside there, we missed that. We can look at other banks. I mean, we've talking about Wells Fargo. We know that BAC, the reason why I'm looking at BAC is we had that form disclosed by Berkshire where BAC is their second largest holding period. Obviously 51% of their holdings is Apple, followed by 8.5% on Wells Fargo, or sorry, on Bank of America. And now you can see here Wells Fargo actually doing much, much better. BAC is the weak one. This one broke through 43 and been holding out hope, but BAC has been sort of printing, like I said, 4 straight down days. So I feel like that's going to be another good name to look at if you're not looking at anything yet on the bank side, shorting it into BAC if we do get any pops back up to the upside. I mean, I've been in PayPal all day. Let's just have a quick look at Square, AKA Block. I'd still call it Square. And we'll see what happens there. I mean, this has been the puke factory of the month for sure, all the way to the downside, but it has found a little bit of a bid off 50. And I think 35 is where I initially started buying this name. I hadn't owned it until COVID, but definitely didn't get any out when it ripped up to like, well, I got some out when it ripped up, but this went to like $150 or even more than that, I feel like, during, yeah, there it is right there, 150, yeah, 175, 180, 270, right there on the upside. So I must have been 280 that I was thinking about, not 180, but right there, 280 the top off of a bottom of $35. Although, see this? Right there, no No word of a lie. We got long on this break upside there of $30, $35. Was able to take something out, but definitely not all of it. This would have been a good at 150, obviously, as it retraced all the way back to 150 off of 90. And I'm wondering if 80 is going to look like a very similar out right now for all of you that are long down here at 56, 57. So although it hasn't been a great story for me, because I'd love to tell you, like Disney, I was able to get out at 185 because I didn't believe in streaming, and that was great. But this Square, definitely a huge run up, and then all the way back down right now. We're not in a huge position of PayPal either, but those two names have really been disappointing for me as holder of both those names. So yeah, Square, trying to get back to the upside. I think it's almost, you could probably get some shares here, but I'd almost wait 1 or 2 more quarters, probably 1 more quarter for both PayPal and Square, just to make sure they've righted the ship. Reason why I might prefer PayPal ahead is just because of the new management. PayPal just got new CEO, I believe it was the CFO of Intuit, and we all know how well that stock has performed. So I still do like PayPal down here off of possible more catalysts, but both these names for a long term, if you guys are in them, you know it's been squash city.
Yeah, but that's sort of the thing. Like sometimes you go so far to the downside, like a play that you wouldn't think of as a value play, but it kind of turns into a weird value play, and that feels like they were there. One issue with Square would be that just watch out for crypto, because you hadn't been moving around a lot on Bitcoin, and then there was that flush into 26,000, and Square tends to move a little bit more heavily with the crypto markets. There was, when you were mentioning BAC, Nicole Harris asked in the chat, Fitch was talking about downgrading the U.S. banking sector and then potentially having to make individual downgrades. None of that's actually happened. It was just a potential that they could. So you got to watch out for those headlines. The last time people wrote off that the downgrades would matter, it was on the U.S. economy, and the market actually moved days after that. So when you keep your ear to the ground, you want to do so specifically for any potential downgrades in the banking sector in general, and then no individual bank can actually have a rating higher than the environment. So that's why it would then trickle down to things like JPM having their ratings, and all the smaller banks as well, sort of following down the line. It's worth monitoring. Only one re-entry for me, which was going back to the well on U.S. Steels. It bounced off 50s. I did get the 60s, then 70s. I have another one in here because now there's a seller at 71, so I'm kind of sitting right there with them. If it holds VWAP, great. It gets to 32, fantastic. Doesn't seem like it wants to go any further than that. AMC still holding the same level. So the second reload, not second reload, the first reload, second trade in it at the same level, not really flushing just yet. This could be stair stepping up, so I'll respect that. I will not get back in a third time unless it shows me a lower high, which right now it's definitely not doing. Meta is bucking a little bit of the trend here. Well, okay, it was. Now it's getting underneath VWAP. I was only looking for weakness on Meta today. It never really got up to like the 290 level. 286, I suppose, should have been something, but that's not what I was looking for. If it can break down, get back underneath the opening range, that's where I would like to grab that short. Like if it gets underneath here, back down toward that 283 level. It's getting close, but it has to actually set up for me. No need to just rush ourselves into it. There is a halt here. Well, it was. I guess I saw there was a halt. I guess, no, it didn't not. Did this BGLC? No, it didn't halt. Never mind. There was a dollar breakout on this. It never actually halted, BGLC. Dollar breakout. It's doing decent volume, not gigantic. I'd swear when I pulled it up, you know what, it just wasn't moving when I pulled it up. That's fine. But this one was from last week. It did make a dollar break once already. If it can make a fresh high, just a decent gap to be filled. So it failed at 113. Sort of around the same level. If it holds on to one and takes out the top, you could have a secondary push here in BGLC, but the volume only okay as we go to Brendan for Money Talk.
More dollar strength coming into play to kick off the brand new week here, guys, as the yields, continue to march higher. It is the highest level right now, in fact, for the 10-year since 2007, or pre-financial crisis, obviously. So the march higher here continues and hasn't stopped for the past couple of weeks. But as we were saying with Frank last week, it's been more of a slow kind of grind and march higher for the 10-year. 2-year not necessarily participating in this. So the longer term rates seeing more buy side action than anything else right now. That is the DXY again on a daily chart. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now days in a row we've seen initial weakness and then strength coming back into play. So back above 103 and holding nicely into these levels once again from back in June and July for the dollar, guys.
Yeah, I mean, obviously people have been looking at rates and yields a little bit more. The yields a little bit more than the dollar, but that's just another thing weighing on the markets today. Both yields and now the USD. Thankfully, like I said, look for longs in this environment, look for longs somewhere else in terms of squeeze plays, which none are really going. And then US Steel, which has a little bit of news to it, just got to the 80 level, so we grabbed the bounce at 60. Started getting some out at 70, but once it got back into that previous breakout price, that 31.50, that's the level we like. We get back into it. I think this can be an all-day kind of play for at least U.S. Steel. I mean, forget about the overall market. If it does flush, if the market were to go parabolic to the downside, eventually U.S. Steel can follow it, because if there is no deal, then it's still a company that has to trade on some kind of fundamentals. So eventually, even in a buyout, you can have a situation where it shouldn't care what the market does, but things get so ugly that eventually it does. Monitoring Meta for this one to break down. If it can get out and underneath the opening range, I like this one short, but I only like the short underneath or at 290. It hasn't done either one of those things yet. But if the market goes red, the ES is close, the NASDAQ not so close. I do still like Meta under those prices. I'm not fighting this one trying along. I think if you're looking big tech long, probably Nvidia is the way to go at this point. I had the short off 450. It got down into 248. I got out. Obviously, it was a good reverse spot, no question about it, but I wasn't really looking for the long up there. Now it's holding that 450 level, as you can see. So strong name today, Nvidia up 5%. It's near the highs while the NASDAQ is pulling back and the ES is pulling back. So you know there's some relative strength. That's step one for liking something to the long side.
All right. The only long that we have PayPal long, which isn't really working. We already made some money on it, so we're out right now. As Xpeng didn't really, I mean, it got going, but you know, the fact is it went from 16, which was probably, well, whatever. I mean, we're just going to stick with what we want to do. We wanted a key level break there of 1675, and we got it, and we banked on it. So it's right into there. Nice move upside right there, and it failed at 17 again. So we actually just got out there for flat before it started to dip down. So that was so far so good on that play. Let's see if it comes back in now for us one more time here. Hopefully it does come back for XPEV, and then we'll be able to go long near that $16 marker as well. We do obviously have, I mean, this is now official. We did take Google for $1 there. It just went right back into the day's low again. So, you know, it doesn't have to be a dollar club. It doesn't matter. It just came right back into that bottom. So we went long off of that. I mean, we have to be, you know, a little bit, like I keep saying the word frugal and stuff like that, but it's like sometimes the market doesn't give you these huge moves. It's like you got to be on the right names. Like I know Neil was trading Apple earlier. That's been making some moves. We're on these names. You've been looking at Intel today. You've been looking at X, which is moving around. And I think that's really the big story is no matter what stock you're trading, make sure that you have reasons why you're going to be in there. Like I haven't traded XPEV, and I actually was trash talking pretty much a lot of these Chinese names to the long side, right? And then obviously today you get that huge move by BOVE, and then here's the big take to the upside, and we went long and made money long. So, you know, sometimes your opinion of what maybe the macro situation is does not trickle down into what day trading is all about, right? We could be sitting here and talking all about this play right here with Google. I'm still hella long Google. I actually think it's the longest position in my account, but yet now I'm just writing down short, like, you know, so it's one of those things where you got to try to be as patient as you can with the trades and just try to make the trades that you feel give you the best advantage on the daily scope. And then if it does trickle over into your long-term portfolio, I think that's a little bit of a mistake. You want to be a little biased, obviously one way or the other in both accounts. And I think for today, I like to be short, like I've said for the last month, since we hear about Nvidia earnings. So that's going to be change of pace for me. If they come out really super strong, then yeah, we will try to buy some of these dips and see what winds up happening. But for right now, we're going to be short Google, which is now $1 in the money. We are short AMD, which is 75 cents. We've already taken the bottom out on AMD. Hopefully that can get going. PayPal's kind of squashed out. We did have a good short in Microsoft. That got squashed as well. And then if you want to buy some dips, I know my guy over here, the professor, has been buying some Apple. I like that play as well. That's now down way worse than the market. I mean,
Caterpillar right now.
Caterpillar's another great name. I wonder
Caterpillar's-
what John Deere's doing.
No, they're both weak today.
They're both weak today, so
Yeah.
the industrials. But again, that makes sense, man.
does.
So I know the NASDAQ Neil is only up 0.64 now, but it was up 1.2.
Yeah.
So I feel like there's a lot of people might have switched over into industrials, and then maybe today trying to think about the other way around. But
I haven't looked at Deere, and again, I understand they just reported. I only mentioned Caterpillar because that's the stock that I personally own. I know where it is, and this is getting right back to where it just broke out from, like the 260 to 265 zone. You get underneath 70, which has already happened today and could happen, I guess, more. Get lower. I think that's where there's going to be buyers on this stock. So if there's a rotation that comes in, I do feel that's a name that can work. It's already 10:57, which is nuts. So I'm going to quickly throw up the earnings board. There's a lot of earnings this week, but for a Monday, look, Zoom obviously is a name we know can move.
Yes.
But do not sleep on Macy's. It's not as big of a short float, but I feel like when you don't look at that stock on earnings, then you look back and you're like, why wasn't I looking at Macy's on earnings? Because it'll put a $1 move in there on you. And Baidu as well can be a big mover. Lowe's more of a bellwether. If you want to look at what's going on with a Home Depot, we already saw their earnings there. So yeah, Zoom for me, Macy's for sure, maybe Baidu, and I'm sure I'll have a few puns for you on Dick's Sporting Goods and then not actually trade it.
yeah, some of those earnings plays, we'll look to analyze them today at the after show at 4 o'clock, but Zoom is an interesting one as well. And then I put a video out. We all put some videos out this weekend. Mine was Gap. So take a look at Gap GPS, which is Thursday.
Right, yeah, they're this week as well.
Yeah, so they're this
Good
week
move.
as well. Again, new CEOs all over the place and some different things
And-
happening here. And idiots like me buying Yeezy stuff.
Let me double check here, because I feel as if the Gap has the bigger short float than Macy's. Like there was a
15,
time,
it's
yeah,
15.
there was a time when Macy's had the bigger short float,
think
but
it's
now I think Gap is 15%, and Macy's, I'm just double checking because I want to be right here, is 7.5. And back to a couple of years ago, I'm pretty sure you had Macy's with a 20-something% short flow. So it's almost like Gap is the one that can gap a little bit further
I like that.
for you overnight. But that's on Thursday. So just going back to a couple of things. One, you're finally getting some traction to the downside, again at the same level on AMC. This is very much like Nikola, like it fell, you missed the move, look for the next available move, and then just get into it. Get into it on the back end. I got the front end here and the front end there. That's because it's short sell restricted, so sitting on the offer is that easier to get a fill than trying to just get it after it's already coming down. Unfortunately, that's the dynamic of when those are moving. Moderna is going absolutely nuts. Apologies, we have 1 minute to go, and I feel like I want to get this one out of the way because Brendan,
Pfizer going?
the company reportedly entered a cancer collaboration with CarsGen. And additionally, the company last week announced COVID vaccine effectiveness against that EG, whatever the new variant is. It's
Yeah.
EG5, or I don't know what they're calling it. It doesn't really matter what they're calling it, but good news for Moderna. But it has this cancer thing. That's why it's much stronger than Pfizer, up 8% on mRNA. Now, last time it trended up, we didn't really do much with it, but then in the afternoon, it made a consolidation break on Thursday. So I'd look to be bullish on this. If it makes a nice bull flag, maybe pulling back into an 8 or a 9, I think the afternoon long is worthy of a play. When Moderna decides to trend, sometimes it's best to just join said trend.
Yeah, don't stand in the way of that one. Big, huge move down to Moderna. Obviously, it made that low of 90 and change. We'll see if it can hold a hundy coming through. But all right, it is time to rock and roll with the midday, guys. Neil and I are back at 2 p.m. But for right now, I want to thank Bears vs. Bulls, Ramin, Fabian, Brendo, okay, Brendan, everybody else that's part of this great team. And then again, you know what? We haven't really done this too often. Let's do a quick little roll call right now. Shout out to Bob. Shout out to D's Nuts. He's right here. What's up, Havana Woody? Everyone's here today. Najee Harris is here. Najee Springs. What's up to Justin Time? What's up to Bears vs. Bulls? Darwin, Canadian Bacon, everybody that's here. Bishop, yo. Jose Rodriguez, everybody, all the families here today. AJ is here. It's Young Money, baby. He's in the building as well right now. So you want me to throw to happening now with Brendan. There's your roll call. Join me at 4. Join both of us back right now at 2 p.m. But for right now, it's the man, the myth, the legend. And if you thought it was Brendan Wickens, you are correct.
At 11 o'clock, tech continuing to lead us to the upside here, guys, but we are coming back into a point where overall the market's going to need to hang on if this day is going to remain on the positive side. 360 holding right now for the Qs here as support, but that was that level from the pre-market that ended up being the bottom before the move higher out of the gate. Yeah, all eyes on what has come later in the week, both on the Nvidia front, both on the Jackson Hole front as well. We'll hear from Fed Chair Powell on the 24th, it would appear, in Jackson Hole as far as the Economic Forum is concerned and how they are continuing to battle with this inflation fight. PanW, Nvidia, Meta, among those all discussed. If you're with us in the first hour this morning in the pre-market, make sure you do check that out. We're on 8:30 Eastern, guys, every single morning. Still holding on to 5% here. I was noting about 1.6 right now on the relative volume scale for Tesla. So 6 days in a row downside. We were talking about maybe the trend down might be over. Back to the upside we go here for Tesla. Let's head over to Sharif and Max.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Max. I'm Sharif. What a day it's been. Bounced back on Friday. Continued the bounce on the markets today. And yeah, Nvidia strong. There's a whole bunch strong today, Max. Finally, a little bit of green.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about for a while, like some of these tech names that are getting beat up, like Tesla specifically. Once it finally puts in a real green day, like we're gonna have that crazy, crazy move up. Sadly, I had to take care of some things this morning. I wasn't here for the open, but what a simple trade that would have been on Tesla off that pre-market low hold. That's exactly how I like to get long this name. You know, breaks it by 20 cents or whatever. You can get long 221, let's call it, with 50 cents of risk, and you get that massive move up. I tried around the 50 period today, around that 227 kind of key level to try to get long, see if we could like bounce and really put in a huge move through that 430, but that didn't show up yet. Currently holding 225, so this one is going to be on the radar. Nvidia definitely on the radar too, and Palo Alto.
Wow.
Those earnings moves out of this name, I can't believe how high we've gotten today. I figured that we would kind of fade the pre-market lower,
right,
and or pre-market high today maybe, kind of do like maybe a 240 reject and then right back down, but no, this thing's up 17% on an S&P 500 name, merely off of earnings. And they missed revenue.
And it wasn't even that good. Yeah. Top line missed, bottom line hit, down year over year. Yeah. It was an earnings recession, if you want to call it that. It wasn't. I mean, I think it was just beat up so much.
Yeah.
That, you know, any positivity helped nuclear this one up. So
fair enough. Yeah, 201.17 was the low on Friday.
Right.
We're at 245 now. So really
the world
nice
makes
move
sense,
out of that
Max.
I'm watching Nvidia actually right now off of this 450, 250 kind of area. I think that we can continue through 455. So I want to get a starter position. I tried once, figured, you know, starter size, I'll just hold it like $1.50 against me, and then I stop out at the low here and didn't get filled on that 452. So I'm looking to potentially, if we see bidding up here, yeah, I like what I'm seeing. So I'm long Nvidia right now with starter size. Looking to add through this 434 or 454 and a half, and then through 455 to try to get that 456 test. Hopefully this will load up for me, but I think it was 2 weeks ago. This 456 is where we were consolidating. The high of this consolidation for like 3 or 4 days was, I think it was 456.25. So I'm thinking if we crack that, we have the chance to get into that like 465 kind of range on Nvidia today. So, you know, if we have that move, if we have that, whatever that would be, probably like a 7.5% move in Nvidia today, I would like to be involved in that market, looking like it wants to kind of bid up off of this consolidation, off of that 14 kind of 850 range that we've been kind of playing with for a couple
Dan
days.
just said it literally right now. Him and I going back in the chat. You know, I'm long the NQs here, trying to take the several times we've held off this level, the good level as well. Essentially on the ES, kind of. I don't like to equate the two because they've been a little different. But the close on the ES was 43.82. We bounced off there a number of times. So we'll try my hand at this. Simultaneously, I'm also short AAOI, looking for kind of a double top. My out will be the break of the crest over here, 15.33. Trying to break down below 15. If we can get that, that'd be fantastic. My price target will be around 14.60 or 14.75. just ahead of the trough there. But, you know, small size on this one because it is a counter trend trade, up 18 1/3%. You just need to look at the daily chart to see how strong this one has been. Where do my daily charts always go? I never understand where they go. There we go. AAOI, this is the daily. Let's pull that up real quick. Yeah, look at the strength on this bad boy, right? And a big green candle today, and kind of maybe a reversal candles the last 2 days there, holding 13. You got the dip into 12, but always closing on the higher end, so to speak. So we'll keep an eye on that one, but it's going against me at the moment. We'll have to see what this one does. About to get stopped out, thankfully for small size. We'll see what this one does, and yeah, NQ back down in again. My L on the NQ will be the break of the opening range bottom on that one. Breaks down, then maybe we'll look for a different setup on that, but I'll give myself some room on both of those names. Otherwise, yeah, Tesla very strong on the day as well. It's holding VWAP, looking to take 227 again. Just curling off that 226 at the moment. We'll look at TSLA. Here it is. Let's go to the 5 on Tesla. Let's just put that there real quick. Yeah, so curling nicely here off VWAP. And, you know, you had to give it a couple of shekels. It did actually break 225, but finding more strength at the moment. We'll see if it can break through the crest here at 227 1/3. If it does, you know, you could easily see 230 on this. Already up 5%, was up a lot more than that. Good couple of catalysts today. They're redesigning the Model 3, as well as, you know, they're speaking with Malaysia in terms of getting something built out over there. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I got my stop in here just below this consolidation on Nvidia. I don't want to hold this like more than $1 against me, so we will see if this stops me out looking like it wants to, but we are getting lots of buying in here, so we'll see if we can kind of get moving back into this 453.25, looking like we are indeed getting that. Can't print the 50s, so there's only one way to go from here. Yeah, let's see what happens back over this 455 key kind of consolidation level here. PanW also like really just not stopping at all. A little bit of a turnaround here, but that break of this 243 high, very clean, and just continues that move up through 246. So, all right, stopped out of Nvidia there. Probably, you know, goes right back up after that, but whatever, you know, you can't hold these stocks forever. But yeah, like you're risking what? I don't know, maybe 50 cents on this 243.50 break, and you get almost $3 out of that. Great action out of PanW today. Where does this stop? I mean, the daily level is 255. Do I think we're getting there? I don't think so. Maybe, you know, 250 fail breaking. You know, you get the turnaround into like, I don't know, maybe to where we are right now, but definitely a great move on PanW. I don't think this is highly shorted. Unload for me. 6.2% according to Trade Ideas. That's actually not so bad for a larger name. You know, usually it'd be like sub 3 on these larger float names. So I guess a bit of a short squeeze, maybe some people offside taking bets against their earnings, and you know we're up $45 from the open on Friday, so definitely, and a lower liquidity name. 6.2% of 300 million shares. That's it's like 20 million shares short almost, and this has only done 10 million shares today, getting very close to that 258, I think it was, all-time high, 260 all-time high, basically. So maybe lots of people offside on PanW. Maybe this just continues all day. Moderna also, like, I didn't read into the news on Moderna today, but yeah, what a move on that one. Where does Moderna stop? I thought COVID was over. I mean, they do have other products, Moderna, or they have other things in the pipeline. They're trying to use that mRNA technology to deliver other types of vaccines and medication or whatever. So I don't know. I didn't see any kind of headline today, though, like insider selling. I don't know.
I'm out of my position on the future. Get stopped out there as we break the IB low range. 14.8 may hold, but I won't be long at that level. Also, the ES bouncing off 43.82. Again, it's been holding that level all morning, but now I think we're making lower lows. We'll see if the buyers step up at this level. They've been stepping up all morning, but no newer highs to speak of at the moment. So my only position at the moment is this AAOI short, looking for that 15 break southward. If it breaks, great. Otherwise, we'll get stopped through the break of 1530. What else is going on? Not much in my world. Those are the only two stocks that I've traded on the day. Obviously, Nvidia has been very strong, no question about it. Max giving you a talk there. AMD, it had some sympathy moves earlier on. At the moment, it's just barely up a quarter of a point, but down 0.4 since the bell. I've also had my eye on NKLA, Nikola. Yeah, it was down big this morning. Still actually down big, 18 percentage points on NKLA. Let's have a look at Nikola over here. The cheap stock, yeah, finding a bit of support at that $1.60, but it's been stair-stepping down essentially all morning. We started off the day really like in the just sub $2, and now we're talking about holding $1.50. So bad day for this name. What else is going on? Not much else in my world. I know XPEV's been strong. Didn't really believe in that move, to be quite honest with you, because it is just such a crappy company. But it is getting a nice upgrade from B of A. They like the move with VW, adds to their liquidity. Apparently, it's good. It's going to be good for their full self-driving expansion. They have, they steal Tesla's IP, so it's easy for them to do. We're kidding about that, of course. But yeah, good look today for XPEV, but rejecting off that $17 level. If you took that short on 17, you were well rewarded because I don't think it broke it. What is actually the high on XPEV? Let me look real quick here. XPEV. The high is exactly $17. Now back into almost at 16 and a quarter, 16.28, 16.27. So it's been a good short off that level. If you took anything maybe below 16.55 through the break of this trough, you were also rewarded on that. So we'll keep an eye looking. Obviously, Pan W goes without saying. This has been a very strong stock. Load that bad boy up. Reported after the bell. I made a little video on this morning. They kind of bamboozled everybody with having their earnings on a Friday night. Typically, these technology companies from Silicon Valley don't report after Thursday. They don't even report Friday morning. But yeah, apparently there was a board meeting of sorts and other events. So yeah, that's the look there, Max.
I'm trying to convince myself to go long on Nvidia here, but I think I'm going to hold off. I feel like now that we've broken VWAP, we're really rejecting this kind of next push-up move that I expected. So because we're spending time below VWAP right now, I'm going to chill out on this one. Market, I don't know. I mean, we just bounced off of 14.8 again, which was the basically opening low here. I don't know. I mean, still kind of in a breakdown state right now on this on the 5-minute chart. So I think chill on the longs. I don't really have the idea for the shorts at the moment. I like the idea of shorting Nvidia off of that 456 high where it consolidated before. Obviously missed that. Same with like Tesla. I was watching it at 230, looking for that 230 kind of failed break to go short, but it couldn't quite get there. It got to 95. So. Yeah, I think we're a little bit low to initiate any shorts. I think if I was short, it would be time to hold right now because the market looks like maybe it wants to give up this whole up move that we just had.
Oh yeah.
I just feel like we're a little low, and this is where we bounce from on NASDAQ likely. ES looking quite weak though, through the low now, and down 0.7 when we were up. I'm not sure what we were up, but like 0.5%, I guess, previously. So, yeah, I think chill out right now. Wait for some lower levels on some of these names. I mean, Tesla, maybe a fail break of 225 makes sense, but you're up so high right now on Tesla that. I mean, I feel like this has a long way to fall if it does want to continue this breakdown. So maybe risk to reward right here doesn't quite make all that much sense when. Everything feels a little bit like a breakdown at the moment. 224, which is just below where we consolidated before. That makes some more sense to me. But again, bit of a downtrend for sure.
Oh yeah, just breaking
so-
14.8 now on the NQ.
Yeah, we are. Let's see. Maybe we kind of wick 14.8. We hold. ES is going for its overnight low right now, so 43.75. Maybe the bounce spot on ES. Tough to say for sure.
Yeah, you had that defend, the valiant defend on Friday's close on the ES 43.82, but that's come and gone now with a new low. We definitely haven't made the overnight low, 43.77. We're almost at that low, a couple of points off it. But look at this name, PayPal. This has been absolutely getting shellacked lately. Look at this. Move down. It's been really bad for this name. I think this company is absolute trash. Ever since basically the Apple Pay button has come out on websites, you haven't really needed to use PayPal. I mean, I'm going on any website now. It doesn't have to be Amazon associated. You can pay with Apple Pay, and everybody's got their credit card. I'm not everybody, but a lot of people have their credit card connected to their phones. And if you've got that, you can pay instantly. Why would I want to go through PayPal and enter my login information and all that stuff? So I don't know. People were talking about this, the new CEO that they brought in as looking to acquire his way out of trouble. I think this is an acquisition target now for other people because they have over 400 million users. That's worth a lot. Some people there, just all that data. So I mean, it's an interesting look, but I don't believe in this company at all. I think we've probably seen the highs once and for good on this name. 300 something I think we saw in the pandemic. But what a move! What a move down today. $60. We started now. We're knocking on the door of 59. We're just barely holding 59. 58.97 is the low right now with a 59.77 technical high, but in the pre-market we got up to that 60.20. So that's not a look that I like, but definitely interested in a short. If you shorted on any of the crests up, the pop-ups, you have been rewarded. The last one at 59.20 would have been 20 cents in the money. Prior to that, it was at 59.30. So every 10 pennies or so, it seems to be cresting and retracing.
Yeah, I mean, what would have to happen for PayPal to go back to those 300 highs?
Can you imagine? Another pandemic, maybe? I don't know.
Pandemic?
I have no idea.
Yeah, or they end up becoming the biggest crypto player in the game somehow, or
By the
crypto
way,
payments.
I didn't mean just Apple Pay. Google Pay as well.
Yeah,
Heavily
Google Pay,
used as well.
Shop Pay,
There you go.
Amazon Pay,
Yeah.
every other pay.
Yeah. Why would you want to be in this?
You
thing?
have, I mean, you have your credit cards tied to all these companies already. Why do you want to go to a different company that
And think
doesn't
about it
really
this way.
provide anything else to you?
So when you pay using your credit card, the merchant has to pay the card like whatever, 1.5% to 3%,
Yeah.
depending if it's whatever card it is, right?
Yeah.
When you're doing that with PayPal, the merchant has to pay PayPal, and then PayPal has to pay the credit card. So why would you have that middleman when you can absolutely remove that middleman?
Yeah.
Right? So it doesn't make sense to me. Ever since this technology came into fruition, I mean, the Apple Pay and the Google Pay and stuff like that. But going back to AAOI here, looks like I got bamboozled out of this one because it is headed south. So I tried to get the short on this one, but looks like I was a little bit too early, and I didn't go. Yeah, look where my out is, literally top wick. Now it is breaking down below 15, trying to make its way down into VWAP. VWAP on my chart around 1487, and the crest there, sorry, the trough of that last little descent, 1458, 1455-ish. So interesting look on this name. It is a counter trend trade though. So if you're gonna get into this name, get in quick because it has been very strong lately. I showed you the daily chart before we popped up the 5, but it's worth repeating. That's the intraday. Let's go to the daily. This has had a headline for a while. Look how it started getting going there late June, and it has been very strong. AAOI, Applied Optoelectronics, vertically integrated provider of fiber optic networking products. It designs and manufactures a range of optical communications products at varying levels of integration. You get it. It's a fiber opt company, and it's doing well. So probably not a good idea to short it on the day, but hey, I was close.
We wicked the low on the market, so we wicked that 14.8, get right back above, trading at 14.813, same thing on the ES. So I find Tesla trading just above 225, and I get long, looking for the continuation on this up move. You know, it comes right into that key level of 225. breaks it, can't go any further. So let's see if we get some short covering into VWAP here. See what happens around VWAP at 226, and then maybe we find a spot to add through 227. If we take out the low 224.75 here, I will be out of it. Not looking to hold on to Tesla in a downtrend, that's for sure. But 40 cents, 50 cents of risk, looking for $1, really $2 of reward on this one. I think we can quite easily get back to 227. That makes sense for me. I think this is a decently high probability given the market move that we are currently having. That's a nice wick down to the low of day and holds it, and we're just going straight back up. So, Tesla, very strong stock on the day. Obviously, still up 4.5%. So maybe there's still some room to retrace on this one, despite the market move up. But we'll see. I think Tesla could definitely continue today, and this is really the spot where you figure it may continue. Obviously, buying large caps below VWAP, not always the easiest thing to do. So definitely have to have the stop in on this one. Not trying to get smoked. I don't know where I can add to it on a. I guess this 227.50 is where we kind of couldn't get above before. So maybe that makes sense if we start trading above there to try to catch a dip back into like 227 on a 227.50 break. But yeah, we'll have to see on that. And definitely have to get above VWAP before we're thinking about that scenario.
Shout out to Nicole Harris, $25 super chat. Shout out to Hot Lena. Thoughts? Since July 19th, $90 billion money market accounts from 4.5 to 5 and 1.15% APR liquid. No market risk. Do you think this is why we are seeing the bond and stock market fall? Meet Kevin's research. 15-2 at Bears versus Bulls. I don't get that last part there. But yeah, no, I heard a whole lot made of this exact topic on the Compound. They were talking about money market accounts. I had a couple of guys there from Bloomberg, their latest podcast on there. Not that I understand too much about money market accounts. I'm not a bond guy, so I got to defer on this one. It's beyond my scope of comprehension. But my understanding is, there is a lot of diversified financial products now that include options in the money market accounts that are basically yielding somewhere around between 6.5% to 7.25% with very low risk. I don't really understand how it works, but include CFDs and stuff like that, stuff that we don't really have in Canada. These are more like American financial products. But yeah, Nicole, sorry, I couldn't be more help there. D-Loaf, she wants 15 out of the 25 to go. I don't know what that means either. Okay. Well, he tagged me. Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah, we don't really control. Yeah, we do, but I don't know what the guys over here do. It's not my area.
That does make sense,
distribution.
Though, if you can get 4, 5, 6% on these savings accounts or GICs or whatever, versus all the risk in the market at the moment, we're at highs. I mean, pulling some money out of the stock market while we're close to 16K and putting it into some of those products makes a whole lot of sense. Take profit, put it into something that yields a actually excellent yield. At least over the past few years, that would have been a pretty decent yield. Nowadays, I don't know, but yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, it got really complicated. It was like beyond just like savings accounts and stuff like that. It was about how they mix options in the bond markets, and it was way beyond me. And I found it kind of tedious to listen to because I didn't understand a lot of what was being said. Right, but it's definitely more homework that I got to do. Anyway, what else we got here in small cap world? Let's see what's popping off. We have ALVR, the top gapper on my chart right now after the open. But yeah, not a whole lot really in small cap world, just that AAOI stock that I saw. I know the guys this morning were talking about some other ones. They're since kind of died off a little bit. Archer Aviation showing up as well, 747 high. That's a little on the nose. Archer Aviation with a 747 high, coming back into $7. That's interesting as well. We'll keep an eye on some of these small cappers, but it has been an interesting large cap day, especially with Nvidia really like getting to go from a lot of the analysts. We know that they report on Wednesday, and founder and CEO Jensen Huang, now his net worth up to $38 billion up, I believe, on Friday. So he's made a couple of pennies this year.
Yeah.
I will be wearing my leather jacket on Wednesday. No question.
Wednesday.
Paying homage to Judge Sun Huan there. That's it. That's really all I got. Nicola Tankin Hart says Rainmaker. Yeah, I noticed as well. I didn't really see the headline. Let's have a look and see what's up there. Nicola, slide 9.4% after company terminates certain stock purchase agreements with Tumim Stone Capital. Don't know about them. I didn't really know what agreement they had to begin with. We knew that they were trying to raise money. Maybe I'll read a little bit more on this bad boy. But yeah, bad headline here, it looks like, for Nicola, and they are paying the price 23% to the downside, almost 10% now after the bell, down 52.1 million shares done on the day, trying to hold that $1.50. We were just talking about $1.60 on this one. Well, 60's come and gone, it looks like. Let's go to Nicola. Did I have Nicola up here? Hand up. XPEV, I think I had Nicola. Yes, there it is. Wow, we were just talking about that 160, and it has since huadunked right into that 150 area. So maybe the $1.50. Keep an eye on that one. Apple also weak as well. It's gone red. 174.50 is where we closed out at. We got up to 175.57. Now just barely holding on to that 174 area. Weakness in some of these names today, Matt.
Yep. No weakness in Tesla quite yet. I actually just got a bid right below the low of this consolidation at 224.81. So now the average price below 225. Looking pretty solid on that one. That went about 5 cents away from my stop and then just reversed. So looking for this to break up to that 226 level and continue this trend. Loving that ad right now. Actually, that looks pretty money. Did that even get to? It got to 80, so 1 cent above the low of that candle. Sometimes the market gifts you those money fills for sure. So stop's the same, idea's the same. No profit takers out there yet. Waiting for this to go and touch VWAP again. I think we could definitely get that move today. Nice consolidation on Tesla and not wanting to give up that 225 level yet. Market looking somewhat sketchy.
Yeah.
Right now, not making that secondary move up off of this kind of wick low off 14.8, kind of chilling out here, consolidating, but it's still holding above that key level that we had identified on the day. So we'll see if we can kind of push into 14.850, maybe see if we can get a. I'm not going to say a continuation of the up move, but if we can hold 14.8, kind of chop around all day, I think that gives the opportunity, at least for some of these large caps that have been ripping today, to continue their moves, whether we take out the high of NQ or not. But yeah, ES also looking quite weak, just touched the bottom again. Yeah, probably got to be a little careful on this Tesla long, as it's kind of holding the teal right now to the downside. But we'll see. I think this is a good from the R to R perspective. Yeah, Pandub just gave it up, eh?
Yeah, it just topped out there, 246 and change, actually 246 and a third. Now coming back into 242 and a half. VWAP on my chart is that, I want to say 241.50 area, just a smidge above there. We'll see what it does at that area. We also have the trough around 239, just a little above 239 as well. So I don't want to call this a double top, because certainly not, right? Let's bring in the main chart here, the bigger chart, and get an idea of where the technical levels are on this bad boy from a daily perspective. Let's go PAN because I know what it is intraday. All right, so interesting here. And this is what we were talking about, the huadunk starting in August. You got all the way from that 250. And I mean, this wick down doesn't mean that much, because that was the wick down on earnings. It doesn't count. We essentially got from 250 and change all the way down in 207 and a half. So it was a really bad August, as it was for the majority of the market, or has been so far. August is not done. But on a daily level, where are we looking at resistance? I'm seeing 252 and a quarter. Obviously, we're several dollars off that at the moment. Doubt it if we see it today, unless this market really gets going here. By the way, 14.8 holding right now on the NQ. We'll see how that ends up doing. But yeah, 252 and a third, 252 and a quarter, in and around that area. A bit of a top, multiple touches mid-July, early July, late July, early August off that 252 level. Ultimately, though, looks like that 258 and 2/3, that's the real level we're looking at. That happened early July. But I submit we have to break that 250 first. Otherwise, kind of a nice double bottom on this one. Could be a multi-day runner as, new positioning gets into this name after earnings. Very much a surprise. Definitely Friday night there.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, PNW last earnings, absolutely, I think, where did it go from? 200, I think? Wasn't it 200 up to, like, 220 that day?
Usually, okay, so June, yeah, it's probably earnings because of the volume candle there, no?
I remember I was on with Sean, and I had a banger trade on it. I think it was, like, $7. But I think it was 200 to 207, and then it just continued all day.
Oh, here, yeah, May. This is the one. You're right. It got into, yeah. So literally that day it was sub 200, and then a few days later we're talking about like 215.
Yeah.
So yeah, bang on.
So I mean, why wouldn't we hit all-time high again if they're going to keep crushing earnings? The
Yeah.
market's going to keep being happy with their guide and everything. I mean, I think we could definitely see that 260 again on PNW before long. But I mean, nice short off of, I guess, back through 245. Kind of tough to structure that one. Maybe a 244 breakdown, but we'll see if PNW can kind of bounce off VWAP. Looks like it's doing it right now, and the market is definitely helping. I haven't taken any profit on this Tesla yet. Looking for it to get through 226 first. But maybe I should take some profit here just in case we turn around off the 50 period. Probably take, let's take a fifth off there. 80% of this trade still aiming for that 227, but we'll pay for some risk on that one and lock in 20% of the profit there. Look to get another 20% out at 226.50, which is where we kind of came down to before, and then see if we can crack that 227.50 for the real move up and potentially touch that 230 again, which is realistically where I would want to get out of everything and probably short the failure of 230. But maybe that's the wrong idea. Maybe Tesla wants to just continue the trend and blast up all day. I don't know. I don't think I would be. I don't think I'm sold on that idea really. So we'll see. Looking for the high at best on this one, maybe 228. Not sure. What about Moderna? Still holding that 110. So Moderna has not turned around at all. 5% short float on Moderna. That could help. That could help for sure. And probably not super liquid. Yeah, only 3 million shares of volume on the day. There's like 5% of 300 million. So there's like 15 million shares short. Still at the low of its range though. Moderna pretty beat up recently. So makes sense that there's some short covering today off of that kind of, I mean, you could call that almost like a liquidity grab below 100. It's only down there for 2 days, blast right back through 100. Now do we see like 115, 120 in the coming days? I'm not particularly bullish on this name, so I'm thinking no, but like that's possible. You get people shorting down from those highs at, what was that, 180, 150? Yeah, Moderna was at 220 at one point. Nobody's particularly scared yet, but if the market's going to start to buy this thing up, time to at least start covering something, especially if you're short in this region. You probably don't want to be holding a short back into that region again after it kind of rejects there when we're already consolidating at lows here at that like 118 price that it seemed to like holding above for whatever reason. What is this market doing? Is Tesla still looking bullish?
That 14.8, man, was absolutely solid. If you took
that was solid.
And it was a risky trade to take because, you had seen it really didn't hold that 14.25 level it had been holding most of the morning. But in any event, if you took it, good on you. You were rewarded with a few points. By few, I mean like 30 plus. The NQ also getting the ES, pardon me, trying to get back into Greensville. It's up marginally, 0.01%. It's flirting with that 43.82 level, which is Friday's close. We'll see if we get continuation on that. I'm trying my hand here at PanDub. It's a bit of a risky trade. It's really spready at times, like 15, 20 pennies. Trying to get it on the back end on that dip, seeing if it can curl back up off the trough. Didn't quite make it down into VWAP, but it held 242. So we'll give our hand, we'll try our hand at this. My out will be the 242.5 break. Stop's already in. Let's see if this one can run up a bit, get me some good luck. Tony Price, uranium stock, strong today. UEC and DNN, for example. Yeah, I've been seeing uranium's been strong lately as well. Now, I have it near my nat gas. I keep my eye on nat gas, and just below that is uranium. UROY up 7%. The one that I keep my eye on, the Canadian, shout out to Canada, CCJ, baby, up 3 1/3 as well, 2.2 million shares. I've liked this name for a clean energy play. We know about the small modular reactors that are being used in Ontario. Ontario signed a huge deal to expand and use these small modular SMRs, as they're called in the industry. You know, we're going to need like wide scale expansion of that, not just a couple of orders from a province or two for it to be a real big deal. But yeah, we'll see. A lot of clean energy plays really, you know, in the focus at this moment because, well, that's the look. Anyway, Pandub trying to hold up here. We'll see if we can get something out of this. Maybe possibly a 245 price target here. We'll continue to wait. User, nice name. Can I get resistance and support levels for Zoom? Zoom reports. I think it's today, isn't it? Tonight.
Tonight? Okay.
Yeah, ZM, Zoom Info. Shout out to Kathy Wood. She's in that name. And it's interesting there.
Zoom Info is a different one.
Oh yeah, well I don't
remember
know.
that. That's the bamboozlement that I thought Zoom Info reported.
Oh, that's right.
They reported, and I thought it was like Zoom. It was Zoom Video, but it was actually
True.
some other like data company or something.
Okay.
But yeah.
You want to
Zoom
look
Video.
at that?
Does anybody look at? Does anybody? I mean, how did this? I say it every time, but like, how did this company take over like Skype and?
Oh yeah, I know.
Like all these other companies
pandemic.
that had these video things,
Right?
they just had the best marketing team of all time. Like, who did this? Who,
I don't know exactly how it did.
who made Zoom into like a household name? Whoever did that, that's who I'd be hiring for
Right?
any marketing position. But yeah, 7.5% shorted, which is interesting on Zoom Video. I don't know. I mean, I recall last earnings. I feel like they might have put in a surprise move. Really consolidative at the moment,
What
though.
are they? ZI?
for
What's
the
the
whole
ticker on that?
ZM.
Okay.
NQ.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting. At the bottom of its range. I mean, if Zoom,
The daily's nasty.
yeah,
The daily's hideous. You got to be fair. It is. I mean, like look at the lows and the consolidation area. It definitely hasn't moved with the market. We know January onwards has been very strong. Let me put in the ticker, ZM.
I feel like if we get anywhere near that 75 level off of earnings, that's got to be a short, right?
Interesting. Okay.
That's true.
So Zoom Info. Zoom Vid. Why is it? Are you talking about ZM or?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought we were talking about Zoom Info.
No, we're talking about Zoom Video. Zoom
So,
Info already reported.
You're okay. Got it.
think.
I think he wanted levels on Zoom Info though,
Oh,
right?
Zoom Info?
Yeah. ZI, right? That's what I thought.
I
Okay.
thought ZI already reported.
Well, he just wants levels on it, right?
Oh, okay,
And here we
okay.
go. So it's absolutely Huadunked. Look at this big boy Huadunk, and the Huadunk was on July 30th.
Yeah, that's an ouchie.
I think, are we at all-time lows here? It looks like we
it looks like
IPO'd June 2020, and we are at all-time lows. What can I tell you, brother? I mean, we are at all-time lows. How do you chart this? It's the opposite of a blue sky setup. It's a red bottom setup. There we go.
bottom setup.
There you go. You're going
getting
straight to
spanked.
hell. Hill. Can you hit
Getting spanked.
Neil, can you hit the gates of hell for me? There we go. There you go. It's a red bottom setup. For Zoom Info, I don't have levels on this, brother. It looks like it was a flat bottom break through that 18. It had multiple touches at 18. There seemed to be a buyer there, but that broke August 16th when we closed below 18, and it's been stair-stepping down since. I mean, I don't have levels. Good luck with this name.
Good luck. Yeah, I mean, if every level is new, then it's kind of hard to.
Well, yeah.
You just have to think about like even dollar kind of psychological levels, like 15, 12 and a half, I guess, and then 10.
Yeah.
That's kind of all you can. That's all you can do with those ones. Prior all-time low, whatever that was, should be resistance to the upside. Yeah, tough look there. Tesla. Did it get through 226 there? It did. Interesting. So fail break of 226 for now. I'm trailed into 225.25 now, but market kind of rejecting VWAP, so I'm actually going to take some more of this off. Maybe I just bail on this one. I'll leave it. I'll leave it to the stop. If we bounce off that prior low, but market looking like it wants to take out that 15.8 for now. So we'll be taking profit on that stop out, but not exactly where I wanted to be taking profit on this one. I figured we could quite easily get through VWAP and continue this trend. I still have like 70% on, so maybe I need to take even more off. Let's get half out of this. The other half trailed to that 225.25 area. If we continue, we continue. Good look. If not, it was a good trade regardless.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
You got bottom
little scalp there, but could have been much better, obviously. Market clearly unhappy.
Oh, yeah.
Unhappy with this up move. Nice little trap above that 14,850, 14,860. Traps everybody to the long side, then blast back down. Now if we take out this low, I mean, we're probably going back into that 14,720 level that has provided a pretty solid support level recently. You know, we got below there a bit, but we kind of reverse head and shoulders on this one. 14,720 is where we kind of broke down from.
Yeah.
Do a little bit of whatever below that, and then we hold it again in the afternoon on Friday, and then overnight. So we'll see if that level can hold this afternoon.
Yep.
If I feel like we take out 14.8, we got a long way to fall here. And if the dip buyers end up getting stopped out and are offside when they thought that they were going to absolutely blast through 15K today, you know, we could see some nasty selling through the low today potentially.
Pandub, a bit of a top here at 243.5. Not able to really break through that level on the after that drop down off that 246. Yeah, look how many touches we've had that 243.5. We'll have to get continuation for that really to kind of convince me we can make our way up. Otherwise, you know, I'm just going to leave my stop where it is, the bottom end of the trough, but we definitely need continuation and not just a quick wick above that $0.5 level. Quite spready at times, so you have to be cautious with this one. Otherwise, you could find yourself in a little bit of trouble as, you know, just the spread on it alone could catch you cut up. Looks like we're moving up a little bit here, and nothing really too great to celebrate. Looking, you know, ideally for a 245 PT, but we'll have to start moving. And we know that it's later in the day. It's almost 15, 212, and you know it's made two big moves. One after the bell on Friday, and one today already. So we're kind of late, but hey, that's when we're on. So we got to trade. So we'll see how this one does. If it can get some continuation through that 244. We got a couple of prints there above 243, 243.75, but right back down to that level as we encounter some selling here. Probably a lot of profit taking. You know, a lot of people did well. If you front ran the move on Friday, you are very, very happy. Let's see what is going on in small cap world. I'm seeing this ALVR, Alovire, late stage clinical cell therapy company, doing pretty good. Not much in the way of volume, 1.2 million shares for $3 name. That fly is still here. But up 19%. So ALVR stair-stepping its way up above 3 1/3 for now. We'll keep an eye on that one. The volume a little bit suspect. But yeah, the big tech names are all headed down here. Save and except for Nvidia, it's holding up quite well. Everything else on my chart, not looking so good from the big tech world. I mean, Meta, marginally above or below VWAP, pardon me. It's still positive on the day, 0.89. Amazon just went negative. Look at this. Big move down on Amazon now, 1/3% lower. Likewise, almost the same look here for Apple, 1/3% lower, stair-stepping down. Rejecting off Friday's close at 174.5. Microsoft up almost 0.5 point, but they're definitely also making lower highs, looking to take that 317 low. Google also weak. The Katina man had this one short. It's now 0.6 to the negative. Looking to hold that 126.5, but just barely. Tesla kind of, I mentioned Nvidia as as a good look, but Tesla as well, quite positive, 4 1/3 on the day. We'll see what big tech brings, but not looking good for now anyway for most of these names, I want to say.
Yeah, that Nvidia actually super strong off the 450 level. This is the one that I was initially playing for that bounce and kind of went off of it. Didn't like what I was seeing around 450, but you know, it only goes, I don't know. I feel like Nvidia, you got to give it $1.50 at least off of the level. Nita Stock has gifted 10 memberships.
Ooh, thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, Nvidia, if you give it, I think you got to give it like $2, but then you know you only get $3.50 out of it, so that's not even a 2-to-1 yet. But definitely really strong. Probably could have found a way into this one with tighter risk. Would have to look at my my 5-second chart probably to figure that one out. But yeah, this looking very strong. Probably, I mean, it obviously still depends on what the market does. I don't think that Nvidia is going to go straight up and take out the high if the market keeps going down. However, any kind of bounce on the market, and I feel like, you know, that 455 probably takes you into 457, 458, maybe 460. And if we get like a real bounce on the market, which seems pretty unlikely, maybe Nvidia is touching that 465 that we were talking about before.
Yeah.
But yeah, good move there. Not totally sure how to execute on that move, but maybe you're just taking 450, trying to give it like $1 back down into, yeah, maybe that works. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to figure out Nvidia if we're gonna keep trending up like this. I've been trying it a lot recently. When it's doing all this volume, it gets a whole lot easier to actually execute on it. You know, before Nvidia would do like 10, 12 million a day, I feel like, and recently we've been kind of pumping up a little bit, getting into like the 50s, 60s, 70s. So when it's doing this volume, you can actually trade it the way that I like to trade things. So I've been kind of trying to put in some work on this name, but clearly not quite refined enough on these Nvidia trades. We'll get there, though.
A big move down this morning, Max, on Hawaiian Energy. We know this one's been definitely in our sights for a while. Start off the day at 1370. We make it all the way down there into 12 1/3. But look at us stair stepping up. We're almost back into the opening range top there. 1350 we're taking out here on Hawaiian. Down 1.9%. Was down a lot more than that earlier on, but there you go. Stair stepping up after that 940 was a red to green move. It looks good. Possible resistance at the top over here around 13 3/4, 13 2/3. We'll have to wait and see. This one was in the news last week, finally on a positive note that it was not going to have to restructure. So it got bought back up after having sold off quite aggressively, but definitely nowhere near where it was before. Let's have a look at HE. Here's the daily chart on Hawaiian. Yeah, there you go. Nowhere near where we were before. Nowhere. We were definitely at 40, 39, 38, but there you go. We wicked all the way down to 9, but that's where the buyer stepped up. And Friday, we got up all the way to 15, but end up closing out at around just sub 14, 13 2/3 area. Definitely not within, definitely within Friday's range. Haven't broken the lows, haven't broken the highs, an inside day so far, but stair stepping up, giving you an intraday possibility here for a move. Keeping my eye still on the on Pandub, as you know, this one's looking worse and worse the more I look at it here, as it is not able to break through and stay above that 243.5. So it's not breaking down. It hasn't triggered my out, but you know, I'm anticipating some loss on this one, to be quite honest with you. Mike Scratch is killing me, says TX Redmond. Is that yours over there? Fixed, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's done. We took care of it, brother. Should be done for now. And yeah, that's really all I'm looking at. 14.8 holds again, but we break down, actually, make a lower low. Doesn't really hold. 14.788. So multiple lower lows on the NQ, multiple lower highs. Even though we curl back up, we try to defend 14.8. It's not a good look, though. We'll see. If we can make a newer high on the NQ above 14.8 1/3, then we might have a different conversation. But for now, still very much a downtrend.
Shout out to somebody in the chat, Darren, NVAX squeezing. Almost 50% short float on NVAX for a good reason, I do believe. But yeah, this one is up 12% today. Pretty light volume, but the volume staying elevated throughout the day at the same level since the open. So, you know, most names will get a downward trend in volume. This one seems to be picking up right now through this $8 level. Having a look on this 30-minute chart, what are the recent levels that maybe people get squeezed out of this name at? I'm kind of figuring that short float is sitting way higher than this, but maybe if we get through this 815 level, we can continue into, you know, $8.80, $9. Yeah, this is super interesting. I mean, Moderna's absolutely flying today. This one's flying on sympathy, lighter volume though, and you know, that short float is very, very significant. I mean, I wonder if we can just kind of get really moving on this name today. Definitely trending quite cleanly right now off the teal. Hasn't touched the 50 period since the open, basically. Kind of looking good on this NVAX. I'm going to throw this one up. Have to be watching probably Moderna as well, but you know, Moderna is kind of flattening out at that 110 price. NVAX just keeps going off of 750, 765 break, and now breaking $8. Fail break for now. We'll see. Back through that high could provide something. I want to see this through that 815 level, and then, you know, continuing that trend up. I want to see some more volume come into it though. You know, if it's going to really squeeze, the volume is going to start to really pick up and get churning for that big kind of move up. I think right now maybe there's not that much edge on the long quite yet, but we'll see on this one. I like the idea of NVAX squeezing, and yeah, gonna have to throw that up. What else was I looking at? Oh yeah, that Tesla. So stops everybody out, it looks like.
Oh my God.
And then kind of bids back up, I guess on the market move, given that the market went through the lows, then bounces again. So everything kind of bouncing off of these levels, it seems, except for ES. I mean, this is really weak. Is energy weak today? Banking week?
I was going to look at that. Actually, well, the CL October contract up 1/4 point. Nat gas,
looks pretty red over there.
yeah, banking, consumer defensive, cruise lines, airlines, they're all red.
Yeah.
Just like the general market. Nat gas is up 2 1/3. Uranium up. I forget who was mentioning that. Infrastructure down. Neil mentioned that. Cat down on the day. I got my fill at Cat happy at 270, so I'm pumped about that. I had a resting order on my long-term account on that bad boy. But here we go, Pandub. Now testing 244, looking to curl up again. I was patient with this one. Something tells me though, you know, like we may not get the vigor, the type of vigor that you need here to make some real money on this name because number one, the market's headed the other direction. Number two, it's kind of extended, right? We had big moves up Friday. We had big moves up today. I'm going to sit at 245. Like, I'm not going to overstay my welcome on this one. Let's go ahead and sit at 244. We're going to sit 90s here, max. We're going to hang out here. If we get the profit, great. If we get stopped out, even better. I don't care.
For what it's worth on that one, though, like it didn't even touch VWAP there.
It didn't.
As the market's kind of cratering, PanW makes it. I feel like PanW made its move down early, actually.
A little bit,
then
right?
even as the market's taking out the lows, it's still bouncing, still holding up. So,
right.
I mean, if it's not even going to touch VWAP, and you know some buyers are offside trying to get these fills ahead of VWAP, I don't know. Maybe it does have that move through high of day.
We'll see. I mean, that would be good for me,
Yeah,
obviously, but
that would be nice. But you know, 17% right now.
Yeah,
Are we
it's a
thinking
little extended.
25? Like how much does this have left in it? That's kind of.
and it's like
nuts.
you and I discussed at the top of the show. It wasn't blow away earnings. They
Yeah.
were just like, okay, they didn't, you know, poop the bed.
Yeah.
Right. And that's really what it was. Anyway, resting order in place. If it triggers, fantastic. That'll be the end of the trade. We'll see what happens. It's a psych game. Big today, says El Pablo. Couldn't agree more. It's almost a psych game every day. By the way, have you ever read that book, Trading in the Zone?
No, I have not.
No?
No.
Yeah.
I've been meaning
Interesting
to.
read. I read it on the subway earlier in the year. before I started listening to the podcast on the subway to get a prize so that I could speak intelligently. However, unlikely that may have seemed at the big desk. But yeah, one of those reads that you know, if you're going to be an intraday trader, definitely have to get on that bad boy. Saad Mahmoud says, a good book. Yes, no question about it. It is. And it's one of those ones that I think you have to read multiple times to kind of really absorb and get the most out of. So right there, just we moved up. Oh my goodness, the bamboozlement is real on Pandub. At least it was somebody sitting there in front of the whole dollar. We're going to get filled here. I'm seeing high 80s max. I'm sitting in the low 90s. It looks like the bottom's going to drop off. Just like that, it went from a 4-penny spread to a 30-penny spread. So it is quite volatile, this name. I don't get the fill quite yet, but whatever. Hey, Sharif, how's the CMT training going? Poorly, because I have stopped studying for that. I'm like 4 months not having studied. You know, life gets in the way, and there's other stuff that I have to do outside of here that's taking up my time, sadly. So haven't been able to do that, but hopefully when things slow down a little bit, I'll get back on that. Shout out to Michael Noss as well, who sent me the scanner that he mentioned on the morning show this morning, the pattern recognition scanner. So if you want that, make sure to hit Michael Noss up on Twitter, and he will set you up with that. What else we got going on here, Max?
Just have like standard patterns that it recognizes, or can you
I
throw
haven't
in
tried
your
to play
own
with
chart
it.
pattern?
Yeah,
that would be
I don't know
interesting
idea.
if you like came up with your own kind of chart pattern that you like to trade off of and somehow
programmed
program it in there.
Yeah, it'd be fantastic. Who would say no to that?
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
I should get on that. I think there's a lot of stuff on trade ideas that you know, I just have my basic kind of scanners and a couple of filters that have worked for me, but I think there's a lot of power behind that software that I have not quite scratched
It is
yet.
really good. I mean, even like most of the software,
Yeah.
like my platform, Trade Ideas, they've got so much, it becomes like a data overload a little bit.
Yeah.
And there's like new technical insights here that I have on my platform. I was showing Neil this, and it was like a social media detector, and it tells you like the topic that's being discussed per stock, so you can understand like why the stock is being discussed. Is it negative? Is it positive? What the topic is. So if it's not a topic that you particularly care about or believe that is going to have an effect, you can disregard it. Anyway, it's quite powerful. Lots of stuff. Just a matter of, you know, narrowing it down, knowing what to trade. All right. Looks like I didn't get the fill, and here we go all the way back down into 243. So I was waiting there at 245. Did it cross? Yeah, it did cross, but obviously the spread was too wide for me to get filled, so we'll have to wait.
Yep, is what it is on that one. Might have been like a dark pull wick up there too.
No, it was not. I saw it over here. It's just spready, bro.
Yeah,
It's like 30 pennies at times, and they're right back down.
AMC down 23% today. Somebody in the chat was asking me to look at this one. I don't know. Nice short through 350 there. Obviously would have been SSR, so would be very difficult to get that fill at 350. Maybe you can find a way to get it, but based on kind of the volume here and the ferocity of this down move, I'm assuming that you would have been chasing this thing down and not getting any fill at all, down between 360 and 345, but you know, you obviously could have gotten this retracement into 345, risking maybe the 351 break, and now all the way down almost to $3. I wouldn't have been looking for the long unless it actually gets all the way to $3, and then you see some size there or something that you can execute off of and maybe get like a bounce move back into 325, but kind of a clear level that it retraces to. I assume this dark bull wick is not real and it actually only got to like 322 or whatever. But if this gets to 325, it's probably an easy level to short it at, and then you know, get that push potentially down into $3. Nice kind of double bottom, higher low scenario here, but I don't know. I don't think I necessarily would have been looking for this for any reason at $3.07. I feel like you'd have to risk that down to $2.99. But yeah, AMD getting smoked. I wonder what APE is up to, probably going the other direction. Load. No, APE down as well today, so both of them down. I didn't see any, or I didn't see the news, whatever it might be on this today. Probably something to do with that deal that they're trying to do. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know what would be left. I think AMC at $3 makes some sense to try that bounce today, and AMD as well. Similar ticker, real company. AMD, someone was asking me to check out. This one, I mean, it's nice that it's up 1%. Nvidia, obviously, much, much, much stronger than AMD today. So I think if you're playing the chips, you probably want to be on Nvidia. But I'm not. I mean, what was Friday's high over here? I think it was. Did we actually get to 106? I don't remember that. I thought we were at like 105. Anyway, basically holding Friday's highs at 106. So I guess there's something there. Nice consolidation here that you could have got long in, risking really not a whole lot. And this little breakout here at 106.18 must have been some kind of reserve to have 5 minutes that is just consolidating under there. We'll see if this can get back through VWAP. I don't know. I mean, market looking like it wants to hold 14.8, kind of holding the teal on the 5 minute right now to the upside. So would have to crack that, would have to get through this prior high of 14.840. And then we'll see, but definite and decided downtrend at the moment. I'm kind of expecting this low to get broken, but it is nice to see wicks at the low multiple times here and holding back above that 14.8, which was the high. Nick W with the super chat, $5.
Thanks, Nick.
Where do you see Nvidia going from here? Seems so overvalued. Okay, I agree, but we said the same thing last earnings, and then they went up 30% on the earnings report and continued another 20% from there up to that 480 high. So I don't know. I think, don't bet against Nvidia necessarily. I certainly wouldn't be getting short ahead of earnings, expecting the earnings to miss. Ooh. That would be crazy. You saw the last earnings move in one day, went up $100+ or $100. 301. The high was 399 in the pre-market. Was the high 399 in the pre-market?
I don't remember.
I swear it was. Yeah. We were getting long into that. I recall expecting that 400 break. It must have been 399, right? 370.
A monster, though.
Oh, yeah. It was this. Yeah, it was 399. 399 pre-market high. The open on the prior day was 305. So, if you want to hold Nvidia $100 against you up to $550, if they bang out a great earnings report again, then
you're gonna have to take
be my guest.
Shares
but
on that.
That seems absolutely insane to me. Although
pretty
if we
sure
get
you'll
to
get margin
550,
called unless it's all cash there pretty quickly.
Maybe bet against with options if you want to do a YOLO options, but that still seems so kind of, I don't know, kind of silly to me.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, I don't take the counter trend trade here. But look, if you have some information with respect to the industry that and like, oh, this company's not buying, and whatever information you may have, if you're in that kind of industry, fantastic. Use it to your advantage. But we only have what's being reported, and
unless it's insider trading, obviously.
Well, no, we're not talking about that. I'm just talking about industry-specific knowledge. Like if you're in the tech field and you work in AI, you're doing whatever LLM work or prompt engineering or whatever. You may know stuff that is public information, but is not widely known. And if that's the case, then you can obviously use that to your advantage. And in this case, we only know what's being reported, and we know that Chinese were really trying to front run any bans on their purchasing, so they were doing a lot of buying that may have kind of brought on a lot of ordering that would have been distributed over multiple quarters into one quarter. We know the Saudis did the same thing. I mentioned it on the morning show. So unless we're going to have more buying hand over fist from other areas, it is a bit of a tough one to see, really blowing out again. But the other side of the coin is it's really the only game on the block, man. It's the only one really doing this en masse. Even though they're having trouble producing them, obviously with TSMC, there's really not many other competitors competing right now with Nvidia. So
that's fair.
That's the other side of the coin.
That is fair.
So we'll see what that does. LVR continues to go here, Max. A bit of a slow mover, no question about it, but it is having a good day. And you only need to look at the chart. This is the 1 minute on it. Obviously, you can tell that it is sparsely traded because of how the candles are formed there. And that just gives you an indication of the volume. And the volume, still on my chart, 1 3/4 million on a $3 name is not all that much. But there you go, 351 high as it continues to stair step up. It kind of had a 50-period dip here at around 3 1/3, and now we're talking about 3 1/2. So good strength on this bad boy as it moves up. Shares are trading higher after BOA Securities initiated coverage on the stock with a buy rating and a price target of 17 smackaroos. It is at 3 1/2 smackaroos. So you do the math. That's a. I don't know, bro. I'm not math. That's why I'm here. I'm not a good mathematician, but there you go. Lots of potential upside on this name. What else we got going on over here?
Archer Aviation. I don't know if you saw this one today. ACHR. One of these.
I
I do believe it's one of those like.
Remember we talked about
air
it being a
taxi companies.
747?
Yeah. This is one of those air taxi kind of vertical takeoff things. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, eVTOLs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, electric.
love
They're
those.
electric, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so
How much
VTOL
like?
is.
I feel like it takes a lot of energy to fly a plane.
Yeah.
Like how far can these things go on
I don't know.
electricity
I
alone?
think a lot
and
of it has
like
to do with how light they are.
But the battery's heavy.
The battery's heavy. What are you going to do
So-
about that? The LPC batteries are apparently lighter,
Yeah.
which Tesla's using on some Model Ys in China now, but they also have less range.
Okay.
So and they degrade quicker. So it's
I think it's all in this like solid state battery thing. That's when
Can't wait for
everything
that to
changes,
come out.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
QuantumScape is in that. There's a couple other companies. Is it QuantumScape? No. Yes.
Xpeng has an eVTOL. QuantumScape is doing marble technology. They're using marble, thinking that it degrades less, but they can't really get ceramic or marble. Sorry, ceramic. My bad, not
Ceramic?
marble. I'm like thinking of home decor here. No, ceramic technology.
Ceramic.
But they can't get their ducks in a row, man. I mean, there are multiple class action lawsuits against them for overstating their, multiple, for overstating how far along in the technology that they were, and I think they overstated the capacity. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Anyway, you never know. These companies, they're being kept down by these class action lawsuits. Rather than investing all that money into R&D, they're having to hire lawyers to stave off these investors. But that's the way it works. The system has to have some checks and balances, and that's how it is, right? So,
Fair enough.
yeah, man. Ceramic too heavy, and it's TOO, Scott. Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, ceramic is pretty heavy,
Yes, yeah.
but the solid state batteries are much lighter, I believe, and way more efficient and way faster charging, assuming that they can actually get these things to work. And I don't think, I think there's other companies, bigger companies like.
NVAC's apparently moving. Everybody's yelling.
Is it?
I guess maybe in
Is
sympathy
it through
with
that $8?
sympathy with what's it called? Moderna.
Oh yeah, here we go. All right, through that 820. That's
Yeah.
what we were talking about
Good luck.
before. It's just so slow. Like I want the volume. The volume is increasing, which is good, but I want to see more. I want to see more volume, more like real squeeze action out of this one. And if we get that like kind of capitulation top, would love to take the short back down on NVAX because I think that there's a lot of players who are quite excited to short this name.
Oh yeah. Just need only look at the daily on
Yeah.
that bad boy to really get the full scope of the match.
Short float 47%
Ooh,
too.
that's nice.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a bit of a short, but we know it's in sympathy with Moderna. I don't think it has
Yeah.
its own headline, does it? No, it's
don't think
in
so.
sympathy here. Shares up 3% in sympathy. Yeah, makes sense.
So yeah, we'll see if the volume starts increasing and kind of gives more, something more here. But when they're squeezing like this, like slowly, just kind of grinding up, I feel like the down move it can be quite aggressive when the volume actually comes in. Given that there's no volume essentially right now, I just don't know that that taking this to the long side makes sense quite yet. J&J also
Oh,
just did that whole down move and then recovering very quite aggressively. Was down almost 4%, I think, now down 2%. I was watching when we got on at that 166 level, seeing it kind of not want to go through there, but I didn't really have, I didn't really know why it's going down so much today. Obviously something to do with that Kenvue deal. I haven't really been paying a ton of attention to that. Maybe should have been paying more attention to that recently because both J&J and Kenvue have been doing a whole lot of volume.
Right.
But yeah, clearly getting sold off on that, and then, you know, bounces at least 50% retracement. Bounced, I mean, everything since the open. Our opening price is 169.69. We just got almost all the way there. Maybe that's the spot that you get short, as that would be 60, 70 cents in the money already off of 169.50. But yeah, I'm not quite sure what to do with J&J. Lots of volume. Our vol is now at 6 times normal. Off the open this morning, it was like 10. So there's probably something there on J&J. I'm just not totally sure how to play these ones.
Too.
Yeah, sell the news.
We've been waiting for that to go through, and we know that there were 800 million shares of J&J. But it's gonna, I don't know exactly how the deal's working, but it involves 800 million shares of Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah, they're like fully spinning off this other company, right? Or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So here we go. Look, for Pan Dub, this is an interesting level here. 243 is making itself quite apparent here. We had the rejection off 245, and I didn't get filled on the cross, which is fine. But now we had a V-shaped retracement right back into 243. Look how many times the buyers are stepping out south of 243. Now, is this a flat bottom break? Because it is a bit of a downtrend here. We have lower highs, right? We peaked out there at 246 and say a quarter. And now we're finding ourselves really defending that 243 level. We haven't made a newer low, to be fair, so we have to break that, I want to say 242 and a quarter, 242 and a third in that area to make a newer low. So we haven't made that newer low, but you kind of feel like this one's either going to hold 240 or there's going to be a very violent flat bottom break. So far, looks like the buyers step up every time we dip south of 243, but who knows for how long. Now, this one hurt me because of the spread. Here we go, more selling coming in as I see blue coming in on my tape. But this one hurt me because of the spread. So I probably shouldn't have been hanging out so close to the whole dollar. I was sitting at 95s, and I didn't get filled at 95s, despite the fact that I know for a fact it went up. Oh, it didn't go. This one said 94. On here, it shows that it crossed. So on my platform, it said the high was 94. So it missed me by a penny, apparently. We'll see if this one can get some continuity. But so far, buyers are stepping up at that 243 level, no question about it. But we have a lower high, not necessarily a lower low, though. So be wary if you are long this name, as I am. So we'll see how this one ends up resolving itself. My out will be the break of the half dollar. I'm talking about the 242 half dollar, and right back down into 242.80 we go again on Pand Up. Now, with respect to the market, we held 14.8 again. It's been a tough hold because if you have been getting long, you've really had to get long near the lows, as we haven't made it up to VWAP on any of our ascent attempts subsequent to 11 o'clock. 11.14.841 is where VWAP is on my chart, and we haven't been able to make it to that level yet. With respect to the ES, we're trying to get back into 43.82. We're at 81s again, but still 43.82. By the way, is Friday's close, and the break-even level for the day. So we'll see. We'll see if we can get that kind of movement going. Pan Dub getting some interesting action here, man. The wicking is fast and it is furious here, Max, man. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting stock on this.
One of the other strongest stocks on the market today, our friend Nvidia. I am long off of this consolidation breakout right now. Not going to let it break much below 434 here, 454 here. But looking for that continuation move. I think we can get a continuation through the high on Nvidia, through that 456 kind of key consolidation level. So we're long about, let's call it 50 cents of risk, looking for $2 plus on this one. I'm thinking it's looking pretty good. I mean, we're hitting VWAP on the market, on NASDAQ,
Yep.
which we haven't done.
We just touched it now, yeah.
Yeah,
Good call.
I mean, we broke that downtrend, right? The downtrend would have been, pretty much back here, 14,830 or whatever, turn around, keep going down. It does turn around from there, can't keep going, breaks the last consolidation. Now we just got to get through this 856, I would say, for potential kind of move up. I guess you're probably looking at that pre-market high at 14,860 as like trend continuation. If we bounce off there, we bounce off there, is what it is. Nvidia now,
Is what it is.
I don't know, 30 cents in the money, kind of dancing around. We know how much chop Nvidia has to give you, so I am definitely not looking for like $1. I am looking for $2 plus on this one, trend continuation through the high, and looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Lots of buying going on. Size getting filled on the ask. NVAX as well. We were just talking about this. Grind up, slam down in 1 minute, 30 cents. So that's kind of what I was thinking may happen on this one. It is kind of soaking up that dip a little bit though, holding $8 for now, held the 50 period, so maybe this has another move in it. We'll see on NVAX. High day volume though on that dump candle. That's kind of exactly how I outlined this going, but I would have figured that it would have continued by now. So if this can hold this low and bid back up, that's actually looking pretty strong for a potential move through that high. Maybe we get some more volume and a little bit more edge to trade off of on NVAX. That Archer really liking the range that it's in right now, $7 to $7.20. So I guess got to wait for that 750 break on this one. I don't know, pretty bullish move. I think where we are on the daily chart too makes kind of some sense for a 750 breakout. So we'll see if that comes in today. Again, same thing though, like volume super light right now relative to what it was at previously on the initial move up. So I still got this one on a chart. NVAX going for the high now, and my Nvidia looking for that 455 to break out into 456, and then we'll see where we go from there. I'm thinking 460 feels like kind of likely at this point, but don't want to get too aggressive on the price targets there. That 464, I would be all out ahead of 464 if we got there, but got to consider that it's noon on a Monday. We're not necessarily putting in another $10 move on Nvidia. However, if people are going to get squeezed out ahead of earnings, I want to be on the right side of that. So let's see what happens on this one.
Yeah, good strength there.
NASDAQ looking real strong too.
Oh yeah, a lot of big tech names coming into highs here. 287, 50 or so. Meta just touched. Amazon just went green. Apple's trying to dance with green. Microsoft into 319.5. Tesla into almost 227 here. Google trying to get back into that 127.5 area to go green. AMD curling above 106 3/4. Nvidia, like, what is it? Yeah, $1 off days highs, trying to break that 455 area. Penn Dub giving me a heart attack here as it wicks up to 243.80 and then right back down below 243. Yeah, we'll see what this does at 243. I mean, I just waited for this one so long. There's no way I'm getting out now. It'll be such a waste of a trade, such a waste of time. But what you have to realize here, I'm talking to myself, is that that's 3 lower highs now on this name. 246, 245, and like just a smidge below 244. It's going to be a flat bottom break. If I had to gamble here and guess, it's going to break 243 and quite violently with all these lower highs and a clearly defined base being at that 243 area. So we'll see if it ends up proving me wrong here. I won't mind that because obviously that will mean profitability, but definitely looking like it really wants to reject 243, setting up for that big boy Huadunk. All the while, We're getting really good movements from all these other names here. Now Nvidia has retaken 455, pardon me, just as I said that, retrace. But you get what I'm saying here. Everything moving up so far, and the NQ also as well broke through VWAP 814. 855 is what we're at now, and the ES just went green as well, albeit like only 0.03 to the high side, but good curl on some of these names. Tesla now up 5 1/4. Are you still on that one? No, you weren't.
Tesla, no, I got stopped out of Tesla. Sadly, I was kind of the low print there. Where's Tesla got to that 227 that we were liking. Nvidia now almost $1 in the money, looking to take 20% out at the current high of day of 455.90, and then see that 456 break, get it into like 457, 458 before we take any more profit on that one. If we kind of wick the high of day and fail, then that would be a good reason to get out of this whole position. But yeah, my stop is still in below 454, looking for that bigger picture kind of play here through the high. Looking super strong off that 450 level. I guess, now that 450 trade, just getting long, risking $2, and you get $5. Now it's starting to make some sense, I guess. But I don't know. It's kind of tough to expect that move as we make another new local high here, getting to the $0.50 on 455. Let's see if we can get going here on Nvidia. The buying's really starting to pick up here.
It definitely is.
But you got to expect profit taking and shorts ahead of this. This high of day, so maybe my profit taker here is a little, aggressive, but only has to go another 40 cents, which ain't nothing for this stock. Here we go. All right,
market's pumping, bro.
Yeah, market's really
NQ's
going.
moving here.
Maybe I should cancel the profit taker, but gotta be responsible here.
Cheat code says, as long as we're gambling, who do y'all have for Super Bowl champs this year? I don't know, man. I really have not been watching the preseason and in the NFL. I don't know who's good, who's not. I've really been focused on the Prem. It's the only sport really I have time for at the moment. So if you ask me about the Prem, I can give you deets on the Prem. Otherwise, I'm going to have to defer to Big Kahunas. I'll talk about that at the close. But I don't have any names at the moment. Just definitely not the Packers or the Bills, for sure, though, because, well, you know how we feel about that. Well, dude, come on. At least we have Super Bowls. Did you see Josh Allen's new commercial? That is hilarious. He comes out of a bush and stuff. Come on, Josh, you can do better. No, we're kidding. Of course, he probably got paid for that. He got paid big, and he's laughing. He's laughing at us. All right, what else we got over here? Let's see what this BGLC. No, that's not going to cut it. Up 20%, but it's still not. Yeah, no trend there. Keeping my eye out on some small cappers. It really hasn't been there a ton. What do you got?
Almost $2 now on this Nvidia move.
You got filled, eh?
Oh yeah, we got filled. 89s there in front of high of day. Now we've broken 456. 456.20 was the spot that I thought we had to get through. It might have been 456.40 actually if I go quickly and take a look on my other platform here. But yeah. That's 70s? No, oh yeah, 456.42 is the price that we got to get through. So let's see. We just topped out at 37. So 5 more cents to get that kind of consolidation breakout. I would kind of deem that that's already happened, but I mean, if we turn around off of that, that would be pretty kind of obvious to turn around right off of that 40 price, and I should potentially get out, but little pullback at the high here. Looking for the continuation. NASDAQ
Meta's
looking very strong right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Meta's through the high there of that 288. So another name where you get like that first real day of buying on Friday and then continuation today. I don't know. Maybe we did what we had to do on NASDAQ. I thought we had to get a little bit further down.
14.8 defend, man. It was great defend on 14.8. Should have waited for that instead of getting in at 14.8 1/4. It was a hell of a level. You didn't have to give it too much room. You gave it 12 points, which is not too bad on the NQ. You would have had to give it down to 88s from the 14.8 break, which is respectable. I think that that's a decent amount of risk to reward now because you had a high of 14,932. Not saying it was going to get to the high, but if you had a PT, could be in and around that area. It's a fantastic move off 14.8, no question about it. We had also touched 14.8 earlier on. I want to say it around at 9:15, just a smidge before the bell. There was also definite support at 14.8 at that time. So 14.8 comes in as an important level on the day, no question about it. As we march our way up through 14.8 3/4 now, we're looking maybe 14.9 here. And big tech definitely responsible for that. AMD coming up into that 107. You saw Max take profits there through 455. Now you have a 456 and a third high on Nvidia. Apple also marching through 174 3/4, looking to come into 175. Even Amazon, which was very weak earlier, just went green again, up 0.4% through that 133 3/4. And Microsoft knock on the door of that 320 level, breaking through VWAP at 319. So good move from these big cap tech. Google kind of dead money now, which is interesting because Google, when you compare, we did this last week, Max and I, we compared Google with the indexes, and it had vastly outperformed the index, especially during the down move in August. It hadn't really moved down. It was kind of more consolidative than anything else. And so I guess, it's kind of had its moment in the sun, at least for now. It's flat on the day, 0.02%, just barely above break even on Google. But interesting look on these big tech names. Let's see what the daily movers are up to. Some of the other names that I was watching. Let's bring in the side chart here as we dance with 243 still here on PanDub. AAOI, this one I was trying to short above 15. It's definitely having its trouble breaking through 15 again, AAOI. GNS, I had this one on my watch because it was a good mover on my scanner. Got up to 158. Now it's retracing into 125. It's made its move as it stair steps down. PayPal, I trash talked this name. It's down still on the day, 0.45%. Made a 58.75 low. Now trying to take 59 again. It's coming into VWAP though, so this might be an interesting short at 59 1/4. We'll see how this one performs. And Coin, with all the bad news we've had for Bitcoin lately, Coinbase down 2/3%. Trying to go back into Greensville though at 73.20. That will take it back into green. And then HE, we talked about this one, Hawaiian Energy, big move down in the it went to, on the bell. It went from about 13.59 right back into that 12.34. And it did actually touch that 13.59, but retraced into 13 1/4. So we'll see if this one can maintain its momentum after that red to green move that it did. And yeah, how's that position of yours looking? Still holding, huh?
Looking pretty good. We're trading above 456 now. I'm waiting for this high of day touch again at 456.35 or 38, depending on what your platform may say. I don't think the 4 cents really makes a difference on Nvidia, but yeah, I mean, if we wick the high and kind of slam down, then I'll get out. But I'm really looking for this to continue through that 456.40 price and see if we can get into some much higher levels, looking for like $3-4 on this move on Nvidia. So trying not to get out, but looks like we did just put in the same price basically, 456.39. Looking for that to break. There was a little reserve up there, interestingly. So we'll see if we can crack that 456.40 price that has been resistance.
This bug just has a death wish. Tell your friends. I usually kill them, and then I'm like, tell your friends.
Just rip one wing off and then throw it over to his friends.
Oh my God, it's just so funny. One time, I probably shouldn't mention the story on here. Probably better left unsaid, Max.
All right, new high of day.
There you go.
New high of day. Let's go, Nvidia. Keep flying. 56 now the high on,
good move
on this
Qs
name.
as well.
Yeah.
Fantastic move on Qs.
NQ still kind of blasting up. So, yeah, I mean, I thought that there would be some more downside in this market before we get a bounce.
Yeah.
Obviously, day's not over, week's not over, month's not over, but good bounce on NASDAQ off of that 14,650 or 14,6 even kind of level, bouncing up, holding 14.8 now. Maybe we see 15K this week. I mean, Nvidia earnings probably decides exactly what happens on NASDAQ
I gotta agree with that.
for the coming little while until we get some more maybe Fed comments or something like that to kind of put some direction in this market. Yeah, let's. I think I need to take some profit here on Nvidia actually, because we did just wick the high and then not go anywhere. So see if I can get 99s right now. Maybe just punch some out actually. Nvidia.
Thomas saying something interesting here. He says, be careful with high-flying tech stocks with bond yields flying. I couldn't agree more with that. But I think that Nvidia would probably be a bit secular because it is running on an earnings play. So whether or not, yields, and we talked about the 10-year this morning, coming into highs from last October. Now, it hadn't closed. Look, in last October, wicked above the current levels, but it didn't close above that level. So for all intents and purposes, if we close at today's high, it will be the highest since October, I believe, since 2007, essentially, since the beginnings of the great financial crisis. So we'll have to wait and see. But I think even with yield spiking on the day, Nvidia will run. If it beats, it will definitely run, especially if they guide like the way that they guided last time, which I don't really see. I don't really put too much stock into that. I think you had a lot of front loading with respect to buying. That's just how I see it. That's what is being reported. But again, anything's possible here. I think in general, you're right though. These tech stocks have been beaten down because yields have been popping. There's an inverse correlation between them. We all know that. It's well studied. These growth stocks always seem to be more susceptible to interest rate hikes as they are more speculative. No question about it. But you have seen the Magnificent Seven outperform the market in general. And everybody's been talking about breadth, how there's no breadth. It's the fact that these big seven are the ones that are leading the NQ. And if you do an analysis between the NQ and the S&P, you'll see the NQ far outperformed the S&P on the year, which is just basically that case surmised in one sentence. But we know that Jackson Hole's coming up, and we're going to hear Papa Powell talk about how long they want to keep rates elevated. And I think that that's really going to be a focal point. If he says no, there's no way we're having rate cuts in early 2024, at least 2025, you're going to see the market sell off, and it's going to sell off aggressively, right? So we're going to have to wait and see. Papa Powell is going to be on the mic, and there's going to be a lot of other Fed speakers too, not just him, right? And voting members are going to be speaking as well. So lots to digest this week, not just earnings, but Jackson Hole. We know what Jackson Hole did last year. Now, I don't think we're going to get the same type of movement that we got off last year, because last year we were 8-something% interest. We're nowhere near that anymore, right? Inflation, 8% year-over-year inflation. It was even more than 8%. We're nowhere near that. So I don't think we're as rate sensitive to the actual how much rate hike. It's just going to be for how long. That's going to really be the focus, I think, by a lot of market participants this time around. So lots to come.
Oh, yeah.
Lots to come this week, Max.
Oh, yeah. Very, very interesting this week what happens with Mr. Powell. And, I'm pretty excited to see what happens with this Nvidia earnings. I mean,
yeah,
you get a move like that last time. I mean, the options are probably predicting a similar move this time. Well, no, probably not. That would be insane.
We should probably look.
30%
Let's look.
must be
Why
crazy.
not?
Yeah, we might as well look.
Yeah,
I am trailed now on Nvidia to the low of this prior wick at 454.70. So we break 454.70, I'll be out. Took 60% out here, so I only have 40% left for that potential trend move. Looking like it wants to go down though. Wicking the high, wicking that 456.40, not really being able to go anywhere off of that high of daybreak. So, I like this consolidation breakout. I really thought that we had the juice, and now kind of feeling like I'm almost certainly getting, I did just get stopped out. All right, so stopped out of it. If we come down and wick 454 again, can't get through this 453.90 kind of price that it was consolidating below before, then I might try the reload on this. Potentially hold the 50 period, keep going. NASDAQ not really stopping. So, I think there's still something there potentially. That Tesla 227.50 providing resistance again. So Tesla kind of goes to the obvious spot and then turns around, but still holding the teal at the moment, still holding above 227. Tesla looking like it potentially wants to get into 230, which is where I would want to probably short Tesla to try to get back down into this 227, 226 range at VWAP. But probably need a decent NASDAQ move here. And okay, interesting that ES gets pretty much to VWAP, and then that's where we turn around from the high of this consolidation, and the 50 period and VWAP kind of, within a 2-point range basically. So pretty obvious that we turn around from here on ES, I guess, even though NASDAQ is just kind of at a random level in the middle of its range. So we'll see where we go from here. Do we get the bid? Who wins, NASDAQ or ES?
So I'll leave this to you because you know I'm not much of an options guy. So here we go. So I was looking at the 500 call price, and you have a lot of open interest. I think most amount of open interest at that 500. So now what is that? We don't have the same thing, obviously, for the puts. Look at the amount of open interest on the puts. Way, way less than the open interest on the calls. Is that normal?
I think
So,
I'm not sure, but I would expect on like a high flyer like that probably people are much more excited about the long.
Right. Okay. I just thought maybe it was reflective of the fact that the market was pricing in a move up rather than a move down. Like the most open interest you have here is at 440. You got 8,000 and a third open interest, whereas in the 500 you have you have 32,000, and then look at this, at 525 you have 23,000. So I think at least the options market's pricing in a move high here on our friend Nvidia. Pandub finally getting a little bit away from 243, but I've celebrated before. I'm not going to celebrate. I added at 243 because it kept holding that level, so I added another smidge at that level. If we need a 244 break to really get me excited, there was really annoying bamboozlement at 245, especially because I had a resting order that didn't trigger, and then it huadunked all the way back to 243. I kept thinking, I'm like, okay, here comes a flat bottom break. You know, we several lower highs, and then we have a consolidative bottom that's holding. I don't know if I should take any profits here, to be quite frank with you. I think I should, definitely stick to my guns and wait for that move back up into 245. I may end up paying the price for that because, well, there's been a lot of volatility. What's up? You have something to say there.
Yeah, the options AI, which I think,
okay.
I don't know who it was. I think it was Brad that showed me this, but options AI expected move 9.3% on earnings.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, plus or minus, right?
Yeah, plus or minus 9.3 based on the options. So that's a massive move. That's right at that 500 price that you're talking about. 498.20 would be the expected move up. 413. Honestly, if they miss, I think that it's going a lot lower than 413.
Oh yeah, it's breaking 400. We just touched 400 the other day.
Yeah, we just got.
We
were we below 400?
We were pretty close to it at least, right? Yeah.
Let me check. Oh yeah, 403. 403.
Okay, so we were quite close.
Yeah, we were talking about that 400 break, and if we can get down to like 380 before earnings, I think we're getting down to 365, maybe 350 if we miss earnings. But who knows?
Look, at least on an intraday basis, we're definitely going to break that 400. I would think to the downside if we miss. Obviously it depends on how much they miss by. There's a whole bunch of stuff here that's coming in, so I want to address it. Nicole says that's normal for a move up. Nvidia had about +7 standard deviation move last time. LOL, insane. Nicole says, but the hedge funds have started again shorting stocks with good earnings. Yeah, we know that. Day Trader Cut says implied volatility on Nvidia calls are about 130% and earnings isn't till Wednesday at close. We know that. Implied volatility should shoot up over 300% by earnings. The expected move, like Max was saying, 9.57% plus or minus. Got that. Loan, you can use, you can use Tasty Trade, Frank Caberna, for the expected move as well. Sure, you can also use Market Chameleon. I use Market Chameleon. It's got the plus or minus, the implied volatility as well there. Sometimes it takes a bit to update. It doesn't always have it first day. We'll keep an eye out there for what's good on that name. Definitely, we will be all eyes, all ears, all the senses will be on, baby, when Nvidia reports, because it has been the big kahuna on campus lately. All right, the NQs continue to go up here. 14,880 incoming. We didn't make a newer low. I thought we may be coming back into 14,850. Not yet anyway. Looks like these big tech names definitely not ready to give it up to the downside quite yet here, Max.
Yeah, a little rejected breakout on Nvidia there above 455, but it's kind of been like this all day actually.
Yeah.
So it'll do this kind of fail break move, and people seem to probably jam in short based on it trying to get through that 455.50, and then it just kind of bids right back up when you're expecting that kind of insta flush back down into 454.5. I got the actual low wick there. Oh, did I put my stop was 69. It should have been 64. That's whatever. I didn't have many shares left. That's okay, whatever. Yeah, then it just bids back up on that kind of fail break move where you're expecting the slam in here. Obviously, the risk to reward here is tight, and you can take that trade a bunch of times expecting to kind of fall into 453, 452. So you're risking, 40, 50 cents to try to get $2-3, which is, that's trading. That's not a problem. But yeah, I mean, I've seen that move a few times today on Nvidia where I'm expecting it to just flush and it kind of bids back up, and now we're going for the high of that candle, 455.70. Maybe that 456.5 rebreak is how you get long this name. I think at this time of day, that's not really what I want to do. I would want like 454 probably, or at least very close to 454 to try to get in on a dip, on a fail breakdown kind of situation where then people are getting stopped out and helping your position to the upside. It's not just that natural kind of slow buying on the day. You get a little bit more of an explosive move, people get stopped out, and then you can kind of be in the money and chilling and waiting for the real overall move that you're expecting. Moderna through the high too. Okay, Moderna, 111.50 on Moderna. The last time I traded Moderna, I got absolutely smoked. Took way too many shares because I had never traded it before. So the first time was the last time for me, and realized that the liquidity is really kind of $2 when you might be expecting 50 cents. And yeah, I got absolutely shellacked on trying to go short on a Moderna move up. I think it was around the same price too, like 115 or something like that. Meta making new highs too. So is NASDAQ continuing the move? Looks like it. Looks like we are. So NASDAQ, for now, probably winning out here. Can it pull the ES up? ES needs to get through that VWAP. We get through VWAP on ES and back towards this 4,400. I mean, we could see some of those crazy levels that we were talking about on some of these, well, not crazy, but much higher levels that we were talking about on some of these stocks. I mean, Nvidia, I think 465 makes sense if we're taking out the high of NQ again today. And going for there right now. So I was bamboozled on the stop out. Should have been a little bit more conservative with that stop. Away she goes.
My uncle
What's
is a
the next
joker.
trade? Your uncle.
My uncle. The only reason my uncle messages me is to help him move stuff around the house. Not only is that, and then he spells my name wrong in the message too. If you're gonna ask me to help you, at least spell my name right. Come on, bruh. That's it. I got a back injury from now on, Max.
Yeah.
That's it. I've got a back injury. I'm not helping nobody move.
You can't be advertising those big muscles,
bro,
and not helping people move,
You can't
man.
ask somebody like
people are like, who's the strongest guy that I know?
Oh my God.
I know
he's
exactly
got
what
3
I'm calling.
boys, by the way.
Really?
3 boys.
So what's he asking you for?
I don't know, dog. I don't know, dog. But yeah, like I was just gonna say, I really want to message him back and just like write my name. Just spell my. No, I'm not even like. Here's how you spell my name. I'm just gonna write my name. My uncle. Oh my goodness. Nicole says, "Respect your elders." You're right. I am trying, but get my name right. He's known me all my life. No, but for real, right back into 243 again here on Pandub after we danced with that 243 and 2/3. Still a lower high, no doubt about it, because last time around we got into 243 and 3/4, but right back down into that level and we get bought up again. The buyer's stepping up. So they're not willing to kind of move it beyond a higher high, but every time we come back into 243, buyers are waiting there. So kind of one of those ones where you're not really sure what to do. Do you end the trade or you just continue to hold and let your stop trigger you? I think that's probably what I'm going to end up doing here, guys. I've been in this since
that level.
11:30. You know, almost you know, an hour and 15 minutes now. So might as well just let this one see itself through, especially since we keep getting dip bought around that 243 level. But in any event, yeah, the market continues to head to the high side. Man, I feel really silly for not having taken that 14.8 rather than trying to take that initial bounce off a random level, which was 14.825. It was the wrong move. So sad for me, but yeah, let's see if this panned up can pay the bills. Let's see what people are saying. I would call Sharif to help me move. Yeah, I'd help you move. What else here is being said? I do that to my nephews all the time, says Ponzi. Shout out to Ponzi. Yeah, no Lambo trade for you today, Ponzi. At least I don't got one. But yeah, possible 4,400 here, Max, on the ES. And if we get up there, be an interesting short possibly. But we're at VWAP right now, almost a smidge below VWAP on the ES, looking to come into that 43.90. I think if we get to that level, that'll be VWAP. We broke VWAP quite, you know, quite aggressively on the NQ. We didn't really slow down around that level at all.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Great, great breakout on NASDAQ actually of that trend that we were talking. I mean, we were looking at the teal on the 5-minute and how well that was holding to the upside, just bouncing off it, bouncing off it, bouncing off it. Does it again. You could get long off this 14.825 kind of breakout, 830, whatever, and that really never looks back at all. I mean, trying to get involved in these large caps at these key levels where there's so much kind of, I don't know, chop and bamboozlement, not necessarily the easiest way to structure that market move trade. As my friend Nvidia makes a new high without me at that 457 even, or do we get to 01s? My other platform says no. This one says yes, so I'll believe P-Pro. Looks like there's no size on that level, so I guess we did get up and wick that 457 price. We take that out again. Theoretically, people get squeezed out. Let's see what happens up here at 457. You know, if it was 945, I might take this 457 breakout. Right now, that doesn't seem like the way to go, but I mean, it makes sense that people would get stopped out above this price. So we'll see. But more selling coming in above the level. Not quite ready to take it out yet. Apparently, Tesla 228 now. So I'm waiting for that Tesla 230 to take the short. What else? What are you guys trading? Apple, Microsoft. Microsoft 221. Or sorry, 321. I like the idea of the short. Did we get there? Oh, we got there earlier today. Interesting. I haven't been watching this name today. That would have been a real nice short, actually. 321. So now I feel like we break 321. We're probably moving up to like 324. That's where it's been. You know, that was the prior range on Microsoft, 321-ish to 324, 325. Then we break down, and now we're holding 321 on the offer these days. So we cracked that 321. I feel like 324 is the next stop. We break into the next range and kind of chop around there. So we see 324 today on Microsoft. I'll be involved trying to get short that one. Apple, someone was talking about what is Apple up to? 175 on Apple. That's interesting too. Yeah, market flying. So ES at VWAP now. 4,400 seems pretty likely at this point. We're cracking VWAP. NASDAQ is headed towards the high, nice and kind of calmly too. It's not like screaming into the high like it was this morning when it made the move up. Just kind of nice. I mean, this was a good kind of short squeeze move from that 14.830 to this 875. But now, you know, we do the consolidation that we have to do. We start to blast off. We're looking pretty good to potentially take out. Like, do we see 15K today? Do we have 2% in us?
I mean, we're about to get to 14.9, so I mean,
it's possible. It is possible.
I was trying to chart a little bit on the NDX yesterday, and it looked like, you know, Friday put in an interesting possible reverse candle. You don't want to put too much stock in one candle. It means nothing, right? But you want to see a trend. So we'll see what we get. And I mean, we talked about this. There's a clear retracement at this time of the year. where we make big moves down on the essentially the indexes. So we'll see. John Von Sowers. I don't know how to say your last name. Sowers. At me and let me know. Sharif, help your uncle. You're his favorite nephew. Yeah, I'm his favorite nephew because I can lift stuff. He's got 3 boys, right? All of which are, they're not small. I don't know. But anyway, here we go again on Pandub, holding 243, coming back into that 243.5. But I need a higher high here, guys. We haven't got one. We have not got one on Pandub since 11 o'clock, 11:05. That was the high of the day, 246 in the third. And we haven't gotten one since. So I in the money, but it means nothing at this point because we want that move. We want that move up. And I just know that buyers are stepping in at 243. It's just how long? How long does that buyer stay there? And there's nothing really reflected on the tape or the book because there's all sorts of sporadic areas where we're being bought up. Like, there's really no specific one level that a buyer is sitting at. It's just sub 243 is what I'm seeing here. Let's see. Jay Lee, shout out Jay. Sharif, Max, look at NVAX. It's up a lot. Looks to be consolidating. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier on, Jay. We were, basically saying that it was likely up in sympathy with Moderna because it doesn't have its own catalyst. Let's bring up NVAX. It just made a new high a day right at 829. I don't think it's consolidating right now, actually, unless you just said that and then it popped right up, to be honest with you, because the new high a day just came in. So it continues to go 16%. Another high a day there on NVAX. The max is long.
Yes, I was watching that break high of day. I wanted to see what happened after high of day. Kind of slammed down, and a seller showed up at 826, I think it was, for 100 lots, and that got filled right away as soon as it popped up. So I punched long on the break of that, looking for this 830 to break, see if we can get into 850. That short float definitely plays a role, and I mean, if people are going to start covering this name, I want to be long. So let's see on NVAX. Daily levels would be that kind of 850 that we have in here, and then beyond that, 930, maybe $9 you could say is a level. But yeah, for now, just looking for this 825 high of day break to continue, get through this 840, 850, and then see what happens on NVAX. I like the volume spike here through the high of day, and I liked what I was seeing on the tape as it was breaking the high, that clearly there are some players playing in this name, and volume spiking up as we take out new levels, which is always good to see. So let's see if we can keep going on this one. What is this, 4 cents in the money? That's not what we're looking for. I'm looking to hold this all day potentially.
Oh, yeah.
If I can. If this wants to continue a trend like this all day, just holding the 50 period, then I'll just sit in it all day.
Build on this point right now. I mean, just came up on my feed while you were talking. I had a quick look on my phone. The Canadian government is monitoring the rise in COVID cases. That's the kind of headline that gets these ones going. You know what I mean? And if it's just a matter of time, if we're monitoring it, south of the border is going to start saying the same thing. And yeah, and then here we go again. But look, you can profit off it because Moderna, what's Moderna up to today? What's the percentage? Is it less or more than NVAX? Probably less.
5%.
That's it? It gave back everything? No, it's 9.43.
Yeah.
Oh, you said 9.5. Only with 0.5. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
no.
okay. Okay, so it's moving.
9.5% on Moderna. That's
Pfizer,
a huge move.
PFE, let's see what Pfizer's up to today. Not a whole lot. 1.25. Yeah, a lot harder to move Pfizer around. It's got a
and
huge
Pfizer
float.
has real business.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, not real, but like
5
other
billion,
business.
5.6 billion outstanding shares. Sorry, float. 5.6 billion.
What's the market cap on Pfizer?
Market cap on Pfizer is 210 billion.
Yeah.
It's a big boy.
That makes sense.
Hasn't come out with anything recently. I mean, to talk about Pfizer, just quickly digress here. They had that fat loss drug.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
supposed to be for diabetes, but then it got curbed because there were safety issues with it. It wasn't that it was ineffective or anything. So usually those ones, they come back in once the safety issue's been addressed, unless it's not addressable.
Not really surprising to me that these weight loss drugs have safety issues, but
it's not surprising to me either. Quite frankly, let's call a spade a spade.
Yeah.
But I want to talk about AAOI here because it broke through that 15 level, which is interesting. Now, so it kept finding a buyer at that 1470, and then it had a bit of a top at 15. Couldn't really take 15. This takes us all the way back to about 1140, so about an hour and 15 minutes in this kind of 25 penny range. Now it's breaking through it. It's got a 1544 high, no question about that, but definitely made a newer high now. Do we start testing those earlier highs? There was definitely a seller at 1530. We wicked up above it like multiple times. Like I mentioned, 1544 the high, but look where the closing prints are. They're all south of that 1530. So interesting look on AAOI if it can continue to go here on this bad boy. Keeping my eye on the Qs as well. What a move up it has been, no question about it. But 14.9 incoming. Do we find resistance at 14.9, or are we going to blow through 14.9 in the same way that we blew through VWAP? I mean, I don't know. We broke it today. 14.9 and a third is the high. We can break above that. We're already 1% to the good today on the NQ. And the ES, nowhere near that. 0.17 on the ES, 1% on the NQ, far outperforming tech. Absolutely leading the way today, no question about that.
Another vaccine name that's starting to pop off today, Vaxart, VXRT, sub-dollar. This one has a decent sized float, 130 million shares, 14% shorted. I wonder if this breaks $1 today. Do we get that little short squeeze action? Look on the, that's a clean, 83 cents for whatever reason is very clean on the daily chart on VXRT. Headed to that right now, 81. Volume super, super light, so not something that I would typically touch. Sub-dollar stocks with 1 million shares of volume, just, I don't think you can manage risk on that, but I will throw this one up on a chart. If we start doing more volume, we just had high of day volume through the high here, which is good, but again, we're only at 1.5 mil, so this has to be like 100 million shares before I'm really willing to touch it. Maybe breaking $1 if we get to like 5, 6, 7 million shares. Even that seems like not enough. Maybe if we get to 20 million shares before we break $1, then I'll take that $1 break. But definitely an interesting look. Maybe some people YOLOing into this one after seeing that NVAX move up. Tesla looking real strong into that 230 level as well. That's something that I want to keep an eye on. At 230, I mean, it looks like a good breakout and a great fade. Can't take both sides. What do we have on the 30-minute chart around this? I think 229 is more of a level than 230, it looks like. And then you got like really like 234. So maybe there's more room to the upside on that Tesla 230. I just kind of think, this is 230 is at like 6% for Tesla. Does it have more than 6% in it? I don't know. I don't know if we have like a 10% day in this name today.
Their rear ends handed to them lately. So.
That's true. And, that first green day on a name that's like highly, highly options traded.
Yes. To be fair.
Maybe.
All right, we're 14,903. Here comes 14,904. We'll see. There's really no specific reason that 14.9 should be a level, other than the fact that it's the whole 100 level, that 100 level. So we'll see. Are we going to move up, or are we going to stagnate around this area? I took my shot here at the Qs, long 73s. Let's see what happens. Small size, just to kind of play along and not just sit dormant like I've been doing for a little bit of time. But yeah, absolutely, we could reject off 14.9, no question about it. We'll see what happens here. Continuing to watch Pandub as well, as we still hold that 243 level, but for how long? Not much to report there. PayPal.
That's a crazy consolidation.
It's insane. It's insane. Look at that. Look
how
long
was the
that's been
strongest
holding.
stock today, and then the market decides to make the move up, and it wants to do nothing at all.
Yeah, because it is up big, 16%.
Yeah, of course.
By the way, 16% is not from this morning's move. It includes Friday's move as well, because the move came after market. So it's not like it was up big on Friday and then another 15% today. So penned up 15%, including Friday's move, but definitely that 243 really presenting itself as an opportunity here. We'll see what we get on the Qs. I mean, if I can get like a 25 penny move, maybe a 30 penny move here, we'll take some profits. 362 is the level on the whole dollar level on the triple Qs, but really doesn't have anything. I think with the triple Qs, we are really I'm looking anyway at the NQ to see if we can hold above 14.9, 14.932 the HOD on this bad boy. So keeping my eye on that.
Seems like that's going to be coming in pretty hot pretty soon
It
here.
is.
Only,
Hot to trot.
what is that, 25 handles away from that. And the ES just broke VWAP, so these markets probably have some more in them.
We'll see.
Obviously haven't really pulled back for quite some time now, so maybe there's a pullback.
Yeah, could be.
Maybe, you know, the Monday sell-off finds the buyers and then kind of squeezes everybody who shorted thinking we were going to sell the whole thing off out of it, and then we go through the high. We shall see. I wish I was long something other than just this smaller cap squeeze name, but that one I've been taking a look at. Nothing really happening. I got to stop in. We'll see. I think if it wants to trend, well, I mean, if it wants to trend, we're going to be good. But I think it can trend. It looks like, you know, holding above that high right now, holding above where that seller got filled with 100 lots. So still looking pretty decent on this. I may reload if we hold 825 here, get a little bit more into it for the move through $8.50, but not really going to hold this all that much against me. Just, you know, back down to this 820 pretty much.
Padros wants to know about Vana. You have any look on Vana today?
I have not had a look at Carvana today, but I haven't seen any alerts on it, so yeah. Just chilling below the 40 bucks. I mean, I want to see it above 42.
I bet.
42.50 was it? 42, yeah, 42.50 is where I want to see Carvana back above. I mean, that doesn't really matter, but the last kind of spike up was into 42.50. That's where I want to see it. Nice double bottom here on 36.50, right where we consolidated before. So it's looking like we could still make a move up on Carvana, but you know, I just don't want to be involved when volume's kind of right at the lows here. We've only done 4 million today, so you know, we got to do more volume. We got to break a level, and then I'll get involved again. Not just trying to kind of get involved when we're at lows, not really making any kind of big moves here. So we'll see. But still holding up, still looking all right.
Oh, wow, Pan Dub just flushed. Thank God I had my stop there. Look at that, Max. So flat bottom break ended up coming in. So the lower highs, follow your rules, bro. I'm talking to myself, obviously. Lower high, lower high, lower high with a flat bottom. Wow, what a move. What a move down. Ridiculous. Look how
That's huge.
quickly that came. 241. My goodness gracious. I'm out, right? Yeah. Oof. What a big move down on Panned Up. But that 243 buyer was just nowhere to be found at that point.
That's
Eek. Should have gotten short on that.
$2 in 15 seconds. I'm looking at
nuts.
that
Oh
5-second
my God.
chart. 3 candles, you get all the way down to that 241. That's a big move there.
Say that again.
Interesting flush out. I guess lots of people getting long in that range, looking for the continuation move, and everybody had their stop in the same place on Pan W there.
Thank God I got filled, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah.
Right? I mean, there could have been an absolute liquidity vacuum there. I had it right below the $0.50 at 44s. I gave it like about 5 pennies worth of space to 39s. And I don't know exactly where I got filled. I got to look at my side chart. But wow, what a move down. Yeah, so this is super. Next time I see this, obviously I'm going to do it a completely different way. But the lower high, lower high, lower high, and flat bottom. I don't know why I tried to fight this one to the north side. Maybe just because it was up 15%. But the chart pattern really presented itself for a flat bottom break-in. I didn't take it. So another loser. So 0-4-3 for me on the day, baby.
On that
What a
one,
great Monday it's been. Great Monday so far.
If we bid back above 243 very quickly, though, that could be a little stop out for the shorts, and maybe that's the move that we needed to get going again. But that looks pretty nasty, and I think that this gap is too big anyway. So
I'm just gonna stop trading the rest of the day. I'm done for the day. Yeah, no, I'm done for real. Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if some news comes out, you gotta smash it.
Because I think it starts affecting your psychology a little bit.
That's true.
And
Protect the
so,
confidence.
Yeah. The mental capital is worth a little bit more than, you know, a couple of bucks here on the day. So that's it.
Fair
I am done
enough.
trading. I will talk about the stocks, but I will not trade. So let's see what else is going on, baby.
Nvidia is really trending
Okay.
now. Pretty sad I'm not involved with Nvidia anymore. It wasn't a huge position because it was a sketchy spot to get in, but you know that would have paid me for sure if I was still in this one at that 458 level. Now it's just holding the teal, the 21 period EMA. Looking for, I mean, this is basically what my target was on the trade, just over 458. I think that we can trend on Nvidia today. I've been saying that. I think we can get into like that 465, potentially 464 kind of level, but sadly stopped out, and I think we're far too high for the risk reward to make sense on a trade on this right now. So, you know, nothing for me on Nvidia anymore today, unless we're kind of, if we're rejecting 460, do I want to take a short on it? I don't think so. I think, you know, this 456.30 or 456.40 break and hold above is pretty good for, you know, a potential move into these 464 prices. So I think we'd have to get all the way up to like 464 for me to even consider a short. Rashad Lewis.
Look at this. Quant
Super
Trader's fortune doubles to 11 billion as his firm soars. Who is this and where does he live? Alex Gurko. This dude, bro, he's a quant. Now, quantitative traders trade completely differently than technical traders, but yeah, a former Deutsche Bank trader is swiftly climbing up the ranks of one of the world's ultra-rich with his quantitative trading firm, making him an increasingly influential figure in markets. Alex Gurko's fortune has surged 10.8 billion after the holding company of his firm, XTX Markets, paid out a record dividend to its owners earlier the year. The London-based XTX also increased profits more than 50%, helping roughly double the 43-year-old's net worth. You punk. Can you tell I'm jealous?
What did they make all that money on? It must have been like kind of one big trade scenario.
You probably was short all year. If you were short last year, you were an absolute print factory. And if you went long,
And if you're
at the
just
beginning of this
adding
year,
to it on the way down,
right? My
get
goodness.
long this year, add on the way up until you know your last ad gets stopped out
Mm-hmm.
out of the whole thing. Make 10 billion. Nice.
Isildur says XTX is known to be one of the biggest quant firms in the world. They are big time. JB says sounds like a Madoff situation. I don't know the situation, but
I mean, you need that. You need the money to be able to pay it out. You can't just pay out massive
look
dividends
at
like that.
Pandub.
Did it get back up?
Woosa, you were right, bro. You were absolutely right. So here, I think this is the long. I'm not going long. I can't. I said I'm not going to trade means I'm not going to trade. Because this is what I anticipated them doing, which is to bamboozle the people long, to flush it, and here we go. We're going to move back up again through that level. We're right back at 243 again. So anybody stepping in there, you bought that dip with guts, you have been awarded. Look at it break through 243. Lots of buying now. As I see a lot of orange coming in on my tape. A lot of orange and green, which is usually quite good. Let's see for the newer high. I think the newer high has to be through that 243.5. You may get that as we bounce back up nicely. And it was a kind of, I don't want to say it was a VWAP dip because it wicked down way below VWAP. VWAP on my chart was 241.85. It got down into 241.10. But the closing print on my chart is right at VWAP actually, which is interesting. So lots of interesting moves on the market today. Wow, what a move. What a move.
I'm long above 243 right now, looking for this to continue like right away. So just kind of watching. I don't want to see this get through like 240, 250. I want it to be kind of short squeeze back above this 243. Maybe should have waited for this last spike at 243.20 to break, but I feel like, you know, even 242.75, you could have punched into this one. The low of the consolidation, that was the breakdown price, so that's where it should squeeze from. Let's see if we can hold 50s right now. If not, I punch out of this trade, looking for this to work kind of right away, not going to hold this all the way to VWAP or add to it or anything. I'm looking for 244 very quickly, and then potential 245 break. I think 245 is like really where you get that breakout price on PanW. That's where we turned around from before. It's where we broke down from when we consolidated. So yeah, 245 has to break for us to really consider a breakout on this one. But we've been talking all day about how maybe we trend into all-time highs in the next couple of days. So I guess that was a split back there, but all-time high 262. Unless no, that's definitely the all-time high, that 262. I think we get there in the next week or two. Definitely not today.
Probably.
Yeah.
A lot of positioning probably coming in. People talking about AMC. We'll talk a little bit why it's moving. AMC shares slide after Antera Capital cuts stake in company's preferred shares. Shares of the cinema chain operator AMC Entertainment Holdings down. It was down 24.3%. It's now down 16.33%. Company's preferred share APES down 7.3%. I don't know what it is now. As per an SEC filing, Antera Capital LP Limited Partnership cut its stake in the company by 3.4% as of August 4th from 6.5%, almost half on June 22nd. Antera is the largest holder of the company's preferred units as of last close. A previously announced 10-to-1 reverse stock split will take place August 24th now that they've got the court approval, with APE ceasing to trade on from August 25th after the conversion to the AMC common stock. Companies battling a class action lawsuit. Shareholders are opposed to the stock split, worried the move will dilute value. It's down 24% year to date. AMC and APE is up approximately 49% year to date. So there is the reason for that. In case you're wondering what's going on with AMC stock, that's the look there. On the NQ, we're still continuing to dance with 14.9, a smidge above, a smidge below. Lots of resistance at this point to be expected at that $900 level. And Nvidia just doesn't know the word breaks. 458.60 now, Max, the high of day. This one's going for 6% to the good on the day. Yes, AMD, a bit of a sympathy play. 1.5%, trying to hold that 107 level. Reliable Rudy, shout out to you, brother. SPGC battle taking place around 3. Let's have a look. SPGC, I believe we talked. Isn't that the Gulf? Isn't that the Gulf IPO?
Is it?
I believe so. Sachs parent Gulf. Yeah, it is. You're right. Or I'm right. There's a battle here, according to Reliable Rudy, around 3. Let's have a look. So this is the IPO that we had back on the 15th, and we got as high as $32. And then it has been a disaster downside. And this is a 10-minute chart. Let's go to the 5. Let me put in the ticker for everybody. SPGC. SPGC. Here we go. Yeah, you're right. Well, look what happened earlier on. Every time you break through 3, you're met with a wall of sellers. You wick up, though, the 328, but ever so briefly at around 10:45 this morning. What I do like, though, is you're seeing a series of higher lows. Every wick here makes a higher low. So, it's not a flat bottom break. And all the higher lows here wicking a smidge below or at VWAP at 280. It's kind of hard to read, to be honest with you. And the volume, 7 million shares for a $3 name. It's not bad. Look, if you get continuation through 3, I'll be happy for you. You're at 307 now. I think you really need to stay above 310. There's been a lot of resistance, at least as of late, at that 310 level. So if you close above 310, you could easily see that 3.25, 328 high on SPGC. What's the float on this bad boy? It is 6 million shares. So, small, can definitely be maneuvered intraday by some money. So we'll keep an eye on that. Oh my goodness, Pandub.
Yeah, I'm out of that one.
Oh yeah, you were in that. I forgot.
Yeah.
What a move up to 243, then immediately back down. I saw people in the chat. They were like, "Oh my God, I'm short Pandub. It's back up to 243." Well, I hope you held, because it just quadrunked right back down, baby. what a resistance level, former area of support, now current resistance 243 is. What a day on these markets. Okay, let's see what else is moving here. I'm not seeing anything.
NVAX, I didn't even realize it got stopped out of this one.
Oh.
Right at the low again.
Oh my goodness.
Not a good day for me getting stopped out of these. I guess I'm just trying to be a little too tight with some things, but yeah, right at the low there. I didn't even notice. That would have been a decent reload though, getting back over 820 and holding the 50 period here. You could have just risked that down to 15s, gotten in, more size than I had here on that 820 hold, and then new high of day there up to 843. Yeah, this one looks like it wants to continue. I mean, what did we say? I said 850 and then kind of $9 are really the next levels on NVAX. This is one of the bigger days it's had recently. You can see that these green days tend to be like the highest volume and the biggest moves, and then they get faded afterwards. Although this one did get kind of sold off, probably a 50% retracement on that move, back down from 1150 to 950 on this squeeze day. But yeah, it seems like the green days are kind of the biggest days for Novavax. I don't know. Maybe it keeps going into that $9. Maybe we get some kind of wick high through 9 that we could potentially take the short off of here, as my pal Nvidia. High of day again, 459. That's ridiculous.
Ren, hilarious, says Sharif, can we get a runner for God's sake? This market sucks. Apple? Well, I mean, Apple's at 175. It's up a quarter of a point on the day, but Apple's really taking it on the chin lately. How low is it off the highs? Let's go. I like this trading view tool that allows you to measure max just by highlighting AAPL. Let's go over here. Come to the screen, guys. So I like this tool over here. This one, yeah, the price range. So if you take Apple,
nice.
Go to the daily. What is this? What am I looking at here?
You gotta click auto, I think.
Oh, auto? Where is that?
I'm not sure.
Oh, goodness. I'm so technologically impaired here, Max. All right, to the low. Yeah, man, that's 12.5% off the top there. Actually, no, it's more. How do I get rid of this? Go away. Remove. There we go. We'll take it off from here. There we go. 198 into the lows. Yeah, around 13%.
That's
Jeez
a
Louise.
big down move for a stock that does not put in a tremendous amount of those. So yeah, probably a good buying opportunity on Apple right now. You would think.
I'm buying.
You are buying.
Oh yeah, I've been buying. I got a couple of nice trades in last week. Out of the money by very small amounts, but I didn't expect to be in the money until maybe late October. Here's the thing. I say that about Apple, but I'm not 100% sure, because what if that Apple, what is it called? Developer Day? What is that? Mid-September event that they have. What is it called? I always forget.
Worldwide Developer Conference?
Whatever.
Is that it?
You know what I mean.
WWDC, isn't it?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
In any
No,
event,
maybe that's the earlier one. This is the iPhone event.
Exactly. Well,
Yeah.
it's not just the iPhone event. They launch all their products usually. Not all, but a lot of them are announced that day. So you can get a boost into that, or you can get a boost from that. But
sure.
in general, on my positions that I'm adding now, I don't expect to be in the money until mid-fall.
Yeah.
And that's just based on previous chart action, looking at the indexes and how they trade during this time of year. There seems to always be retracements around this time. We've talked about it. I won't keep talking about. Max 460 is coming in here on Nvidia. 459.95 high a day, and we are very much near high a day on Nvidia. Let's close.
That was a
this
nice
bad
high
boy.
of day breakout at 459. It gave you that exact top at 459, and then never looks back when it breaks. You could be you could be sitting in that with 20 cents risk, and now $1.50 in the money. That's a nice break too on 460. All right, people are getting. It seems to me that people are getting smoked on this name today to the short side.
It's just blown through.
Or this
There it
week
goes.
or whatever. And
Are you
this
looking
is,
at this?
This is looking like a short squeeze, really.
Who's insane enough to
I
short
mean,
this stock at the? Oh my! Let
Yeah.
me look at what is the short float on this?
That's interesting. Actually.
1.1%. I mean, it's not big. There it goes. My goodness, Nvidia. Here comes 461, 460.77. It's up 6.4%. what a day it has been for Nvidia. This one touched 442 not that long ago. That's the low of day. That's an after the bell low. It was much lower earlier on in the morning. In fact, we closed Friday at 433. Lots of strength. Nick Garcia saying NQHOD. Yes, absolutely. 461 showing up here on Nvidia. Do we have a print above it? Yes, we do. 461.05 now. The HOD. It's like I traded everything wrong today. All you really need to do is get long on Nvidia and then like.
This, though, looks like the capitulation kind of trend acceleration. What price do we get short at, though? Like, I think that we fail break something now, and that provides the move back into like 456. It's just, I'm not seeing any levels until like 464, basically. So, I don't know. If we get to 464, I'll be short. Let me, I'll throw that out there. 464, I'll definitely be short. I don't know.
What is the all-time high on this?
The all-time high is 480.40.
We did that in July?
Yes, July 14th. I recall.
Almost 500. Yeah,
I was
somebody
on the
said.
show at that point with
Probably.
Sean or Neil.
BT
and we saw that 480 happen. Didn't take the short. That one went all the way to 450 from 480.
Oh, what a day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see what else is going on here. Apple at 175 and a third, probably getting a boost from Nvidia, but it's all the rave right now is Nvidia. Microsoft getting a boost as well. It's at high a day, 321.57, just made that high. Amazon's a bit of a sleep here as it's up 1/3%. Meta is doing quite well, 1.89, because Meta really is taking it on the chin lately. 289.22 high, 288.64 as we're trading now. As we move up in these markets, TRL says it's so overbought on the RSI. Yeah, here's the thing though. So Michael Noss had a really good explanation of how to use the RSI, and it's not in this typical way that that's really advertised online. It's really looking for the divergence of
Coinbase is going here, and I am long. This looks like a volume or a news move. So sorry, I just took that. That took that long through 75 already, 60 cents in the money. Let's go, Coinbase. I don't know what this move is, if it's a Bitcoin move, but Coinbase
Options
getting a lot of volume right now, and the 75 level has provided resistance for the past couple of days. So I'm looking for this to kind of get into like 76, 77, 78 on this breakout. Not going to let it break back below like 74, kind of 80. I want this to continue right now. The last time Coinbase came out with news intraday and made a move up, it went from like $80 to 108, I think was the high. So I'm not expecting that, but I am expecting, probably $3 more from here. It has to get going right now, though. Don't want to be holding this as it fades all the way back down. Hadn't taken any profit on that 75 yet. Let's see if we can get back above. If not, I'll just punch out, maybe try, no, I wouldn't try lower. I want this to be like breaking out and just going. The volume has come in, but it's still kind of light. So we'll see if this, if the volume can really pick up and short squeeze. I think it's a 25% short float on Coinbase. So any good news can get kind of aggressive. Certainly don't want to be, holding a long from the high of day if it can't continue moving though. But yeah, I think this looks all right if we can just hold this this 70 price that we just kind of based out at. We'll see if some more buying can come into this name right now.
Yeah, well, here's the headline that I got. Coinbase options alert, Friday, $78 call sweep, 3 near the ask at 200, 1.5 versus 1,199 OI. I don't know what the hell that is. Open interest, actually, sorry. Reference is 74.62. Is that ref? What does that mean? I don't even know. No idea what option stuff is. But anyway, there you go. That's the news headline that I'm getting. And then I got a spike alert, a price spike alert at 19. This one came in at 21. I'm talking about the time, 119, 121. Prior to that, my only entry is 958. And that was basically about the boost of the price for the $150 million notes tender offer. Other than that, looks like it might be an options move here. having to get the market makers, obviously, they got to get in on the equity side of it. So interesting move, but no question about it, market really heading up. Nvidia continuing to stay above that 460 at the moment, 461.12 the high. AMD also really moving as well, 1.88%. With a local high of 107.50, but the day's high is 107.80, so not quite there yet on the highs on Nvidia. And Microsoft continues to head up here. So does Apple. The market really getting a boost from, you got to assume it's Nvidia, really, because it is just pumping to the high side here. What is the volume on our friend Nvidia today? 40 million shares. Only Tesla has done more in big cap world, and Tesla is no slouch either. It's not at day's highs, but Tesla's done almost 91 million shares on the day. Nvidia almost double the price. So, yeah, I don't know what notional that would be. Anyway, what else has done volume? Second or third place here, Apple and Amazon, both with 23 million shares done on the day. AMD with about 31 million shares. Let me get off this Pan W. I'm sick of looking at it. Yeah, Nvidia definitely with a new high now, 461.69 max. Perfect. Yeah. Perfection.
Perfection.
Absolute perfection. Let's leave that as the high and let's go back down from here. mRNA apparently moving, says Pravind. Let's have a look at mRNA. This was moving earlier. Yes, it is moving, baby. 111.75 it just got up to. So this one's really heading north here. But we'll see for how long, man. How long? Apple just touched high a day at 175.57 and rejected immediately off that level. Same with Microsoft. Softy touched 322 and then dropped like 30, 40 points. Not points. Pennies. Likewise, with a lot of these big cappers, as we find some exhaustion here. Anyway, somebody was talking about the RSI, and I was trying to explain that Michael Noss uses the RSI completely differently than, I mean, what some of the online material says. What he looks for is divergence between higher highs being made on the price and higher highs made on the RSI. When you start making lower highs on the RSI, but you're making higher highs on the price action, that's when you know it's overbought. So he's not looking just for that, the breach at 80. Michael Noss just messaged me. Speaking of the devil, jeez. I'm buying a lottery ticket today because I definitely don't have luck in the market. But anyway, he's looking at it from a completely different way. He's looking from a divergence perspective rather than from a confirmation, oh, it's above 80 and it's time to get short. He doesn't look at it that way. So shout out to Michael Noss and his skills. What's this S? S is halted. Sentinel-1 halted at 1627. It popped up from 1550. What is this?
Oh,
I'm not really sure what
bigger
this
company
is.
Too.
Yeah, what is up with this? Let me look quickly here, Max, to see what's going on. Explores sales with advice from Catalyst Partners.
Yeah, that's it. So
okay.
They're trying to sell.
They're trying to sell.
Interesting.
Yes. What is Sentinel-1? Cybersecurity. Okay. Well, we just got an interesting look today from who was cybersecurity name that was on the Panned Up? Thanks. That was making news. It was Panned Up. So Sentinel-1 popping up here. Explores sale with advice from Catalyst Partners. I don't have any deets other than that. They're all headline based, nothing with any body or substance. But we'll take note of that. It's halted at 1627. It's been halted, I think, for about 5 minutes or so. So we could get a halt. Now the volatility halt came in at 1325. Which is 125. It's 129 now. So this one might be opening soon. As usually they are 5-minute halts, but could be longer, no question about it. We could have 10, 15-minute halts, whatever. It is a New York name, so usually New York a little different with their halt parameters and the NQ. Sometimes they stay longer in that. So we'll see. Halted 1627, guys.
7% short float on that one,
not bad.
so people can get squeezed out on this. On any kind of buyout rumor, if you're thinking something's going,
interesting,
quite far down and
yeah.
they get bought out, then you got to be careful. Coinbase. So I get out of the long after Sharif tells me that this is just an options move potentially.
Dude, I promise you that's
And
what I
then-
saw.
Yeah, no,
I
and
don't
that's
know.
fine. And I short the 75 fail because it fails that same level again. So now I'm looking for 74
Okay.
and then see if we can get down to VWAP on this. If it is just an option spike, then we should get right back down into 73, I think. But yeah, we'll see on this one. Fading the move that I initially thought could be a big move up. I guess, that's why you check the news first, but it just gave me such a clean, easy execution on that 75 break. I'm like, if this is going to fly, I mean, I'll take it. The last time Coinbase went $30 off of news. So,
Right.
I was willing to try that out. Probably should have taken some profit when I was like 60 cents in the money, but I was thinking bigger for sure. Let's see if this short works out. If the long is wrong. What is it? The long is wrong.
Yeah, Luca, I remember that. I always forget.
Short.
S is open. Here we go. Popped up max to 1666. It comes back down into that halt level, 1625. Does it hold this level? The float is going to be larger. This is a big company at 237 million share float. It can't be manipulated that easily here. Right back up into 1650. Do we get higher highs here? 1666. So 666, the ominous 666, showing up here as numbers in the high a day. What's the volume on this bad boy? 6.4 million shares done. Is doing more. We're adding up more shareage here as we dance near the highs. Back into 59s. Let's look at the tape here and let's look at the book. Is there any size here following us up? Well, there's something at 54s. Wow, right back into that $0.50 level. No new high a day yet, but that dip into 16.25, the halt level, was absolute money, and there it is. There goes at 69s. We go into 78s. What's high a day? 79s now. Good strength coming into this name. 16%. It's continuing to print here. 87s. Do we see 17s? I don't even know what the levels are on a daily. I haven't had an opportunity to look.
17's a pretty big level on the daily, so I'm long on that high of day break right now.
All right.
We'll see if we can add on 17. This might have been a bit of an aggressive punch here, but not a lot of size for me on that punch. So we'll see if this can go.
This one holds, baby.
I think 17 break. If you look at the daily chart, 17.
Yeah, what's the
huge
daily?
level right here. And we're going for it right now. So let me.
Here it is. Here comes. Here comes.
Let me get into that.
99 showing up on the book here. So I think technically now the high is 17 on the dot, Max. Didn't hang out there for very long, but here we go. The future's curling back up again. 14.9 now, a distant memory as we come into 14.950. But at an interesting level here on the ES as we just broke 4,400. We're not far away from it. Only a point, half a point, 3/4 of a point, depending on where you're looking.
Go.
Nice, 17 breaks, and we're going to spin the money for the mad one as he goes long at that level. Yeah, good move here on S. Sentinel 1 on the exploration of a sale with partners, Catalyst. Yeah, they really on the nose there with their name, but Catalyst advising Sentinel 1 about the sale, and we are headed to the high side, Max. 17.18 now, the high a day. One moving up nice.
Oh yeah, 17.18 the high. Looking for that 17.20 break to take some profit out on this one. It is not stopping, just straight up. So not looking to get out unless we really fail this 17 level. See if the buying keeps stepping in when we get to 17. So I think we can keep going on this. Maybe that short float getting a little squeezed. Volume still holding up. Reserves on the bid. So yeah, we're looking for higher on this one. Let's go. Get through that 20. Come on. There's some size on the ask up there. Let's see. If we break out from that 17.20, I'm thinking that we can squeeze to like 17.50 pretty quickly here. But yeah, some selling coming in above that 17 price for sure. I believe 17.50.
There's a fight here happening at 17
the next
though.
stop. 17.40 is the next stop here. So we'll see if we can continue through this. A little bit of size coming in here. People trying to fade this move, but
Sure.
Okay, there's an offer on 16.90. Do I bail on this? Yeah, we got to bail on that one. There was a big 500 lots at 16.90 there, so somebody trying to push it down. We get back through 17. I'd be interested in trying again on this. But yeah, you got to respect that size being thrown on the offer. So yeah, we'll see if we get back above 17, if I can get long again on this one. Looking for that like 17.40.
And we don't
break.
have any idea like what the price is. Like, I mean, this is just all up in the air. And Reuters just reported it. So it was Reuters who broke the story, but we don't know exactly what the price of the buyout would be or what the price per share for the sale would be, whatever structure it's going to have. So we don't have any information. So this is just like, you know, you're trading pure speculation, because there are ways to trace buyouts, and you need data for that. We don't have that data. But 14,948.5 now, the high of day on the NQ, as it is now up over 1.33%. The ES is trying to hold above 4,400. It's up 0.44%, far underperforming the NASDAQ on the day, no question about that, but it is green nonetheless, and that will, I believe, if we close near these levels or at these levels, that'll make it 2 green days, 2 whole green days in a row. My God, right? It's time to punch long everything. No, I'm kidding, of course, right? But it's a good move here, as you know, everything has really been sold off the past, I want to say 3 weeks, ever since late July, when we got the peaks there. And yeah, it's been interesting. All right, Tesla is continuing to be super strong. It's making a series of higher highs and higher lows. It's breaking through 229.25. 229.94 is the high of day. We made that really early on, though, at around, I believe, 10:15, 10:10 a.m. On much more aggressive volume. This is a better stair step up on Tesla as it looks to hold that 229 level. Definitely looking 230 in the eye, 6 1/3 high. It's actually higher up than Nvidia, which is funny because, you know, Nvidia seemed like, well, they're dancing back and forth as to who's higher at the moment. 6.46 for Nvidia, 6.4 for Tesla, both very strong on the day. And yeah, Microsoft and Meta, no slouch either. Now Meta 2 1/5 to the good, and Microsoft 1 2/3 to the good. As yeah, we have a nice move up on these big tech names. Back to Sentinel 1 though, it is holding that halt level at 16 1/4. That you got to dip into about 16, I want to say, and 1/3, and it got bought up immediately. You're back at 16 2/3. Going to take the 3/4 level. Max definitely, I think he was bang on saying that 17 level was an area of resistance as we rejected it immediately. And if you had to look at the daily, there was a triple top there going back. What? How far back did that go? Like a few months?
I mean, oh yeah. There was one before the move up there at 1735. Yeah, that 1735 looks like the real key level here. You got all these tops here at 1740, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you got bottoms down there for some reason. So 1740 is strange area of interest. I'm willing to take that 17, break back through again. If that size gets filled and then we take out 17, you know, that does look pretty bullish, but obviously we've pulled back like almost $1 off of that high. So definitely have to be careful. That would be a breakout or bailout situation, and you know, looking for. I mean, the thing is, if they're going to sell this company, who is accepting an offer below like $19 on this, which is where we were kind of consolidating below, like the spot that we're at right now. We were here 2-3 weeks ago, so you figure that any offer for this company would be somewhere above $20. Obviously, it's just speculation, and you know that you don't necessarily get the offers just because you want them, and it's the company saying that we want to sell it, not somebody coming in and saying that we want to buy it necessarily.
Exactly.
So
you're not really sure there's going to be interested buyers, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're not even sure of that.
Or if they're interested, how much they're willing to pay. There's all these unknowns, right? And that's why it makes it like super.
Exactly.
I don't want to say gambly. That's not the word, but it's super risky.
Yeah, you gotta structure the risk properly.
Exactly.
You know, like, I'm not buying this thing to invest in for the potential of a deal. I'm taking a trade for 5 minutes or whatever to see where it can get to if people get stopped out of some short positions.
Yeah.
So
as long as you have
definitely
your risk.
like no fundamental basis for taking trades like this. It's just pure momentum trading and trying to scalp a move.
It's holding great levels right now. That 6.5, 6 2/3, and look, it's looking to get back into the 3/4 level, no question about it. As it slows down here, the volume dropping off just a smidge, and that might not be such a bad thing here because the volatility was really ridiculous. But If it can hold a level, show you that it's interested in holding that level, this might be an interesting test of 17. I mean, if there's going to be a day where it moves beyond that 17 and a third, 1740 level, it should be a day like today where like you're getting that interest in it. You're getting you're getting the breaking headline. You're getting definitely the volume, no question about it. Where's the volume right now? 12.4 million shares. This typically does, on a 5-year average, 8.5 million. So you're well above that already and looking to take 2 times our vol likely by the end of the day. So this could be interesting. We're going to have to keep this one on watch into tomorrow as well, especially as the news trickles out here about the details. Because so far, all we have is a headline. There is really no body to any of these headlines. They're just headline entries with no substance. All we know is Reuters broke the news and who they are looking to consult with respect to the sale. That's all we're getting. While I say that, let me tell you this. Tesla new high a day. No, sorry, that's incorrect. Microsoft new high a day, 322.15 as it continues to print higher, now 1.8% on Microsoft. And Apple. Wow, Apple's having itself a day. I could say that tongue-in-cheek a bit. 0.2% as it looks to take 176. It's at 175.59. Meta also decent day, 2.25% now, 290.10 as all these big tech names are. Even Google woke up 0.75 point now, 128.56. Looking to take the high. It's out in 128.40s at the moment. So a lot of green showing up here on my chart. Finally, it's a nice welcome relief, I guess, if you have been long. Even Li Auto, oh my goodness, it's up 2%. Wow. I added to that bad boy at $40. Well out of the money on this one. $3, that's well out of the money. That's how much I am. Out of the money on Li Auto. What else? XPEV has done very well. $17 was as good as it could do. Now dancing with VWAP at 16 2/3. Yeah, lots of stuff today to trade. Sadly, I wasn't able to get on any of the good side of these trades, but that's how it is. Sometimes those days are good, sometimes those days not so good. Yeah, interesting move here. Sentinel-1 still holding above that 16.5, dancing with 16 3/4 max. What's a look?
It just tried to break out there towards that 17 level. Couldn't quite get there. It got just into the 90s and then sold straight back down. So still consolidating. Maybe just has to do some time in this range. Maybe this is just the range that this stock wants to be in right now, and that's totally fine. We'll see if that 17 break does provide any kind of squeeze back up through the high there. We'll see. I mean, I think we can get higher. I think we can get through that 1740, but maybe not. Maybe this is all that it's got today. Lots of volume still going through. Lots of, positioning happening at the moment, but not able to get back up and through those highs quite yet. Coinbase, I took 40% out of at that 74.30 kind of level, 74.25, I guess it was. After it tried a little breakdown there through that 74.20 kind of shelf. Now my stop is above this high, break even at 74.81, and looking to get out in front of VWAP if it does continue down. So will win on the trade, but not quite as much as I figured I would. Thought that we could get like the 74 break at least and back into VWAP if this is only an options trade. And typically, when these stocks pump up on high volume like this and then the volume goes to zero, they typically just kind of fade down, but hasn't quite happened yet. Coinbase holding the teal. 75 still intact though, so kind of whatever, just hang on to it. Can't stop out. Before my stop, AMC is really consolidating at that 310. I put a tiny order here at 304 because I do want to get long in front of $3, but this is just like a tiny starter and would be looking to get long in front of $3. Doesn't look like that's going to happen today at 310 for whatever reason, providing support on AMC, and Nvidia just really consolidating at the high. NASDAQ just got through the high, and Nvidia is just kind of stopped here. So maybe maybe it's time to short Nvidia, actually.
Oh my God, I love it. Look, I love it because it's scary to do, but it makes sense because we always talk about this, right? Volatility mean reverts, prices trend. Right? You know what I mean? So if you have a fantastic day like this, are you going to close at the highs before earnings? Like, why? No, because you got a
unlikely.
couple of price target upgrades from Dan Ives, and he said it was the, what do you call it? The godfather of AI. Well, he's not wrong when he calls it that, because it was Jensen Huang pounding the desk 10 years ago, putting everything he had in GPUs, and he was making the case for AI before AI was a thing. 10 years, man, he had to wait
Fair enough.
for this move. So shout out to him and his 38 billion, man. Jeez, man's getting paid. D-Loaf, Nvidia AI outlook, bubble talk on their earnings call. We've seen the hype dissipate, but if reaffirmed, what's your opinion? This is make or break for semis and AI play, AMD, Palantir, question mark? Look, it's a good look, man. I mean, it's an interesting look. It's not a good look. Here's what I mean by that. I mean, if we get another guide, and I'm not saying the quantum has to be 11 billion, where they have all the same type of orders that they had first time around. It's probably front loaded a little bit, right? But if you get a guide above again, and there shows there's continued demand, I mean, really, this thing's gonna skyrocket. But if you get a bad guide, like the Katina man was saying, I think this thing corrects. You know what I mean? Now, is it a long-term buying opportunity? So far, I think Nvidia is really the only player in the game so far en masse. Everything else is Mickey Mouse, right? So we'll have to wait and watch. But I think everything else plays around with it like that. But now you're talking about Palantir. I think it's a different look for Palantir because they're not the hardware side, right? They're the software side. And so they're going to be, with Palantir, you're going to have to see, are they continuing to get new contracts for their AI? What do they call it? PAI or something like that, or AIP, I forget the name of the software. And you also keep your eye on commercial contracts. We know they're so government-centric lately. They've diversified. 30% of their new contracts are coming from commercial. So that's the look there. So I don't think you can paint with one brush all the AI names. I think you've got to differentiate between the hardware names, the software names, and the like. So I wanted to send it to Max because I know S broke 17 again.
It did, and I am long looking for that high of day break on this one, giving it to 1690, which is where that size was. Yeah, that's it on that one. That kind of slammed down off that 17. So does not want to continue. That's looking like a short, actually. It would have been a decent short on that 17 failed just now, kind of double top. But yeah, I think I'm done with this one. Tried it. I mean, 17 clearly a key level on the daily chart there, but not wanting to get through that 1740 that we were talking about. I think, yeah, we get back through like 1650. You could probably short this thing back into, I don't know, like the halt price. Maybe if it holds the halt price. I don't think we've really touched that except for that like opening candle right here. We haven't actually, these are all dark pool wicks, so the low is really 1637, I think, on this candle down here. Yeah, it is. And so if we wick that halt price at 1625, maybe that's where you get long, but or high of day break even 1720 maybe makes sense. It's just like the selling up here is looking kind of not the best for the continuation long. Maybe 16% is enough for this this buyout offer. And Nvidia still, I wanted to see Nvidia wick 262 or 462. Sorry, not 262. It's just kind of made a triple top right now at 461.75 though. So maybe that's as far as it wants to go. I want to see kind of an extension move. A lot of people getting trapped out higher on the long side, and then shorts potentially getting stopped out above that price before I want to take a short back through that 461.75. So, you know, nothing really that I can structure on this one quite yet, but this is looking kind of toppy on Nvidia. With the market also, you know, at 1.5% on NASDAQ. Yeah. Like, how much further can we go on NASDAQ? How much further can we go on Nvidia, which is now up 6.5%? I'm feeling like not much, so
and we haven't cleared
that short.
The ES with any vigor. We're just a smidge above 4,400, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So this could turn back any time here.
I mean, we haven't gotten to the overnight highs on ES yet.
And it's been markedly weaker than the NQ. I mean, it starts turning back around. It could drag the NQ down with it. But to go back to what was being talked about here by Jay Lee and some others, and Randy or J3 as well, talking about the Chinese and Saudi orders for the GPUs. Those are the orders that we know about, and that's the thing, right? And those are not the only people with money. What if other countries are buying hand over? What if other companies are buying hand over fist? Now, we kind of we're looking, okay, our, what do they call them? I forget, the mega scalers. Yes, the mega scalers, which are I want to say a handful of companies that are listed. But what about the private companies, right? What about private equity? We don't have to report this kind of stuff. What if they're buying? And that's the thing. So if you make, sure. I mean, if there's lots of ifs in life. If those guys are buying and you're betting against it, you're standing in front of a freight train. And so it's a tough look. It's a tough look. It's not going to be the end all and be all if you miss getting in before, because we know how money positions into a stock a week, 2 weeks after. So just because you miss the initial move doesn't mean you've missed the move. So try to stay out of your FOMO and allow the data to come out and trade the price action. And if you're a fundamental investor, obviously trade the fundamentals.
Fair enough. Ganesh saying head over to Tesla for the short. Fair enough, but again, I wanted Tesla to hit that 230 price, and it tops out at 229.65. I want to see a new high, people stop out, and maybe FOMO long above, and then I'm taking the short back down through where everybody's stopping out and people are FOMOing back into the short and adding kind of that aggressiveness and speed to the trade. I'm not like somebody who likes to just kind of get into a position and set a stop there. Like, I want to be getting in on the volume down. I don't want to be like just predicting that 230 is going to fail and not really seeing what happens there. So same thing on Tesla, Nvidia. I'm kind of seeing them trend down a little bit, but they didn't set up, and you have to trade your own playbook. You can't just take things that aren't true setups for you, and just kind of shorting at the high is not really a setup for me. So I am not currently short. I am currently short Coinbase, which looks like it does finally maybe want to make that move down. That 75 price has been a great spot for the short in the past few days. So if we fail it again and get back into kind of the prices that it was getting down to before, 73 would be the ultimate target here. Not looking for it to like continue through low of day or anything, but looking for Coinbase to break that 74. Where's my profit taker? 73.50 is the profit taker on this one, and then would be all out at like 73 even basically, or maybe hold just to see the 73 break, but really, I'm not necessarily expecting to get back down here, so I'm going to be probably all out ahead of 73 unless we're kind of screaming into it and really accelerating downwards.
I like it. Lamborghini debuts the Lanzador, its first ever EV concept.
I saw that one.
You saw that, eh? That came out 5 hours ago. So that's an interesting look there. I saw the Rolls-Royce, Rose Red they call it. How much do you think they're selling them for? EV.
Is it like it's a production model?
Rose Red or Red Rose? Yeah.
Not like a limited edition thing?
Well, it's quite limited, yeah.
It is a limited edition?
Yeah.
So like 2.5 mil?
Keep going, bro.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
5?
You got to keep going.
Really?
You got to keep
Come
going.
on.
I'm not kidding.
10?
$30 million.
$30 million.
Bro, like,
Come
what
on.
is this? It's
Come
ridiculous.
on. No,
bro.
you're not serious.
I swear to God.
30 million?
Yeah, you Google it. Yeah, I watched it this morning on Squawk Box.
Is that the one that's like a drop
Rose
top
brown.
kind of thing?
That's funny, Rose Brown. Sorry, no, it's a coupe. I don't think it's a drop top, but it is a coupe. Let's pull it up.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they called it Rose Red. I'm
Rose Red.
99% certain. Rolls-Royce, Rose Red. Here it is. Yes, I accept cookies. Go away. It is a coupe. It is a. There it is. Right
I
there.
did see that thing.
You saw this?
30 million for that?
30 million smackaroos.
Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here.
Rolls-Royce, a symphony of craftsmanship, they say. Where's the price? Because I promise you it was 30 million today. I mean, I'm not seeing it here right now. Let's keep going. Do we see a price? Just look for some big, numbers. I don't see it quite yet, but yeah, anybody fact check me there, but saw it this morning, 30 million bucks. Rose Red.
Yeah,
Max, interesting level here, back into 4,400 on the ES. Do we hold this level, or are we going to get a healthy retracement? On the NQ, we just got a smidge Actually, we got right to 14.9 and a third. 14.963. 75. High a day on the NQ. That we're up 1 1/3 on it. We're breaking down now below 14.950. A good support level on the NQ could be 14.925. That was the last crest, top of the last crest here. This is what I'm talking about on the NQ. As we find a little bit of resistance here, do we get support at this 14.925, or are we going to have to come down into 14.9? Because there was a large consolidation time at that 14.9 before we broke it decidedly finally. 5 minutes left on the show. Any other final thoughts for you, Max, here?
I don't know. I mean, everything kind of pulled back from where we expected that we were getting the pullback. We didn't get those explosive kind of moves that we were looking for to get the short. So I don't really have much on watch right now. I'm watching this Coinbase position. It kind of just failed a breakdown, but trending down again. So I think I'll just stop out above 74.50 now if that happens. If we're not going to break down, like really break down off of this 74 level, then I don't want to be short, certainly. So, yeah, chill on that one. That Sentinel-1. Yeah, this one, I want to see this hold that 1625 price, which is now VWAP. So that could definitely be something if we hold that 1625, make another run into 17 and start trying to take profit at 17 instead of trying to get long at 17 for once. But we'll see on that one. I mean, the volume's kind of dying a little bit unless we get kind of, a nice wick, maybe a step away from this one. Kind of likely to probably fade on volume for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, well,
you want to be involved in that move up and that push and that short squeeze. And then, once it's over, and no need to, try to get long on the way down when we're fading out.
Smash the like, guys. Here it is, Max. I misspoke on the name. It's not called Rose Red, or it's called La Rose Noire. Okay.
Oh, that's a Bugatti, though.
No. It's Rose.
Oh.
Rolls Royce, La Rose Noire. It's just showing a picture of, I don't know why, but it's talking about the Rolls, obviously. 25 million quid. 31.8 million US dollars. The most expensive and exclusive new car. Well, this is saying it hasn't been revealed, but now we know what it looks like. Wow. The Katina, man. The Max Rolls.
Yeah, you could get 50 of those Aventador SVs.
Yeah.
For the price of the one electric Rolls
Here's the
Royce.
look. Here it is. Come to the screen, guys. We'll show this. Here it is.
Really like the look of that.
I love it. I'm not going to pretend like I don't like it. I'm on a British car kick at the $31.8 million, Sean. Yeah. So we're going to need to borrow some money off you here, please. Look at that. I like it. It looks. That's the inside. And the thing is, here's what they do. On these very expensive cars, they don't put a lot of screens because they know that that's going to make it timed. They want to keep it timeless. If they're peppering it with screens, it becomes, that's dated. You know
is that an Audemars in the dashboard there?
It must be, yeah, for sure. Good eye on that, Max. Good eye. Of course it is. I'm going the wrong way. I'm trying to zoom on this bad boy, but of course it is. Yeah, I like it. I think it absolutely kicks.
I just think the grill looks a little bit small for a Rolls.
Well, it doesn't need a grill, dude.
Because it's electric.
It's electric, right?
Yeah,
the grill is there just for.
But like the whole point of a Rolls is having that gigantic grill on the front, that presence.
I love it. Anyway, that's the look there, guys. Interesting move here. We're not breaking 4,400 with any vigor. We're at 43.9. So do we get bought up and continue to head north? We're 1 1/3 to the good on the NQ, 1/3% here on the ES as the market takes a breather from the downturn that we've been having as of late, since basically late July. The SPY looks like it's getting another kick in the rear end heading it north. So it's been a good day for the longs. Mixed reaction here in the chat with respect to whether or not the car looks good or not. Beauty in the eye of the beholder. There's always been that that facet of things. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Any final thoughts here before we send it off to the big kahunas?
Not really. Good luck to everybody for the rest of the day. We'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully some better trades out of us tomorrow.
Out of me. You were okay. It was me who was pooping the bed today, but that's just the way she goes. And yeah, we are overtime, so we are going to see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Everyone knows what the big does.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a Monday afternoon that's turning into a nicely positive one thanks to tech, largely right across the board, back to the upside. I was keeping an eye on American Airlines.